Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. The gloves are off between India and Canada. It's an unprecedented escalation. New Delhi has downgraded its relationship with Canada. We have a High Commissioner in Ottawa, but he, along with other diplomats, have been recalled. It's the latest chapter in a year-long standoff. Just a short while back, New Delhi summoned Canada's top diplomat in India. The High Commissioner is not in the country, so the Chargé d'Affaires stepped in. He was at the External Affairs Ministry for nearly 20 minutes, the Canadian Chargé d'Affaires. By all accounts, it was a feisty talk. And look at the MEA statement that came out afterwards. India is withdrawing its High Commissioner from Canada. Listen to the reasons, and I'm quoting. It was underlined that in an atmosphere of extremism and violence, the Trudeau government's actions endangered the safety of diplomats. We have no faith in the current Canadian government's commitment to ensure their security. So India believes that its diplomats are not safe in Canada, and with good reason. Let me show you a video that Khalistani groups uploaded on their social media. They're burning an effigy of the High Commissioner of India to Canada. Now, there is context to what is happening here. On Sunday, Canada delivered a message to New Delhi. They said that Indian diplomats were persons of interest in a probe, including the High Commissioner. They were persons of interest, so they may be investigated. They did not say which probe, but it doesn't take a genius to figure out which. The Hardeep Singh Nijjar case, the killing of a Khalistani separatist in Surrey in Canada. Remember, Justin Trudeau had blamed India for the murder, and now it is probing, his government is probing the Indian High Commissioner as well. His name is Sanjay Kumar Verma. He is the top Indian diplomat in Canada, also the senior most in the government of India. High Commissioner Verma has 36 years of service under his belt. He's been posted in Japan, Italy, China and Turkey. But India is now calling him back. We'll get to New Delhi's reactions in a bit, but first, listen to Canada's Chargé d'Affaires.
Canada has done what India has long been asking for. Canada has provided credible, irrefutable evidence of ties between agents of the government of India and a murder of a Canadian citizen on Canadian soil. Now it is time for India to live up to what it said it would do and look into those allegations. It is in the interest of both our countries and the peoples of our countries to get to the bottom of this. Canada stands ready to cooperate with India.
Canada says it has credible and irrefutable evidence. If that is the case, it raises some questions like, what is this piece of evidence? Why hasn't it been publicized? And why did Canada wait so long? These are questions that only the Trudeau government can answer. As for India, this is a strong message. You don't recall high commissioners unless the situation is dire, unless you want to downgrade the relationship. India has done this with Pakistan. The last instance was in 2019 after the Pulwama attack. New Delhi decided to call its envoy back. And even today in 2024, India has no high commissioner in Islamabad. Of course, with Pakistan, you expect that. But this is a new low for Canada. It tells you how Justin Trudeau has hurt this relationship. And it's not over yet. India has issued a warning to Canada. Let me quote again. It was also conveyed that India reserves the right to take further steps in response to the Trudeau government's support for extremism, violence and separatism against India. Like I said, it's not over yet. Canada could order a tit-for-tat move. India could escalate again. And this whole face-off could blow up further. But why now? Because this has been brewing for a while. So why these actions now? Well, Trudeau is currently in trouble. His Khalistani buddy, Jagmeet Singh, has dumped him. This is the internal politics of Canada. As you know, Jagmeet leads the NDP, or the New Democratic Party. That's his political party. Justin Trudeau needed their support to stay in power. It's a coalition government. So right now, he does not have a majority in parliament because Jagmeet has dumped him. If elections are held now in Canada, Justin Trudeau would lose. Look at what the opinion polls say. Nearly 43% Canadians back the Conservative Party, that is the opposition. Only 22% support Justin Trudeau. What about Mr. Khalistan? Even worse, at 18%, that's his support base. So could this whole thing be a distraction, a typical foreign meddling bogey? Well, the Indian government has certainly hinted at that. We saw two statements from New Delhi today. We've told you about the latest one, but the first one is even more explosive. Listen to what it says. I'm quoting again. Prime Minister Trudeau's hostility to India has long been in evidence. Under criticism for turning a blind eye to foreign interference in Canadian politics, his government has deliberately brought in India an attempt to mitigate the damage. It is no coincidence that it takes place as Prime Minister Trudeau is to depose before a commission on foreign interference. And this is just a sneak peek. The full statement that the Ministry of External Affairs in India released today is quite critical. It recalls Justin Trudeau's 2018 visit to India. You may remember that one, the one where he dressed up like a wannabe Bollywood actor. It also talks about his comments on the farmers' protest in India. It even mentions his alliance with Jagmeet Singh. If you follow Indian reactions, Indian diplomatic reactions, you would know that this statement is quite unusual. Our statements never go into this kind of detail, nor do they delve into domestic politics of other countries, which makes one thing quite clear. India has run out of patience with Justin Trudeau. Remember, he is the one who started this whole thing last year. Trudeau stood up in Canada's parliament and pointed fingers at India. That too for the killing of a Khalistani separatist, a man designated as a terrorist by New Delhi. What's more, he gave no evidence. You just heard the Canadian diplomat. He says credible evidence has been passed on to India. But look at New Delhi's statement. I'm quoting again. The Canadian government has not shared a shred of evidence with the government of India, despite many requests from our side. Multiple extradition requests from the government of India in respect of terrorists and organized crime leaders living in Canada have been disregarded. Do you see the difference here? Canada says credible evidence was given. India says not a shred of evidence was shared. And this has only gone from bad to worse in the last few months. Trudeau has mishandled this whole situation. He could have opted for quiet diplomacy, but he chose to make a spectacle out of it, to put pressure on India. He also kept defending the separatist voices in Canada, whether it was threats against Indian diplomats or demands for a Khalistan referendum, or even the glorification of an Indian Prime Minister's assassination. You don't expect this from friendly countries. But Justin Trudeau turned a blind eye to all of it. The path he chose inevitably led to this point, a downgrading of this important relationship. We certainly haven't heard the last of this squabble yet. We'll be tracking the updates closely for you. America is formally re-entering the war in West Asia. They're sending troops to Israel. At least 100 American soldiers will be deployed to Israel, and they will bring with them the THAAD missile defense system. Washington says this will boost Israel's defenses. The THAAD system will be operated by the U.S. soldiers stationed there. Listen to this.
Decide to give the permission for the THAAD to be deployed in Israel?
To defend Israel.
The significance of this move is not lost on anyone. For the first time since Israel's war in Gaza began last year, America is deploying troops to fight with the IDF, along with the IDF. Remember, the US already has a military base in Israel, an old one located some 30 kilometers from Gaza. It has some American soldiers. We cannot confirm how many. But this is mostly used to monitor the sky for any missile attacks. That's what they use this base for. Since last month, the US started expanding its military presence. First, they stepped up troop deployment. Last month, 2,000 to 3,000 troops were sent to West Asia to various American military bases in the region. Washington has also sent more warships. As of today, there are at least 6 US warships in West Asia. If needed, all these assets can be mobilized to defend Israel. Now, by putting 100 soldiers in Israel, the US is taking a bigger step. It says this is to protect Israel from Iranian attacks. In fact, let me quote from the Pentagon. This action underscores the United States' ironclad commitment to the defense of Israel and to defend Americans in Israel from any further ballistic missile attacks by Iran. The THAAD is designed for the exact same purpose, to defend against ballistic missile attacks. In fact, the THAAD is similar to the Russian-made S-400 missile system. One THAAD system has 6 missile launchers. They are mounted on trucks, and each system comes with 48 interceptors. An interceptor is basically a missile. It shoots down enemy missiles. Plus, the THAAD is equipped with radios and radars. This entire system is operated by a team of 95 soldiers. The Americans are sending 100. The question is, did they have to? Are they worried about another Iranian attack, a bigger one possibly? Iran is certainly making its intent clear. Listen to their latest warning that came over the weekend.
We are prepared for any kind of circumstances. We are ready for war, but we are also ready for peace. War, conflict, and operations against the people of Gaza and Lebanon must be stopped.
We are ready for war. That's their message for Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, who's been saying that a retaliatory strike is coming in response to the Iranian attack on October 1. That's when Iran fired almost 200 missiles on Israel. It was responding to the attacks on Hezbollah. This has become a vicious cycle. Now Israel is preparing a counterattack, and the deployment of American troops could be part of this preparation. Israel could be beefing up its defenses before striking Iran. Because look at the damage caused by Tehran. Some 2,500 structures in Israel were damaged. That's what a report says, 2,500 structures. This cost Israel anywhere between $40 to $53 million, which basically means that Iran breached Israel's missile defenses. Now the THAAD will add another layer of protection. And Israel needs it. In the multi-front war that it is fighting, it is facing more attacks from the north as well. The Hezbollah is firing at Israeli forces. Yesterday, they struck an Israeli military base near Haifa. Reports say the Hezbollah launched a swarm of drones, killing 4 Israeli soldiers.
At around 7 o'clock in the evening, an unmanned aerial vehicle of Hezbollah infiltrated from Lebanon and struck this base. We are managing the incident. We will study and investigate the incident and how a UAV infiltrates without alerts and strikes the base.
Israel is stepping up its operations in Lebanon and Gaza, and it is planning a bigger attack on Iran. The arrival of US troops and missile defense systems can mean only one thing. It will get worse before it gets better. So rockets are flying over the Israel-Lebanon border, which is a problem for India because Indian soldiers are deployed there, nearly 900 of them. We told you about this last week too. A United Nations peacekeeping force is stationed at this border. It is called UNIFIL, or the UN Interim Force in Lebanon. UNIFIL. Look at their latest statement. It says 2 Israeli tanks fired at the entrance of their base. Israeli soldiers then forcibly entered UN premises. They asked the peacekeepers to turn out the lights. When they refused, the IDF, the Israeli soldiers, left. A few hours later, another incident happened. Some firing near the same UN position. Around 15 peacekeepers reported skin irritation and gastrointestinal reactions. They were subsequently given treatment. And all of this happened on Sunday. Just a day before that, on Saturday, there was another incident. UNIFIL was conducting a routine movement at the border. Reports say Israeli soldiers stopped them and denied passage to these UN peacekeepers. So put together, around 5 incidents have been reported in 5 days. What is Israel trying to do here? Why are they targeting UN peacekeepers? Listen to what Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said.
Mr. Secretary General, get the UNIFIL forces out of harm's way. It should be done right now, immediately.
Your refusal to evaluate UNIFIL soldiers makes them hostages in the hands of Hezbollah. It endangers them as well as our soldiers.
So Israel wants the peacekeepers to move. Then why aren't they? Well, for starters, it is not Netanyahu's decision to make. It is up to the contributing countries, the countries who've sent these soldiers. They will decide whether their soldiers will move or not. Now, there are nearly 10,000 personnel at the Lebanon border. They come from nearly 50 countries, and they have a job to do to ensure that the border is stable and peaceful. I know what you're thinking. It sounds like the peacekeepers have failed miserably. Well, they have. It is not a stable border. But UN missions are not just strategic, they also have a political value. Countries of the world collectively decided to put troops in Lebanon. One country cannot threaten and push them out. Which brings us to India. New Delhi has balanced its position quite nicely so far. It has defended Israel's right to fight terrorism. At the same time, India has asked Netanyahu to respect international laws. But in this case, the stakes are higher. Like I said, nearly 900 Indian soldiers are stationed there. What if they are hurt by Israel? It won't be a foreign policy issue then. It could become a domestic issue, which is why a lot of countries are enraged. 34 of these countries issued a joint statement on Saturday. And these are all countries that contribute soldiers to UNIFIL. Their soldiers are deployed on the border with Lebanon. 34 countries. They reaffirmed their support to the UN mission. They also condemned attacks on the UN peacekeepers. Interestingly, India was not part of this joint statement of 34 countries. But 90 minutes after the statement was released, New Delhi decided to back it. India said it aligns fully with the joint statement. So what should we make of it? Was India hesitant to join it? Was India not asked? Or is this just logistical confusion? Only the government can answer these questions. But one thing is pretty clear, Israel's actions are driving its supporters away, especially those in Europe.
Totally unacceptable to see UNIFIL troops deliberately targeted by the Israeli armed forces. We condemn it, we will not tolerate it, and will not tolerate it happening again.
It is unacceptable. It violates what was established by Resolution 1701 of the United Nations. The Italian government, as you know, has strongly protested with the Israeli authorities.
They're naming and condemning Israel. And not just on this issue. Last month, Israel did something unprecedented. They banned the United Nations chief from entering their country. Do you know why? Over his response to the Iranian missile attack. Israel says it wasn't harsh enough. After the ban, 105 UN member states got together. They criticized Israel for the ban. They also reaffirmed their faith in the UN chief. But guess who did not join the statement? Again, India. We don't know the reason yet, but it appears to be political. New Delhi may not want to jeopardize its relations with Israel, which does make sense. India has always believed in sorting out issues privately. So why change that now? Especially over a symbolic move like banning the UN chief. But attacks on the peacekeepers is a different matter altogether. A, because our soldiers are there, and B, because it is a sensitive issue for the global south. You see, these European nations may kick up a storm, but they're not the backbone of UN peacekeeping. It's the global south. Look at the top 20 troop contributors to the United Nations. Nepal is number 1, Rwanda number 2, then come Bangladesh and India. 19 of the top 20 countries are from the global south. Only 1, Italy, is from the developed world. So India has to be mindful of that. As a major power, New Delhi's opinion matters. Other global South countries look up to India for guidance. So once again, New Delhi must strike a balance between support for Israel, support for international laws, and standing up for its own soldiers. The video you just saw was a propaganda clip released by the Chinese military. It shows Chinese troops participating in drills. In the same video, there's a cartoon as well. Look at this carefully. The video that the Chinese have released, it shows Lai Ching-te, the president of Taiwan. Basically, the Chinese made a caricature of President Lai, showing him with pointed ears like the devil, along with a map of Taiwan. Now, moments later, Lai's image on the screen disappears. It is replaced by flying jets, warships, and Chinese troops surrounding Taiwan. This video came with an ominous warning.
Every time the Taiwan independence separatist forces provoke us, we will counteract further until the complete reunification of the motherland is achieved.
China unleashed a wave of propaganda today as its troops held a massive military drill around Taiwan. There were more than 100 warplanes, drones, and choppers in the air, and over 30 warships operating around the island of Taiwan. China said its forces were positioned, and I'm quoting, around the island. They were conducting drills in at least 9 areas surrounding Taiwan, 2 on the island's east coast, 3 on the west coast, 1 in the north, and 3 near China's coastline. This area was close to the remote islands which Taipei controls. So Taiwan was practically surrounded by the Chinese military today. The PLA was, and I'm quoting, simulating an attack on Taiwan. The question is why? Why now, in fact? Why does China feel the need for the show of strength? Beijing is calling it punishment, literally. These exercises have been dubbed as punishment drills as a way to send a tough message to Taiwan.
What I can tell you is that Taiwan independence is incompatible with peace in the Taiwan Strait, and the provocations of the Taiwan independence forces will inevitably be countered.
So what is China so angry about? And why is it going after President Lai? Let me give you the context here. Last week, Taiwan observed its National Day. President Lai delivered a speech on the occasion. He launched a scathing attack on China. He said Beijing has no right to represent Taiwan.
On this land, democracy and freedom are growing and thriving. The People's Republic of China has no right to represent Taiwan.
That was a bold statement, but it wasn't unexpected. Lai was simply reiterating his stated position that Taiwan is independent. He said this before. His party too has stuck to this line. But it was perhaps his tone that upset Beijing so much. In fact, let me quote from China's statement on Taiwan's President Lai. This is what they said. This is a resolute punishment for Lai Ching-te's continuous fabrication of Taiwan independence nonsense. That's right. China called the Taiwanese president's speech nonsense, and it launched the punishment drills. Needless to say, Taiwan has condemned this, both China's drills and the statements. They've condemned both. But words, however strong, won't suffice in this case. Given China's behavior and belligerence, Taiwan must be prepared militarily. So it is reviewing its combat readiness.
We have ordered all the units of the 3 armed forces to review the appropriateness and use the intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance systems to closely monitor the developments of the Chinese Communist Party's rocket force units, in accordance with the regulations on handling emergencies during the combat readiness period and all outlying island defense areas to increase vigilance.
Taiwan's main ally, the US, has also taken note of the Chinese drills. Washington has termed them unwarranted, asking China to not escalate the situation and to show restraint. But Beijing has refused to dial down the tensions. In fact, it has threatened to hold more such drills in the future. We say the world should take note of this because this exercise marks a new phase in cross-strait tensions. Earlier, Chinese actions were limited to incursions. Now the PLA is openly practicing how to take Taiwan by force, and Chinese mouthpieces are ramping up the war rhetoric. Consider what the Global Times has said. It's a Chinese mouthpiece, the Global Times. It published a critique of Lai's speech and described it, and I'm quoting, as a poison pill wrapped in cellophane. China calls President Lai a separatist. It has refused to engage with him. And now it is stepping up military pressure on him, turning the Taiwan Strait and the region into a more dangerous place. Meanwhile, the situation on the Korean Peninsula is no better. North Korea has deployed troops on the border, saying it is prepared to blow up border roads and fire at South Korean forces if needed. Of course, South Korea is responding in kind. It says it is ready to counter any military threat from the north. So this is a full-blown military standoff. But what triggered this crisis? North Korea claims it has spotted drones flying over its capital, Pyongyang. Here is a report.
There aren't many ways to know what's happening in North Korea. So every time Pyongyang airs a newscast, it grabs the world's full attention. Usually these broadcasts amplify the propaganda of the Kims. But over the weekend, Pyongyang had a much more ominous message to deliver.
The most hostile and malicious rogue state, the Republic of Korea, committed such a grave political and military provocation as infiltrating drones into Pyongyang, the capital city of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. The case is a serious provocation that can neither be overlooked nor be pardoned.
In the past, such threats would have been easily dismissed as rhetoric. But that isn't the case this time. Pyongyang is quite serious. It has asked its troops on the southern border to be ready to attack. Seoul's assessment is more grave. South Korea says Pyongyang could blow up roads leading up to the border.
We have identified covers being set up on roads, with work being conducted behind them. Preparations are being made to blow up those roads. It's possible that this could happen as early as today, and as North Korea has publicized, they may proceed with the explosions.
What has made Pyongyang so upset? It claims drones were spotted in its airspace. The regime has shared some pictures. They show a white-winged object against a dark sky. North Korea says this object was detected at least thrice this month. Pyongyang claims this is a South Korean drone and it is being used to drop propaganda material in the north. Pyongyang says it found some leaflets with inflammatory rumors and rubbish. This is the first time North Korea has levied such an accusation. But in recent months, Pyongyang itself has dropped balloons, often filled with bags of rubbish in the south. What is South Korea's response? Seoul says it can neither confirm if these claims are true or not. But it blames the north for raising tensions. The two Koreas have been locking horns for several months now. American military presence and joint drills with South Korea have long caused friction with North Korea. This has led Kim Jong-un to intensify his nuclear program and issue more threats. Earlier this month, Kim warned that if a conflict arises with the US or South Korea, he won't hesitate to use nuclear weapons. The current tensions create the conditions for Kim to follow through. We can only hope that it doesn't come to that.
In the United States, they're counting down to the presidential election. Less than a month to go, both sides are on a campaigning blitz. On Saturday, Donald Trump was at Coachella, that's in the US state of California. He was holding a rally there, and the choice of venue was strange. California is a blue state. It's a Democratic stronghold. In 2020, Donald Trump lost the state by almost 30 percentage points, 3-0, and this time should be no different. Especially because this is Kamala Harris's home turf. She was born and raised in this state. She was Attorney General here. So Donald Trump's decision to campaign in California was a bit odd. But what made headlines about this rally was something else. The arrest of a man on the same day, close to where Trump was going to speak. The man's name is Wem Miller. He's 49 years old. He was driving a black SUV near the location when he was stopped at a security checkpoint. His car was searched. Guess what the police found? Illegal weapons, a shotgun and a loaded handgun. Also fake press passes, passports and driver's licenses. So Miller was taken into custody, only to be released later on bail. The Secret Service believes that he poses no threat to Trump and that this incident has no bearing on the security arrangements. But the local police disagree. They say that they stopped a third assassination attempt on Donald Trump.
You're asking me right now? I probably did have deputies that prevented the third assassination attempt. If we are that politically lost, that we have lost sight of common sense and reality and reason, that we can't say that, holy crap, what did he show up with all of that stuff for and loaded guns, and I'm going to be accused of being dramatic. We have a serious, serious problem in this country because this is common sense and reason.
You heard him. This was the Riverside County Sheriff. And this is all very politically charged, the atmosphere in the U.S. Critics say that he's a Republican. He supported Trump in the past. And he says that Miller was plotting to kill Donald Trump. The Secret Service, though, sees no threat. So there's a clear divide here. The local police says it's an assassination bid. Federal agencies say it wasn't. We cannot verify either version. But you don't really have to be an expert to know that a man carrying weapons and fake IDs should be a problem. Also, Donald Trump had a close shave just a few months back. In July, he was addressing a rally in Pennsylvania. A gunman opened fire. A bullet hit Trump in the ear. It could have been worse. Then in September, another man tried to kill him at the golf course, and now this has happened in California. These assassination bids have become a big issue in the presidential election. They're also firing up Donald Trump's supporter base.
Here for President Trump today. We've been here for an hour. We went to the Glendale rally. He is the man. We loved our secure borders and our economy was great. We had jobs. We want him back. We want our country back. Go Trump.
I just wanted to come to show support for Trump. He's our last hope. The fake news media has ruined this country and ruined a lot of people, and they gaslight everybody. So it's important to show your support and show that this movement is huge and that this is who we need to run our country.
And it's showing in the national polls. In July, Joe Biden dropped out of the presidential race. Kamala Harris took his place. By September, she was leading in most national polls, opinion polls. But those gains have now been erased. Look at the ABC Ipsos poll. Last month, Kamala Harris had a 6-point lead. This month, it has come down to 2 points, a 2-point lead. Harris is at 50%, Trump at 48%. Then there's the NBC poll. Last month, Harris had a 5-point lead in this poll. This month, the two candidates are neck and neck. Both are at 48%. And these were the national polls. Let's also look at the swing states. It's a mixed picture here. In Pennsylvania, which is now being called the most important state, there is some good news for Kamala Harris. She's leading by 3 points. But in Arizona, Donald Trump is ahead. He's at 51% compared to Harris's 46%. So basically, both candidates are locked in a dead heat. Which brings us to the question, how did Kamala Harris's lead erode? Thanks to two crucial Democratic voter bases, the Hispanics and the African Americans. Harris has not been able to get through to them. She has shored up support among women, but the men, they remain reluctant. And this is worrying the Democrats, so they are pulling out the big guns.
Women in our lives have been getting our backs this entire time. They've been raising us and working and having our backs. And when we get in trouble, and the system's not working for us, they're the ones who are out there marching and protesting. And so now you're thinking about sitting out or even supporting somebody who has a history of denigrating you? Because you think that's a sign of strength because that's what being a man is, putting women down. That's not acceptable. That's not, this shouldn't even be a question.
Some strong words there by Barack Obama. He is like Batman for the Democrats. Every time they're in trouble, Obama enters the picture, and you can understand why. He's still very popular. The party's voter base loves him. So who better to rally them? But will Barack Obama's words be enough? Will they give Kamala Harris the boost that she needs? Guess we'll find out in about 3 weeks. Now let's talk about Elon Musk. He may be getting into trouble on Earth, but in space, things are going pretty well for him. On Sunday, his company SpaceX launched its Starship rocket, and this one made it to the history books. You see, rockets are launched using something called boosters. Now, usually a booster separates from the main rocket at some distance, it falls back to Earth, or it burns. But not this SpaceX booster. It performed a controlled descent, landing into the arms of 2 huge mechanical chopsticks. In simpler words, SpaceX basically caught its booster. And why is this historic? Because this saves a lot of time and money. They won't have to build a new one to launch the next rocket. Our next report tells you why reusable rockets could be the future.
3, 2, 1.
It was early morning in South Texas. SpaceX had just completed its 5th test flight. But this wasn't just another launch, it was a leap into uncharted territory. The Starship blasted off from the Boca Chica Starbase in Texas. Around 65 kilometers from the Earth, the Super Heavy booster separated from the rocket. But it didn't plummet back to Earth. In fact, it made a picture-perfect controlled return to the same pad in Texas. At the heart of this plan is Mechazilla, a 400 feet tall titan of technology. Its mission, to catch the descending booster mid-air using 2 enormous mechanical arms, aptly named chopsticks. This moment was critical. The chopsticks had to reach out, perfectly timed, and snatch the falling booster from the sky. This daring maneuver is unlike anything ever attempted, and social media couldn't get enough of it. So what makes this so historic? You see, boosters play a crucial role in launching rockets. They are usually attached to the sides. They are often solid fuel, so they burn very quickly. That gives the rocket the thrust it needs to take off. Once the boosters have done their job, they separate from the main rocket. Most traditional rockets have expendable boosters. They fall into an ocean or a designated area. Most are destroyed on impact. There are also some reusable boosters, but all of them land on floating ocean platforms or designated landing pads. The SpaceX feat was nothing like this. Catching the booster saves a lot of effort. First, you don't need complicated machinery on ground. And second, it saves a lot of time and money. It's the first step to making rockets reusable. If the booster is caught, you can redeploy it in the future. It saves the money of developing a new booster. Plus, it reduces time between launches from months to just days. So this now paves the way for a future where rockets don't just fly, they return ready to fly again. Of course, NASA will be very happy with this. It's paid the company nearly $3 billion to take astronauts back to the moon. But America is not alone in this race. China's space industry is working to develop reusable launch vehicles to rival SpaceX. It plans to debut them in the next couple of years. Russia, too, is planning to go the reusable route with its new Amur rocket in 2026. The Amur is said to be a lot like the SpaceX Falcon 9. India, too, is venturing into this. It has approved the development of a new reusable rocket launcher. So, reusable rockets are definitely the future. And SpaceX has shown the way. Elon Musk says he dreams to ferry astronauts to the moon and even Mars. This is the first step to that. The next is to build a fully reusable rocket, which could be a game changer in the quest to conquer space.
Pakistan is gearing up to host the SCO summit. That's the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO. It has 10 full-time members, including India, Russia, China and Iran. All of them will be participating. They're sending some 900 delegates to Islamabad. And their top priority is this: making it out alive. It is not an exaggeration. Islamabad is under a total lockdown. Schools and businesses have been shut. Movement has been restricted. And the city is crawling with security personnel. Reports say 10,000 police officers have been deployed, and with good reason. Just last week, we saw 2 attacks in Pakistan. 2 Chinese nationals were killed in a terror attack in Karachi, and 21 minors were shot dead in Balochistan. So the threat alert is very high, and it will remain so over the next 2 days. That's when the SCO summit will happen, Tuesday and Wednesday. Now, most of the meetings will happen in the red zone. The red zone is a special area in Islamabad. It houses the parliament and the diplomatic quarters. And guess who's securing this red zone? Pakistan's army. It promises to be a new challenge for them. We know they can plot terror attacks, but this time they have to thwart them. Let's see if they can adapt. And it's not just the terror angle. There is a political security issue as well. Imran Khan's party, the PTI, has planned a rally tomorrow. They know foreign media will be covering this summit, so they're looking to capitalize. They want to be in the headlines. They want to highlight the plight of their jailed leader. Frankly, it's not the ideal setting for a summit, especially for a country like Pakistan. They have 3 goals here. First and most important one is to project normalcy, to show the world that Pakistan is safe to travel to, safe to host such meetings, important meetings. Second, to make progress with China. China's premier has already landed in Islamabad. He was welcomed by Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. This is the first visit by a Chinese premier to Pakistan in 11 years. It also comes at a tense time. Chinese nationals are being attacked in Pakistan. Most of their investments are also stalled. So the Iron Brotherhood is rusting. And Prime Minister Sharif will be looking to fix that, to reignite the old chemistry. Which brings us to the third objective of Pakistan: a regional pitch. It is no secret that Pakistan's economy is struggling. Their only hope of a revival is foreign investments. And why will they get foreign investments? Islamabad is betting on its location. The plan is to turn Pakistan into a regional transit hub, one that can link Russia and Central Asia to Indian Ocean ports. It's a solid idea on paper. But you see, ideas need stability to implement. And that's never been Islamabad's strength. A lot of you will also be wondering about India. So we can tell you, yes, New Delhi is participating. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar is representing India and Pakistan at the SCO summit. The visit itself is quite symbolic. It's the first trip to Pakistan since 2015. That's when former Minister Sushma Swaraj visited the country. So what should we expect this time? Bilaterally, nothing. Expect nothing. Jaishankar made that very clear this month. He's going there for the SCO. Bilateral issues are not on the agenda. For that, Pakistan must stop supporting terrorism. And beyond that, a couple of things. India has used the SCO for mainly 3 purposes. One is to work with Central Asia. 4 of the 5 stans are SCO members. Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan and Uzbekistan, they're all members of the SCO. And this is a focus area for India. It's a region that is blessed with resources like natural gas, and New Delhi is eyeing that. India is also developing the Chabahar port in Iran. The plan is to use this port to get access to Afghanistan and Central Asia, and that too without touching Pakistan. So this port, Chabahar, will be like a bypass. The second objective for India is to thwart China. Beijing wants to turn the SCO into an anti-Western bloc. New Delhi does not want that. Like Jaishankar said, India is non-West, not anti-West. It wants to keep the focus on other issues like connectivity and economy. Which brings us to India's third objective, to combat terrorism. A lot of SCO members are facing this challenge. Russia, for instance, had a terror attack last year. Central Asia is dealing with the Afghanistan fallout, and India has always been a victim of terrorism emanating from Pakistan. So New Delhi will look to highlight that issue. Of course, the main perpetrator is the host itself, which actually sums up the problem. On paper, the SCO has great potential. It makes up 40% of the world population, also 30% of the global GDP, but there are too many contradictions there. India and China have differences, India and Pakistan have differences, Russia and China have differences. So the outcomes rarely make headlines. And this time, with Pakistan hosting it, the bar is even lower. Are we alone in this universe? It's a question that has haunted mankind for decades. And now a new spacecraft is on its way to find the answer. It's called the Europa Clipper. It's a $5 billion NASA probe. It will travel to Europa, which is one of Jupiter's many icy moons. Scientists believe that below Europa's icy crust is a vast ocean of water. And where there's water, there is hope for life. So how long will this mission take? What does this clipper hope to achieve? And will it change the way we look at life in this universe? Our next report looks for answers.
This is Europa, one of Jupiter's 95 moons. It's a world encased in ice, a place where the secrets of life itself may lie hidden beneath its frozen crust. And now, it's the destination for NASA's most ambitious mission yet, the Europa Clipper. The NASA spacecraft is on its way to the icy moon, searching for answers to one of humanity's oldest questions. Are we alone in the universe? But the journey isn't an easy one. Europa is located 628 million kilometers from Earth. Of course, no spacecraft has enough fuel for it. So what will the Europa Clipper do? It will use the gravity of Mars and Earth to propel itself. And it will be quite a long haul. It will only approach Europa by 2030. So what does it expect to find? Europa isn't an ordinary moon. It has an ice crust, stretching tens of kilometers, that itself is impressive. But beneath its ice crust, scientists believe there lies a vast ocean of liquid water, an ocean stirred and warmed by the immense gravitational pull of Jupiter. A place where life may just exist. Scientists have known this for some time now. They first thought it could support life in the 1970s. In 1995, NASA's Galileo spacecraft flew past Europa. It took some close-up photos. The surface had dark, reddish-brown cracks, which hinted at the presence of other substances. You see, water alone is not enough. To harbor life, a world needs more, elements like carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, and sulfur. Scientists believe Europa has that. But no mission has flown close enough to explore it. But Europa Clipper's mission is not just about observing a moon. It's about collecting evidence, like dust particles, and fly through water plumes. But this won't be easy. Jupiter's magnetic field causes intense radiation. The NASA spacecraft has to fly past Europa about 50 times. And it will be blasted with radiation, every single time. But Europa seems prepared for the task. After all, the spaceship is the largest ever built to visit a planet.
Given everything that we've really learned about necessary conditions for life, Clipper is going to tell us if Europa has all of these ingredients for life.
But the Europa Clipper won't be alone in this quest. The European Space Agency's Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer, or JUICE, will also be there, studying not just Europa, but other ocean-bearing moons like Ganymede and Callisto. Together, these missions aim to paint the most detailed picture yet of these mysterious worlds. After all, this is not just a mission to another moon. It's a journey to the edge of what we know about life's potential in this universe and beyond.
Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Heavy rains trigger floods in several parts of Sri Lanka. China builds the world's largest transparent spherical detector to trap neutrinos, also known as ghost particles. And hundreds of hot air balloons take over the skies in Mexico. Finally, we are taking you back in history. On this day in 1964, Martin Luther King Jr. won the Nobel Peace Prize. He was awarded for his non-violent resistance to racial prejudice in America. At the time, the 35-year-old civil rights activist was the youngest person ever to receive the award. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired. I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. Hello, everyone, and thanks so much for tuning in. I'm Eric Ham, and we're live in Washington, D.C. The race for the White House is just 22 days away. Who's up and who's down? We'll take you through it all, but first, a look at the latest headlines. China begins large-scale military drills surrounding Taiwan just days after the island celebrated its National Day. Chinese warships and planes violate Taiwan's maritime and air zone multiple times. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky accuses North Korea of sending its troops to fight on behalf of Russia. President Zelensky warns North Korea's involvement could lead to a bigger war. A U.S. Army doctor says Vice President Kamala Harris is in excellent health as a presidential candidate. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris accuses Donald Trump of withholding his medical records and challenges him to provide a similar update. Mexico's National Guard uncovers 5 beheaded bodies in the western state of Jalisco. This just days after the decapitation of a mayor from the state of Guerrero sparked massive protests. And torrential rain causes flooding in all 23 provinces in Chad. At least 3.5 million people have been affected by floods in the Central African nation. We begin with the race for the White House. In California, police arrested an armed man at Donald Trump's rally in Coachella Valley on Saturday. The Riverside County Sheriff said the suspect, identified as 49-year-old Vim Miller, was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, high-capacity magazines, and a cache of fake passports and driver's licenses. The suspect was booked on charges of possessing a loaded firearm but was released on a $5,000 bond and has to appear in court on January 2nd of next year. The local sheriff said the actions taken by his department thwarted another potential assassination attempt on the former president.
I am glad that we're not talking about this after we shot him. We get to talk about it before, and no matter what, it's all going to be speculation about what his intentions were getting there. What we do know is he showed up with multiple passports with different names, an unregistered vehicle with fake license plate, and loaded firearms. If you're asking me right now, I probably did have deputies that prevented the third assassination attempt.
Meanwhile, the Secret Service and federal agencies disagree that the suspect posed any threat to the rally or Donald Trump. Speaking to media outlets, the Federal Bureau of Investigation said the suspect was a member of far-right anti-government groups. In a joint statement with the Secret Service, the FBI said the suspect posed no threat to Donald Trump and that the former president was never in any danger. However, the Riverside County Sheriff continues to stand by his assessment of thwarting another assassination attempt.
I certainly wouldn't want to be saying after the fact that I wish we would have done something to prevent that shooting. And there is absolutely no way that any of us are going to truly know what was in his head. I can tell you that none of the other probably 50,000 people that showed up yesterday for that event brought multiple passports with different names and guns. If we are that politically lost that we have lost sight of common sense and reality and reason, that we can't say that, holy crap, what did he show up with all of that stuff for and loaded guns, and I'm going to be accused of being dramatic? We have a serious, serious problem in this country, because this is common sense and reason.
Now already, Donald Trump has survived 2 assassination attempts this year. The first at a rally in Pennsylvania in July, then in September while playing golf in Florida. The attempts on his life are the latest in a long history of assassination attempts on American presidents. 4 presidents, including Abraham Lincoln, James Garfield, William McKinley, and John F. Kennedy, have been assassinated. Meanwhile, Donald Trump and Theodore Roosevelt were both shot when they were not presidents, while Ronald Reagan is the only president to get shot and survive while in office. Secret Service has also been involved in foiling assassination plots against at least 13 other presidents. However, unlike Donald Trump, no former president has ever faced multiple assassination attempts. The Secret Service and federal agencies are being questioned by Congress on the multiple security lapses involving Donald Trump. Despite the Republican presidential nominee security detail being beefed up, Donald Trump continues to face serious threats to his life. And staying with the U.S. presidential election, former President Barack Obama has opened a can of worms after he lectured black men to vote for Kamala Harris while speaking in Pennsylvania last week. America's first black president had some frank discussions with young black voters who could play a crucial role in this year's election. Asking black men to accept the entry of women, particularly women of color, in corridors of power, Barack Obama's words managed to touch a raw nerve. Though most black men agreed to President Obama's sentiments, some made some rather strong objections. Our next report brings you more.
Former U.S. President Barack Obama has found himself on the wrong side of American voters, particularly black men. Last week, the 44th President of America gave a blistering performance in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Speaking in the swing state, Obama called on men and black men to vote for Kamala Harris.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. I've noticed this especially with some men who seem to think Trump's behavior, the bullying and the putting people down, is a sign of strength. And I am here to tell you that is not what real strength is. Real strength is about working hard and carrying a heavy load without complaining. Real strength is about taking responsibility for your actions and telling the truth even when it's inconvenient. Real strength is about helping people who need it and standing up for those who can't always stand up for themselves. That is what we should want for our daughters and for our sons, and that is what I want to see in a president of the United States of America.
And that wasn't it. As Barack Obama continued to open a bigger can of worms after addressing the crowds from the podium, he spoke to a group of black men separately.
How are you?
He urged them to embrace women in power and pick Kamala Harris as their next president.
I'm going to go ahead and just speak some truths, if you don't mind. Because my understanding, based on reports I'm getting from campaigns and communities, is that we have not yet seen the same kinds of energy and turnout in all quarters of our neighborhoods and communities as we saw when I was running. And you're coming up with all kinds of reasons and excuses. I've got a problem with that because part of it makes me think, and I'm speaking to men directly now, part of it makes me think that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president. And and you're coming up with other alternatives and other reasons for that.
But the lecturing didn't stop there. As Barack Obama put on a stern fatherly act, he asked black men to learn from black women, whom the former president claims are against Donald Trump.
Because the women in our lives have been getting our backs this entire time. They've been raising us and working and having our backs. And when we get in trouble, and the system's not working for us, they're the ones who are out there marching and protesting. And so now you're thinking about sitting out or even supporting somebody who has a history of denigrating you? That's not acceptable. That's not, this shouldn't even be a question.
What Obama meant was that the Democratic Party is seeing a slump in support for Kamala Harris among black men, and that it was a major concern in the upcoming presidential election. What started out as a fatherly lecture came back to bite back Obama. Black men took to social media to share their frustration. While some cracked jokes about the former president, others told him to get lost and go back to his mansion. Most users said that they did not need anyone to tell them whom they should be voting for. Some black men took pot shots at Barack Obama. One user even said that Obama acted like a black father himself by disappearing for years and only coming back when he had the authority. Many accused Obama, who was also the first black American president, of doing nothing for the black community. Barack Obama wanted to gather more support for Vice President Kamala Harris, but he's managed to do the opposite. Recent polls show that not just black men and black voters, but even Latin Americans are pivoting towards Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. Support for the Republican candidate among black voters is at an all-time high in over a decade. Meanwhile, black support for the Democrats has fallen by 14%. Among Hispanic voters, Donald Trump is seeing a rise among Latino men, while Hispanic women still support Kamala Harris in large numbers. But Trump is trying to change the tide. He knows that he's growing popular among the Hispanic community. And this is despite the Republican frequently calling Latino countries a shithole while terming Hispanic migrants as criminals and rapists. Identity and race politics is peaking in the United States. The Democrats are reaching out to people of color, and so is Donald Trump. He already enjoys the support of white male voters by an overwhelming number. While the vice president enjoys support from women and women of color. After migration, economy, and abortion, race has made an entry in the race for the White House.
And now turning to the Middle East. Over the weekend, a drone strike by Hezbollah targeted an Israeli military base about 30 miles south of Haifa. The devastating attack left 4 Israeli soldiers dead and over 60 wounded.
It was a difficult scene. The impact of the drone caused injuries due to the blast and shrapnel, serious injuries. The injured needed life-saving treatment and blockages of blood vessels, life-saving medical treatment, and were quickly evacuated to the hospitals.
Now, what is particularly alarming is that one of the drones managed to bypass Israel's advanced air defense systems. Several reports noted that while 2 drones were in fact launched, one was intercepted while the second one made it through, hitting the Golani Brigade's training camp and causing significant damage. Israel's military spokesperson vowed a full investigation to understand how this breach occurred, adding that Israel must urgently improve its aerial defenses.
We are managing the incident. We will study and investigate the incident and how a drone infiltrates without alerts and strikes the base. The threat of drones is a threat we have been dealing with since the beginning of the war. We are required to bring about better protection. We will investigate this incident, learn and improve. Our mission is to better protect our soldiers and citizens of Israel.
Hezbollah's attack comes in retaliation to Israeli airstrikes on Lebanon's capital, Beirut, which killed at least 22 people and injured more than 100 over the weekend. After hitting the Israeli army base, Hezbollah warned that this was just the beginning of their offensive if Israel continues attacking Lebanon.
Striking Tel Aviv is just the beginning, and what has happened in recent days in Haifa and Acre and Nahariya and Saif confirms that we are still at the beginning. To the enemy, I say, you have only seen a little so far. Our absolute priority now is to defeat the enemy and forcefully compel them to stop the aggression. Nevertheless, any internal or external political effort to achieve a ceasefire is welcome, as long as it aligns with our comprehensive vision for the battle, its conditions, and its outcomes. Within this vision, we firmly uphold national unity and internal solidarity.
Meanwhile, the United States is stepping up its support for Israel, announcing the deployment of the Terminal high-altitude air defense systems capable of intercepting ballistic missiles to bolster Israel's defenses. However, the exact timeline for when it will arrive remains unclear.
Why did you decide to give the permission for the THAAD to be deployed in Israel?
To defend Israel.
Hezbollah is threatening more strikes, and Israeli forces continue to expand their operations into Lebanon, which suggests there's no end in sight to the ongoing conflict. And moving to the Korean Peninsula, North Korea has ordered its troops along the border with South Korea to stand ready to fire if given the command. The development comes after North Korea claimed that South Korea flew drones inside its territory.
Of Democratic People's Republic of Korea Ministry of National Defense announced that General Staff of the Korean People's Army issued an order to the combined artillery units along the border and the units taking on an important task to get ready to open fire.
Responding to North Korea's wartime readiness order, the South Korean military said they are fully prepared to respond to any potential provocations.
North Korea yesterday reported on the General Staff of the Korean People's Army, issuing an operational reserve order for full-scale firing readiness along the border. Our military is closely monitoring North Korean military movements and is fully prepared to respond to any potential provocations.
South Korea also said it suspects North Korea is in fact preparing to blow up cross-border roads that link the two countries and pass through their heavily militarized border.
We have identified signs of them working behind screened fences. We also identified them preparing to destroy roads. I believe that North Korea can destroy them as soon as today. We think there are possibilities of North Korea carrying out space rocket launch, performative destruction of the inter-Korean roads, or small-scale provocations. We are preparing to respond to all such possible scenarios.
Tensions between the two neighbors escalated after North Korea began sending thousands of trash-filled balloons across the border in May. This was widely seen as Pyongyang's show of anger at South Korea's joint military drills with the United States. Meanwhile, North Korea claimed that Seoul was sending drones over its capital, Pyongyang, to drop leaflets denouncing Kim Jong-un. North Korea claimed that South Korea sent drones over Pyongyang 3 times just this month. Amid this exchange of claims and counterclaims, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un's sister has threatened South Korea with horrible consequences unless they stop sending the drones.
The moment that a drone of the Republic of Korea is discovered in the sky over our capital city once again will certainly lead to a horrible disaster. Personally, I wish that such a thing will not happen.
Now, all these incidents have added to rising tensions along the Korean border, and one misfire could push the heavily militarized zone to the brink of war. And finally, from the serenity of the Caribbean, the beautiful French island of Martinique has been gripped by violent protests. Struggling with high cost of living, residents are demanding immediate action as food prices soar 40% higher than mainland France. What started as peaceful demonstrations has now escalated into looting, arson, and clashes with police. In fact, one protester was shot and killed, forcing authorities to impose an island-wide curfew. But the protests rage on as the people demand affordable prices for basic necessities. Here's our final story with more.
In Martinique, life has taken a sharp turn. The small sun-soaked island in the French Caribbean is known for its beautiful beaches. But lately, protests are taking over this French nation. And not the quiet, peaceful kind either. It's been weeks of people out in full force showing anger against the French government. They've been burning barricades, blocking roads, and clashing with the police. The reason? Life has simply become too expensive. It all started in September when residents began protesting the high cost of food and basic necessities. They complained of paying at least 40% more for groceries than people do in mainland France.
I don't have much more to say than we can't make ends meet. When I used to go in the shop opposite, it used to take me half an hour to do my shopping. Now it takes me 2 hours in a shop to buy just a few things in order to choose the cheapest. I don't know. We are bound to die, I think.
But by the middle of the last week, things took a dangerous turn. Protesters set up barricades and in some areas, looting began. In one town, a man was shot dead during a night of chaos. His death seemed to pour fuel on an already blazing fire. The protests flared back up, this time fiercer than before. Fort de France, the capital, was like a war zone, with thick smoke rising from the streets and clashes between protesters and police. There were scenes of chaos, cars set ablaze, streets filled with shouting, and in the background, the crackle of burning debris.
Unions don't follow the movement. The unions do not try to do something so that the whole population may go on strike in order to see how many people are here. It is not enough faced with these police who come and throw tear gas at us all the time.
The local authorities knew they had to act and fast. The island's prefect declared a curfew from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m., hoping to calm things down. They banned all protests and gatherings till the 14th of October. But still, the unrest simmered. People were angry, and no amount of curfews or bans was going to quiet that rage.
Of course, we have recovered and now have full control of the airport platform. This is fundamental. Reinforcements have been sent, or will be sent, and we are also working with the judicial authorities to bring a number of individuals to justice.
The protest reached a dramatic peak when a group stormed the runway of Martinique's international airport. Flights had to be redirected to the nearby airport in Guadeloupe, and hundreds of passengers were stranded.
What happened tonight in relation to the repression of Mr. Bouvier, his agents. Today we did this, you saw, you filmed, we are peaceful. Mr. Bouvier, prefect of Martinique, sent the anti-riot police in. We're not the bad guys. He let the CRS-8 in for what? For this? No.
With protests taking such a dramatic turn, it was clear that this was more than just about high prices. The people of Martinique felt abandoned, left to struggle while their mainland French counterparts enjoy a lower cost of living. The Assembly for the Protection of Afro-Caribbean Peoples and Resources, the group leading the protest, demanded that prices on the island be aligned with those in mainland France.
If he takes the time to establish a constructive dialogue and to really get involved in the decisions and debates that will lead to real changes for our territories, including changes to the statutes, well, we'll see. You have to give the whole thing a chance.
For now, life in Martinique is anything but calm. Protests rage on and the fires of discontent are burning as hot as ever. Everyone is waiting, hoping maybe for the government to step in and make things right. But until that happens, the island remains in turmoil, its people desperate for change.
That does it for us today. We thank you so much for watching, and we look forward to having you with us again tomorrow.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Let's take a look at our top story. It looks like all is not going well for Kenya. Along with public anger against the high cost of living and political turmoil within the William Ruto government, the East African country is also facing opposition against its first nuclear power plant. Dozens of residents, activists and environmentalists rallied in Kenya's Kilifi against the proposal to build the country's first nuclear power plant near the coastal town. The controversial plant in the Kilifi County is located around 500 kilometers from the capital, Nairobi. This county is Kenya's top coastal tourist hub. It is renowned for its pristine sandy beaches and is one of the best spots for boating and snorkeling around coral reefs. The county is also popular for bird watching in the Arabuko-Sokoke forest, a significant natural habitat for the conservation of rare and endangered species, which is also on the tentative list of UNESCO World Heritage Sites. The Kenyan government says the construction of the major plant will begin in 2027, but local residents are up in arms against it. They don't want the project to go through, and here's why. Kenyans have been worried about the fact that the government's plan, which was first proposed last year, would have several negative impacts on local people and the environment. Human rights groups and environmentalists have led demonstrations in Kilifi and have even handed the county governor a petition opposing the construction of the plant. The protesters raised anti-nuclear slogans. Many of them also carried placards that read, "Sitaki nuclear," Swahili for "I don't want nuclear." The protesters believe the negative effects of building the plant outweigh the positive ones.
We say that this project has a lot of negative effects. There will be malformed children born out of this place. Fish will die, and our forest Arabuko-Sokoke, which is known to harbor birds from abroad, will be lost and the nuclear plant will cause us more harm than the benefits.
Our main source of income here is ecotourism. We depend on the environment. We host the only East African coastal forests. We host the Watamu Marine Park. We host the largest mangrove plantation in Kenya. We do not want nuclear to come and mess up our ecosystem.
The protesters have also put up demands. They want the government to involve and inform the locals of decisions regarding the nuclear plant. Secondly, they want the government to not proceed with fixing any site for the plant before laws and adequate safeguards are in place. Thirdly, the residents are seeking more scrutiny of the project. They want to know as to how the radioactive waste would be managed, among other things from the plant. Some activists have also filed petitions and lawsuits raising concerns over risks the plant might have to tourism in the event of a nuclear spill. The Kenya Anti-Nuclear Alliance has also urged the government to focus more on renewable energy sources instead.
100 billion can generate more than 2,000 megawatts. Why are we using it to generate only 1,000 for only 60 years and then it's finished? While we have renewables that can last a lifetime for generations to come. We are here to oppose. We do not want the Kilifi County government to be loaded with the burden of dealing with nuclear waste.
The government says the plant is crucial. It is expected to generate 1,000 megawatts of power when it begins its operations. The cost of construction of the plant is expected to be at 500 billion Kenyan shillings, or $3.8 billion. The project is expected to begin in 2027 and be completed by the year 2034. The government says the project is a part of Kenya's long-term strategy to reduce its reliance on hydroelectric and fossil fuel energy sources. But how does the William Ruto government plan to deal with the opposition to the plant? Will it engage with the protesters? Well, for now, they have been trying to ease their concerns with promises. The government says that the plant not just aims to increase Kenya's energy capacity and to reduce carbon emissions, but will also create new job opportunities for people. And Kenya's Nuclear Power and Energy Agency has also dismissed claims by locals and environmentalists that the proposed nuclear power plant will cause any harm in the area. The authorities say that the construction would not begin for years and that the environmental laws were under consideration. Will the government be able to pacify its citizens and address their concerns? Or will it be forced once again to bow to their demands and alter its plans for the nuclear power plant? Now, to talk more on this, we have with us Sophia Rajab, who is a lawyer, joining us live from Kilifi County, the site of the proposed nuclear power plant in Kenya. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Sophia, what is the primary objection to the nuclear plant proposal, and what are your concerns regarding its impact on human and animal life in the area and the environment?
I think the first concern is the environment, because there are very, very credible resources that we have been reading and research that has been done insofar as the effect on the increase of temperature. We're talking about third generation nuclear reactors here, but rely on water for its cooling system. So in the span of the life of a nuclear power plant, we're talking 40 to 60 years, the temperature of the ocean will definitely go up. And we know that temperature is an important ecological parameter for aquatic life. So the fish will be dead, just to put it simply. And that creates an avalanche of issues that affect the environment, affect aquatic life, affect the entire ecosystem. I mean, the thing is this proposal, the proposed site is in the middle, it's smack in the middle of a UNESCO biosphere. As you said, from Arabuko Sokoke Forest to the Maida Creek to the Watamu Marine Park, which is actually a protected area. So you would wonder why the government, in its own protected area, would want to launch a nuclear power plant there. There's serious concerns with regard to the environment. And that, in turn, affects livelihoods because we rely on tourism as a big economic industry for us in the coast. And so if we lose the marine park, if we lose the corals, if we lose the mangroves, then we don't have an industry, and that will mean that people's livelihoods will be affected. The plant is proposed right across from the Watamu hotel strip, so tourism will be lost, and that's also another key issue that we have.
Yes, Sophia, on that, what are the key demands of the activists?
I think one key demand is for the government to halt any plans for this nuclear power plant. As you said, they are pushing with the 2027 date to start the plant, which is absolutely illogical. It doesn't make sense. We haven't done enough public participation. We haven't done enough public scrutiny of these documents that the government is signing. We know the government has signed several MOUs with different countries, with different nations, but those MOUs have not been available to the public. So we actually don't know what the government is signing. So the first thing is for the government to halt all and any of these agreements until there is public participation, until people are told what their plans are after they've evicted communities from the area, until we're told what the mitigation plans are. So far, the government has also not signed critical conventions: the Convention on Civil Liability for Nuclear Damage, the Convention on Compensation for Nuclear Damage, the Convention on Spent Fuel Management and Radioactive Waste. The government has not signed any of the critical conventions on nuclear energy. So you even wonder, how is it possible for the country to go forward with this project without having taken those steps?
And what are the social and the economic implications, you did touch on it earlier, of this nuclear plant for local communities? And why has there been such strong opposition from both environmental groups and the coastal residents?
This resistance has been going on for years. And every time there is opposition to this project by the locals, the government is not taking it seriously. As I said, if we lose the tourism industry, which is one of the biggest employers, then we've lost people's livelihoods. That means people cannot work, people cannot feed their families, people cannot pay rent, and you actually cannot live. So people's livelihoods will be lost. We're talking about the immediate employees of the hotel industry, but then also other secondary jobs, for example, fishermen, touring companies, like everybody in that community will essentially have lost their job and their main means of livelihoods. And that's a problem for us, because even as you want to evict this community from that area, where are they going to go? What jobs are they going to do? The government is telling us that this nuclear power plant is going to create 2,000 jobs. But which 2,000 jobs? Those 2,000 jobs are going to essentially eliminate thousands more jobs of people who are actually employed. And even within those 2,000 jobs, those are the jobs within the nuclear industry that we don't have the capacity to actually occupy. So it's a fallacy to think that you're going to create 2,000 jobs that we actually are not qualified for, because not many people, because of historical injustices against this community, have not got an education, have not been able to access these opportunities. So those 2,000 jobs are not for the local community. They're going to be for other people who are not local. So that's why we're resisting, because we're not being told really what the specific plans with regard to eviction, relocation, job security. And another thing that is very important is nuclear safety. We've talked about the issue of the lack of preparedness as well that Kenya has in terms of being able to deal with a nuclear fallout. Our government cannot even handle emergencies from floods. How can we handle a nuclear emergency? And again, we are in the Kenyan coast. And if you look at our history in the Kenyan coast, we also have problems of security. So the issue of nuclear proliferation is another issue that we need to talk about, and that the government hasn't really explained to us how they're going to ensure that their mitigation measures to no nuclear proliferation because we have terrorism.
Right.
We've had terrorist attacks before. And so there's uranium.
Yes, Sophia, yes.
Yes, that's really going to affect the security of the people around this area. So we have very, very big problems with the pace in which the government is going without ensuring that the blocks are taken care of and addressed.
Mm. Yes. And has the government proposed any measures to ensure safety and sustainability of the nuclear plant, particularly in light of potential natural disasters like floods, as an example?
Right, and I'd remind you, Alison, and maybe many of your viewers might not know this or remember this, is that we faced that tsunami here in the coast 20 years ago, right? Which had devastating effects that lasted very long. So if we compare ourselves with Japan and the accident that happened in their nuclear power plant, we will have no means whatsoever, and I can say that with no fear or favor, that our county, Kilifi County, and by extension, the Kenyan government does not have the capacity to handle a nuclear accident, whether it is a minor accident or a major accident.
Yes.
We do not have the capacity. We do not have the know-how. We do not have the facilities to be able to manage a nuclear fallout. And before we get into establishing a nuclear plant, perhaps it's important for us to make sure that we can handle accidents. Right now, our hospitals don't even have medicine. You understand? So it's a tall order for the government to tell us we'll handle it when we get there. No, we don't want to handle it when we get there. We want to handle it now. And that is the demand that we're making of this government, is to halt everything until this project has undergone enough public scrutiny and all of our concerns are actually addressed.
Yeah. And Sophia, if not this project, how can Kenya align with global trends towards renewable energy?
We already have renewables in our energy mix. We have invested heavily in solar, in geothermal, in hydro, and in wind. We have made so many investments in renewables. And right now, the question really is, why not invest more in renewable energy? And we already have that in place, than to take the more expensive option of nuclear energy. It really doesn't make sense. And at the expense of people, at the expense of the environment, at the expense of livelihoods. So that is what we're calling on the government, to make more investments in renewables rather than to take this more expensive route of nuclear energy.
Right. Sophia, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa. Very grateful for your insights and opinions and suggestions there.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And now we should focus to Sudan, where the capital city of Khartoum is once again at the center of intense fighting between the Sudanese army and the paramilitary RSF. At least 23 people were killed and over 40 were injured in Khartoum as the Sudanese army launched a renewed offensive. Khartoum has been under the control of the Rapid Support Forces, but in the last 1 week, the Sudanese army has been gaining ground. The Sudanese army launched airstrikes that hit a busy market in the capital city. Khartoum's central market, which was attacked, is near one of the main camps that's occupied by the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces. Using a fierce battle also took place on the ground, with the residential areas being targeted, and the victims of the latest round of fighting include traders, shoppers, and local residents. Videos have also emerged of clashes between the army and the RSF near a mosque in central Khartoum. Now, according to reports, the army is advancing towards Khartoum from nearby Omdurman city, which is in its control. Sudan's army-backed government is currently based in Port Sudan on the Red Sea coast. The RSF has meanwhile taken control of the capital and also key areas in the rest of Sudan. Now, last week, the army launched its biggest offensive in months to retake Khartoum. And as per reports, in its week-long offensive so far, the army has been able to recapture several areas, effectively isolating the RSF. While the hostilities between the two sides continues on the ground, the war has taken a global dimension, with many foreign powers involved in the conflict. Several nations have been reportedly arming the rival sides, which in turn has prolonged the conflict. These include Iran, the UAE, Russia, China, Turkey, Serbia, Ukraine, Azerbaijan, Egypt. The RSF has made repeated claims accusing Iran for backing the Sudanese army, while the army claims that the United Arab Emirates has been aiding the RSF with weapons. Earlier this week, the Sudanese government presented the UN Security Council with what it called new evidence that the UAE is arming and supporting the RSF. It said in a letter that the Sudanese army found boxes of UAE-supplied ammunition and medicines as they cleared an area previously under the control of the paramilitary in southeast Sudan. Sudan further accused the UAE of recruiting mercenaries from various countries to fight alongside the RSF and provide them with financial, logistical, and diplomatic support. The Sudanese army called on the UN Security Council to condemn the UAE and take action against the Gulf state. The UAE has been denying these allegations. Sudan has been reeling under a brutal civil war since April of last year. The power struggle between the Sudan army and the paramilitary erupted in April of 2023. Both sides have been vying for power and control over territory. The World Health Organization says at least 20,000 people have been killed in the war, but some estimates put the toll much higher at up to 150,000. As per the UN, the war has also created the world's largest displacement crisis. More than 10 million people, around a fifth of Sudan's population, have been forced from their homes. Humanitarian efforts have been little success in providing relief to civilians, while the Sudan war becomes the center for a global power play. It's the people of Sudan who continue to face the brunt of the brutal rivalry. And for our next story, let's shift focus to the River Nile. Planet Earth's longest river, the Nile is a major freshwater source for multiple African nations. It is also a key economic driver supporting agriculture and fishing. But the river is also a point of contention in Africa and has created a rift among a few countries. On Sunday, a key agreement came into force to promote and coordinate cooperation on the matter of the Nile governance. It is called the Nile Basin Cooperative Framework Agreement, or the CFA. It is the first multilateral effort by the Nile Basin states to create a legal and institutional framework to govern the use and management of the river. It sets up the Nile River Basin Commission, an institutional body to look after the task. While most of the Nile Basin states approved the agreement, some refused. The agreement was signed by the upstream countries, including Ethiopia, Rwanda, South Sudan, Uganda, Tanzania, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. But it was refused by the downstream countries, Egypt and Sudan. Both the nations, while rejecting the agreement, said that they have consistently sought to establish a consensual, all-inclusive mechanism for collaboration among the Nile Basin states. They emphasize that the six-state commission cannot, under any circumstances, be considered representative of the Nile Basin as a whole. The Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, in an event in Cairo, said that preserving Egypt's water resources is an existential issue. Despite the opposition, the agreement came into force. Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed called on the non-signatory states to join the effort. He called the CFA agreement as the Nile family, which encourages regional cooperation for the equitable use of the river's resources. However, an Ethiopian project on the river is currently at the heart of the tensions over the River Nile. Ethiopia has been constructing a giant dam on the Nile. It is called the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. It is the largest hydropower project in Africa. The project, which began in 2011, is now nearing completion. Ethiopia views the dam as essential for its economic development. It wants the dam to produce electricity for the majority of the population which do not have a power supply. But Egypt and Sudan, which lie downstream of the river, say that the project can threaten their water supplies. Egypt, which depends on the Nile for approximately 97% of its drinking water and irrigation supplies, says that the dam would jeopardize food and water security and livelihoods of ordinary Egyptian citizens. Sudan, too, is concerned that if Ethiopia were to gain control over the river, it would affect the water levels that Sudan receives. Now, the dispute over the dam has particularly escalated tensions between Egypt and Ethiopia. Cairo has sided with Ethiopia's rival Somalia over a dispute over the port deal with Somaliland. Earlier this year, Addis Ababa signed a deal with Somalia's breakaway region to gain access to its port, and the deal triggered tensions with Somalia. Cairo has since then provided weapons to Mogadishu and has also offered troops that can replace the Ethiopian soldiers fighting terrorism in Somalia. But the latest details and deal on the Nile River without Egypt's consideration could further trigger tensions between the two countries. Now, can African nations stop their lifeline, the River Nile, from turning into a reason for rivalry? Our final story today is from South Africa, where a controversy has erupted over R&B superstar Chris Brown's upcoming concert in Johannesburg. The Grammy winner is scheduled to perform in the largest stadium in Africa with over 94,000 seats. He managed to sell out all tickets in less than 2 hours. But now, some in South Africa want the concert cancelled. Activists say that Chris Brown's concert sends out a harmful message in a country grappling with high rates of gender-based violence. Given the artist's history of domestic violence, particularly his infamous 2009 assault on singer Rihanna. Activists fighting for the rights of women and children in South Africa have launched a petition to scrap the concert. Our next report gets you the details.
South Africa's reputation for extreme violence against women is once again in the spotlight. But this time it's not because of a new government policy or a new statistic. Instead, it's because of an upcoming concert. Chris Brown, the Grammy Award-winning R&B superstar, is all set to perform in South Africa's Johannesburg city in December. The show tickets sold out in just 2 hours, after which the organizers had to add another show. But the excitement surrounding his arrival is colliding head-on with a powerful backlash, as activists and concerned citizens question the message that his presence sends in a country that's grappling with one of the world's highest rates of gender-based violence. According to reports, in roughly every 12 minutes, a rape is reported in the country. Despite the overwhelming demand for tickets, Brown's history of domestic abuse, particularly his infamous 2009 assault on singer Rihanna, has reignited heated debates about accountability, celebrity, and the perpetuation of harmful attitudes towards women. Activists fighting for the rights of women and children in South Africa have launched petitions to prevent Brown from performing. One such petition has over 20,000 signatures so far. The activists have a clear stance in this case. Allowing Brown, a man with documented history of violence against women, to perform in a country reeling from gender-based violence crisis sends a message that fame and fortune can overshadow accountability. 19-year-old Chris Brown in 2009 pleaded guilty to assaulting Rihanna. He was then sentenced to 5 years of probation, community service, and domestic violence counseling. Rihanna later forgave him, but this is not it. In February 2012, Brown snatched the phone of a woman in Miami who tried taking his picture. He was accused of 1 count of robbery. In June 2013, a woman in Los Angeles, Orange County accused Brown of shoving her to the ground. In September 2015, a third-degree assault case was filed against Brown by a woman in Colorado. He allegedly forcibly ejected a woman from his bus after she refused to give him her phone. In January 2016, a woman in a Las Vegas club accused Brown of punching her in the face. She was trying to take a picture with the singer during a private party. As per South African law, people who have a previous conviction might not get a visa to the country. However, exceptions have been made. Activists say that the visa given to Brown is concerning and indicative of a systemic failure. Previously, Brown was banned from entering countries like the United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand. However, there are many fans, especially women, who remain undeterred by Brown's past. Social media is flooded with messages of enthusiasm. Some fans even joked about taking out loans to afford a meet and greet with him. This just highlights the intense loyalty and adoration Brown commands. In a country where femicide has become tragically routine, this fight goes beyond one man's performance. It's about changing the narrative, where abusers are held accountable, where violence against women is never excused, overlooked, and forgotten. This clash might not end gender-based violence in South Africa, but it's part of the larger battle to reshape how society views and tolerates violence against women.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. The India-Canada relationship has hit rock bottom and Canada is getting the Pakistan treatment from New Delhi. India has recalled 6 of its diplomats from Canada and expelled 6 Canadian diplomats posted in India. It's like Canada is the new Pakistan, shielding terrorists and drawing sharp criticism from India, not to mention the expulsion of diplomats. And there's only one person to blame for all of this: Canada's Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau. His political agenda and myopia have driven this relationship to the ground. He finally spoke last night and only made the situation worse. Listen to this.
They met with Indian officials to share RCMP evidence which concluded 6 agents of the Government of India are persons of interest in criminal activities. And despite repeated requests to the Government of India, it has decided not to cooperate.
With those remarks, Trudeau added fuel to the fire. Indian diplomats are protected under the Vienna Convention. The Canadian Prime Minister basically called them criminals. His Foreign Minister went one step further. Her name is Melanie Joly. She talked about imposing economic sanctions on India. I'll tell you the exact words that she used. Everything is on the table. For the record, India is the 5th largest economy in the world. Canada ranks at number 10, so they should save the sanctions rhetoric for someone else. Meanwhile, Trudeau is getting political support from all sides, including Khalistani leader Jagmeet Singh. They were coalition partners, but Jagmeet dumped Trudeau recently. Now he has called for sanctions against India and a ban on the RSS in Canada. The RSS is the ideological mentor of India's ruling party, the BJP. Jagmeet Singh says ban them in Canada. The country's opposition leader, Pierre Poilievre, has also supported Justin Trudeau and called for action. India has issued a strong rebuttal to Trudeau's remarks. It has termed Canada's allegations, and I'm quoting from the statement, vague, not true, absurd, and preposterous imputations. In fact, let me quote from the statement further. Canadian Prime Minister Trudeau's press conference yesterday was the same old Trudeau saying the same old things for the same old reasons. This is what New Delhi was referring to.
As the RCMP Commissioner stated earlier, they have clear and compelling evidence that agents of the Government of India have engaged in and continue to engage in activities that pose a significant threat to public safety. This includes clandestine information gathering techniques, coercive behavior targeting South Asian Canadians, and involvement in over a dozen threatening and violent acts, including murder.
So what is Trudeau talking about? The killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, a Khalistani terrorist. He was killed in Canada last year. The Trudeau government says it has proof against Indian diplomats that they are involved in the murder of terrorist Nijjar. Specifically, India's top diplomat in Canada, High Commissioner Sanjay Kumar Verma. Canada labelled him and 5 other Indian diplomats as persons of interest in their investigation. Yesterday, Canadian police held a press conference to share this so-called evidence. Now, you would imagine after so much controversy, they would come with solid proof, maybe wiretaps or intercepts or photographs. Let me tell you, they offered none of it. Instead, they went on a long rant of allegations. They accused Indian diplomats of involvement in homicides, extortion, and violent acts. These are the words they used: homicides, extortion, and violent acts. It's as far-fetched as it gets. And then they struck a self-goal. Listen to this exchange.
You just heard today that India is targeting, using the terminology I'll share, the South Asian diaspora. To be more specific, is the main target of transnational repression or foreign interference and organized crime, including what we just heard, extortions, actually the Sikh Canadian community?
So yes, I mean, it is targeting the South Asian community, but what we've seen is there's specific targeting of pro-Khalistan elements in Canada, or members of the pro-Khalistan movement.
And just for the follow-up, but we're talking about extortions, organized crime being used. We've within the community have seen that folks have been targeted in these incidents are not just people that are linked to the Khalistan movement or the Sikh self-determination movement. Are you able to share that the transnational repression occurring right now is going beyond just Sikhs connected to the Khalistan movement in some shape or form?
So just in order to preserve the integrity of the investigations that are being conducted by our police of jurisdiction partners, I won't be providing any further details.
That's practically an admission. Canada is shielding Khalistanis. Their police is saying it on record. These are Khalistanis who openly call for the breakup of India. These are Khalistanis who celebrate violence against Indian politicians and threaten Indian diplomats. The Canadian police confirmed that Canada is picking a fight with India to protect the very same Khalistanis. Meanwhile, after this blunder, Trudeau is hoping that his allies will stick with him. He's said to have spoken to the US and the UK. Reports say the US is supporting him. But New Zealand is skeptical. Their Deputy Prime Minister issued a statement. His name is Winston Peters. He said these charges, if proven, would be very concerning. Meanwhile, the security of Indian diplomats is being stepped up. High Commissioner Verma and his 5 colleagues will return to India by the end of this week. They are being given enhanced protection. They've also received threats from Khalistanis. It's a full-blown security and political crisis, and it's entirely of Justin Trudeau's making. It's not just in Canada. The Khalistani case in America is also moving ahead. This one involves Gurpatwant Singh Pannu. We've discussed him many times. He's another peaceful Sikh activist leading a human rights group. I'm kidding, of course. He's a bona fide Khalistani terrorist, a man whose life mission is to break India apart. The US claims there was an assassination plot against him. By whom? Well, according to them, India. New Delhi has been cooperating with the investigation. A team from India is visiting the US today. They are expected to share the investigation details with the Americans. And what are these details? Reports say the Indian team has detained a key accused. The US calls him CC1. This CC1 is supposed to be an Indian government official. Washington says he plotted the Pannu murder bid. But who was he? US media reports call him Vikram Yadav, an agent of India's spy agency. Apparently, he is no longer part of the Indian government. But the big headline is this: CC1, or the key suspect, has been detained. We'll have to see what he reveals. I must say, though, the Americans are putting in a lot of effort in this. That too for a designated terrorist. Imagine what they would do if a presidential candidate was targeted. I'm sure they would pull out all the stops. Except they haven't. Donald Trump has faced 3 assassination attempts. Meanwhile, Washington is focused on Gurpatwant Singh Pannu. He's holed up somewhere in New York, protected by America's laws and ignorance. Chances are the US and Canada are working together on this. They're very close allies and neighbors. Canada is unlikely to make such a move without consulting Washington. Some Indian officials suspect the same. They called it a joint ambush. I'm sure these investigations will reach their logical conclusion. But tonight, we're focusing on the larger issue. How is the West handling Khalistan, or rather mishandling it? You may have heard the classic cliche: one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. The West is applying that logic to Khalistan. Listen to this.
Have an extremely diverse country, and freedom of expression is something that we have, but we will always make sure that we are pushing back against violence and extremism in all its forms.
So we're not going to comment on the unofficial referendum. What I will just say is that broadly across the board, individuals have the right to freedoms of speech, right to peacefully assemble in the United States.
It's not, though, is it? Glorifying assassinations is not freedom, nor is demanding India's breakup or threatening Indian diplomats. This is supposed to be really simple stuff, but the West doesn't seem to understand, or maybe doesn't want to. They have repeatedly shielded these anti-India elements. Just consider Canada. Since 2003, India has sent 26 extradition requests to Canada. 26 requests, that too with evidence. Not just in Trudeau's imaginary kind, but real evidence that India gave the Canadians. And how many fugitives were returned? Just 6 until 2020. So clearly there is a reluctance to punish Khalistanis, a reluctance that you do not see elsewhere. I'll give you an example. In June this year, Canada declared Iran's Revolutionary Guards as terrorists. The group is called the IRGC. Not some rogue group, it's a legitimate military wing in Iran, like the Army or the Air Force. Many IRGC officers also double up as ministers in Iran. So why did Trudeau designate them as terrorists? Because of politics, because his ally, the United States, has also done it. Do you see the problem here? Khalistanis openly conduct referendums to break up India. They enact the assassination of an Indian prime minister, yet they get a free pass. But a legitimate armed wing of a rival country is called terrorist. It's clear evidence of political motivation. India doesn't do that. Just consider last year's Hamas attack on Israel. Hamas is not banned in India, nor is it designated as a terror group, yet India called the October 7th attack terrorism because that's what it was. But the West will never do that. Like always, they will tell you who's a terrorist or who's a separatist. The nationalists in Quebec are separatists. Hezbollah in Lebanon are terrorists. The Houthis in Yemen are terrorists. But the Khalistanis in the West are not. They are contenders for next year's Nobel Peace Prize. Well, we've got news for them. Times have changed. The world doesn't have to live by Western definitions anymore. You don't decide what qualifies as a threat to India or what constitutes freedom of speech. Just look at this latest statement by a Khalistani group, SJF, that seeks for justice, SFJ. They're setting aside $500,000 in their budget. What for? To track Sanjay Verma, India's High Commissioner to Canada, the same diplomat who's now been recalled. This group says that they will track his whereabouts and bring him to justice. It's basically an open threat. or as Trudeau may call it, a mildly strong opinion. And look at the money. $500,000 is more than 4 crore Indian rupees. That's how much SFJ is spending to track one person. Where is this money coming from? How deep is the Khalistani pocket? At this rate, we'll never know. We also don't know why the West refuses to see the truth. Maybe it's vote bank politics, maybe it's ignorance, maybe it's a tactic to put pressure on India. Either way, one thing is quite certain: this will backfire. When Khalistani gangs overrun Western cities, when they turn their guns on ordinary Canadians and Americans, then the West will realize its mistake. Hopefully, it won't be too late by then. We've discussed the latest developments, we've discussed the root cause. Let's also now talk about the fallout of the India-Canada row. How will it impact ordinary people, Indians who migrated there and put down their roots, or people who are there for work or study or travel? How will this latest escalation impact their lives? Let's start with the people of Indian origin. These are people who gave up their Indian citizenship or their descendants. So they are Canadian citizens with roots in India. Canada is home to more than 1.8 million of them. They make up about 4% of the country's population, people of Indian origin, 4% of the population. Canada beats both the UK and Australia in terms of hosting people of Indian origin. Then there are the NRIs, non-resident Indians, people who are still Indian citizens but who live in Canada, mostly for work or study. There are more than 1 million NRIs in Canada, again more than the UK and Australia. So combined, you have more than 2.8 million people who could be affected by the India-Canada row. And how could they be affected? Let's start with the visas. Last September, India suspended visa services for Canadian nationals. Canadian citizens could not apply for Indian visas, even from Indian diplomatic missions in third countries. This hit the Indian diaspora the hardest. People with Overseas Citizen of India or OCI cards were not affected. Neither were those with valid long-term visas. But there were some people of Indian descent who applied for visas last September and they were denied visa services. They had to wait for a few months and try again, and things were arguably worse for Indian students. Last October, Canada recalled its diplomats from India. They were away for a few months, so visa issuance slowed to a crawl. Canada did not suspend visa services outright, but because there were no diplomats at the embassy, at the High Commission here or the other missions, it was almost a de facto suspension. Between October and December 2023, student visas issued to Indians fell by 42%. Thousands of students were rejected as well, meaning that they ended up having to waste an entire semester. And this was bad for both countries. You see, Indian students were forced to waste their time, but Canada also lost on a lot of money. Indians make up the bulk of overseas students in Canada, and they have done for years now. They also pay international student fees, meaning they contribute billions. In 2021, Indian students contributed almost $5 billion to the Canadian economy. That's about a quarter of what Canada earned from all international students. So fewer Indian students is bad for the Canadian economy. Despite this, Canada slowed down the issuance of student visas last year, so the same thing could happen again. And these are the risks on the visa front. But the fallout of this row will not be limited to just travel. Let's look at the broader long-term impact. Who are the Indians in Canada? A large proportion are Sikh people, almost 770,000 by one estimate. This includes both ordinary Sikh people and the Khalistanis. The rest of the diaspora comes from other regions of India, from other communities. So what happens when Justin Trudeau panders to the Khalistani separatists? When he chooses to back the Khalistanis for their votes, what happens then? Obviously, they get emboldened and they start attacking the others. And we've seen this play out too. Khalistanis have been attacking Hindu temples in Canada, and that too quite regularly. They keep vandalizing Hindu places of worship, and there hasn't been any response by Ottawa. How will this impact the long-term safety and security of Hindus in Canada? How will this impact communal harmony? Getting votes is a short-term scheme. But what Trudeau is doing is harming social cohesion, possibly for generations to come.
Potential link between agents of the government of India and the killing of a Canadian citizen, Hardeep Singh Nijjar.
Two big democracies are at war, and that too over one man, Hardeep Singh Nijjar. It makes you wonder, what was so special about him? Why did Trudeau pick a fight over his death? First, let's look at his life. Nijjar was born in 1977 in India's Punjab state. He grew up during the period of Khalistani militancy. Chances are that also influenced him. In 1997, Nijjar moved to Canada. He arrived in the country using a fake passport. His plan was to plead for asylum. So Nijjar told authorities that he had been tortured by Indian police, that his family had been arrested. But no one seems to have bought that argument, because in 1998, his request was rejected. He then tried a different strategy. He faked a marriage with a Canadian woman to get citizenship. Again, no luck. Authorities saw through the plan. Plus, the woman herself had just arrived in 1997. Nijjar finally became a Canadian citizen in 2007. It is not clear why his application was accepted. But one thing is clear, many red flags were ignored. Nijjar ended up settling in British Columbia in Canada. That's where he grew into a top Khalistani leader. Initially, he was linked to the Babbar Khalsa International, which is a Khalistani terrorist group. Later on, he started leading the KTF, the Khalistan Tiger Force. And what did he do in this role? In public, he rallied support for Khalistan. He even organized referendums among Sikhs abroad. But away from the public eye, he was up to more sinister stuff. He would recruit vulnerable Sikh youth. He would train them in Canada and then dispatch them to Punjab in India. Reports say that he also visited Pakistan in the last decade, perhaps took help from the ISI, the Pakistani agency. Nijjar's actions alerted the Indian security agencies. In 2007, he was linked to a bombing in Punjab. He was also accused in the assassination of Sikh politicians in India. Put together, he was wanted in dozens of cases. So in the year 2014, Interpol stepped in. They issued a red corner notice for Hardeep Singh Nijjar. It's basically an order to locate and arrest a fugitive. But Canada did not do that. Instead, they put him on a no-fly list. Now, Justin Trudeau was not in power during most of this time. He became Prime Minister only in 2015, at which point the relationship was quite stable. Some disputes did exist over the Khalistan issue, but overall things looked good between India and Canada. Before Trudeau took charge, Prime Minister Narendra Modi had travelled to Canada. New Delhi called it a highly productive trip. But after that, things went downhill. The first red flag was in 2018. Trudeau travelled to India for an official trip. It turned out to be a spectacle. You may remember his awful costumes and over-the-top dances. He was trolled brutally on social media. He was dubbed as fake and annoying. In that same trip, Trudeau made another mistake. He invited a convicted Khalistani terrorist to his reception. After a lot of backlash, the invite was withdrawn, but the damage had been done. Now, here's the thing. Trudeau probably was not in charge of the guest list. Prime ministers don't do that. They do not make a guest list for a dinner. But someone on his team thought it was a good idea. Either they did not know or they did not care, which sums up Justin Trudeau's policy to date. Things got worse after the 2021 election. His party lost its majority in parliament, so Trudeau needed a coalition to stay in power. Enter his Khalistani buddy, Jagmeet Singh of the New Democratic Party. Trudeau used the NDP, the New Democratic Party, to remain Prime Minister. In return, he pushed some of Jagmeet's policies. Maybe Khalistan was part of that deal. Now, all these events make one thing quite clear. Whether it's his antics in India, or the invite to a Khalistani terrorist, or his alliance with the NDP, Trudeau has a pretty poor understanding of India. The same goes for people on his staff and his allies. And that's one reason for his Khalistani push. Secondly, it's vote bank politics. Canada's voting patterns have changed in the last decade. In the 2000s, the winning party would have a clear majority, but that does not happen anymore. In 2019, only 1% votes separated the two main political parties. In 2021, after the snap poll, again 1%. As voting margins tightened, Trudeau looked to seek voters. Their numbers had surged during the same period, from 0.9% of the population in 2001 to 2.1% in 2021, the Sikh population in Canada. So Justin Trudeau implemented a number of appeasement measures, even appointed Sikhs to top cabinet posts. In that context, the Nijjar murder was a perfect opportunity for him. He could pitch himself as the defender of Canadians. At the same time, he could court the Khalistani voters. So two birds with one stone. Actually three if you think about it. Canadian intelligence reports had accused China of election meddling. That too in Trudeau's favour. Beijing thought the opposition was too hawkish. So they tried to get Trudeau re-elected. Have you heard the Prime Minister talk about that? Forget Trudeau. Have you heard any Canadian politician talk about that? Why would they? The Nijjar case became an international scandal, so China's meddling became a footnote. The truth is, only Trudeau can explain why he launched this crusade. All we know is that he had reasons to do it, from ignorance to vote bank to distraction. Right now, he is losing horribly in the polls, opinion polls. He is also facing some internal rebellion. Around 20 of his party MPs are said to have signed a letter. They're asking Justin Trudeau to step aside. So Trudeau is creating distractions to buy time. In the process, he is running this bilateral relationship to the ground. Now let's turn to Pakistan, the host of this year's SCO Summit. That's the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. It's a grouping of 10 Asian nations, including Russia, China, Pakistan and India. I know it does sound a bit odd, but that's just the beginning. The SCO is having a summit today and tomorrow in Pakistan, and India is taking part. India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar landed in Rawalpindi today. It's the first visit by an Indian minister since 2015. First in 9 years. Jaishankar landed in Rawalpindi this afternoon. He was given a ceremonial welcome and then he was on his way to the summit. Indian diplomats to Pakistan will likely be supporting him during this meeting. Yes, India does maintain a diplomatic mission in the country, but it doesn't have a high commissioner. India's last high commissioner to Pakistan was expelled in 2019 when India revoked Article 370, Kashmir's special status. Since then, the commission has been headed by a deputy high commissioner. So there are Indian diplomats in Pakistan, but the relationship is broken. So Jaishankar's visit is a big deal. Even before he arrived, he managed to cause a splash. Yesterday, we told you how Pakistan's opposition was trying to grab eyeballs. The PTI, the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf Party, was supposed to hold a protest. They wanted to highlight the plight of their leader, former Prime Minister Imran Khan, who has been in jail since last August. The stage was set for the protest. The SCO was about to begin. International media would cover them. It was a golden opportunity. But then, a PTI leader made a huge blunder. He invited Jaishankar, the Indian foreign minister, to their protest. That was an amateur move, and Pakistan's government capitalized on it. They've been heaping the pressure on the PTI, so Imran Khan's party has postponed the protest for some minor concessions. So Jaishankar managed to influence Pakistani politics, albeit indirectly, and that too without holding a bilateral. We mentioned this yesterday as well. Jaishankar is in Pakistan strictly for the SCO. There are no bilateral meetings scheduled. India will not talk to Pakistan until Islamabad stops promoting terrorism. Since that is highly unlikely, Jaishankar will only attend to SCO business. Tonight, that means attending a formal dinner hosted by Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. The main SCO summit will take place tomorrow. That's when we'll see results or the lack thereof. The SCO is a complicated group after all. It's supposed to be about economics and trade, but China wants to convert it into an anti-West alliance. India is not interested in that. New Delhi wants to focus on regional cooperation and trade and combating terrorism. But seeing as the summit is being held in Pakistan, that's too much to hope for. It's already obvious that Islamabad has more important things to focus on, like wooing Beijing. Shehbaz Sharif personally welcomed the Chinese Premier Li Qiang yesterday. Pakistan rolled out the red carpet. Chinese and Pakistani flags were flying side by side. It was quite the show, and it continued today. The Chinese premier virtually inaugurated an airport, the Gwadar International Airport, which was paid for by China, built by Chinese money. Shehbaz Sharif was truly very grateful.
We had very comprehensive discussions during our two sessions today, and without going into any kind of repetition, let me, from the core of my heart, thank President Xi Jinping, thank you and the people of China for your generous gift in the shape of Gwadar International Airport.
With that pomp and pageantry out of the way, the Chinese premier met with Pakistan's real leadership, their chief of army, Asim Munir, and some other junta leaders. So Pakistan is mostly focused on the Chinese premier's visit. They're probably angling for another loan. Meanwhile, China is enjoying the limelight. It's an ego boost as it tries to reshape the SCO, to use it as a forum against the West. And then you have India in the mix. Jaishankar will have to sit through and endure all these grand schemes. It's going to be a long 2 days for the Indian minister. Let's turn our attention to the Korean peninsula, where North Korea has destroyed 2 roads. 2 major road links. They blew them up. These are roads that connected North Korea to the south. In response, the South Korean military opened gunfire, and their government called the explosions a very abnormal act. Now, not many of Pyongyang's actions fall in the realm of normalcy, but these particular blasts come at a significant time amid an ongoing fiery rhetoric between the 2 Koreas, with trash balloons, propaganda drones, and nuclear threats. So what does this latest escalation mean for the 2 countries? Here is the report.
North Korea has destroyed 2 roads. The Gyeongui Line on the west coast and the Donghae Line on the east coast. These are 2 major road and railway links that connect North and South Korea. They were built as a cooperative project, with Seoul providing materials and equipment for their construction. And this morning, or at noon Korea time, North Korea blew up parts of the roads north of the military demarcation line, which separates the 2 countries. On the other side of the demarcation line, South Korea responded. Their military opened gunfire. After all, the South was prepared. Yesterday, they detected signs that Pyongyang was preparing to demolish roads. So the military had implemented countermeasures. But apart from firearms, the 2 governments are also embroiled in a war of words.
What North Korea has done today, blowing up the inter-Korean roads in north side of Gyeongui Line and Donghae Line, is a clear violation of the inter-Korean agreement, and we see it as a very abnormal act. And the South Korean government is strongly condemning it.
These blasts come at a time of particularly aggressive rhetoric between the 2 Koreas. In January this year, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un issued an order. He ditched the goal of a peaceful Korean unification. And since then, Pyongyang has laid landmines, fortified its borders, built anti-tank traps, removed railway infrastructure, intensified nuclear production efforts, strengthened its ties with Russia, and sent trash-filled balloons to the south. Inviting a tit-for-tat reaction, South Korea has strengthened its ties with the United States. Over the past year, a US aircraft carrier, amphibious assault ships, long-range bombers, and submarines have visited South Korea. All of this has drawn angry rebukes from Pyongyang and fueled Kim's hasty moves. Earlier this month, he threatened to use nuclear weapons. Last week, he warned of completely cutting off territory from South Korea. But a few days ago, the situation became worse. North Korea accused the South of sending propaganda-filled drones over its capital. So yesterday, Kim called a high-level meeting. Top military and security officials were present, including his highly influential sister, Kim Yo-jong. She said, We secured clear evidence that South Korean military gangsters are the main culprit. The provocateurs will have to pay a dear price. And apparently, her florid language worked, because a day later, North Korea has blasted 2 roads. Now, in practical terms, the explosions don't mean much. The exploded parts of the roads had not been in use for years. So, their destruction makes little difference to travel routes. What matters here is the symbolism. Smoke billowing from the explosions has sent a fiery message that hostility in the Korean peninsula is far from over.
Let's turn to the war in West Asia, where it seemed that the United Nations has prevailed over Israel. New reports said that Netanyahu will not strike Iran's nuclear or oil facilities. His forces will only attack Iran's military. And this should have prevented an all-out war, but then came a twist. We'll tell you all about it. As you're aware, the tension has been building for the past 2 weeks. The world has been waiting to see the scale of Israel's retaliation. You see, on the 1st of October, some 2 weeks back, Iran sent almost 200 missiles into Israel. Israel vowed to take revenge, and since then, they have exchanged threats almost every day. Now it appears that Israeli preparations are in their final stages. They're strengthening their air defenses with support from the United States, which has sent soldiers to Israel, along with the THAAD missile defense system. All this while, despite their differences, the Americans have also been in touch with Netanyahu. And reports say that he has given assurances that Israel will not target Iran's oil or nuclear facilities. Instead, they will go after Iran's military. So is Netanyahu finally giving in? For days, he's been under pressure from the United States. America is opposed to sweeping attacks on Iran. Biden has been trying to calibrate Israel's response and define clear red lines on how far they should go. An attack on an oil facility would send global crude prices soaring. And an attack on Iran's nuclear facilities would be even worse. It would invite a major response from Tehran and could consume the entire region into a wider war. So if Israel must strike back, it should target Iran's military only. Reports say Netanyahu told the US that Israel will launch a limited strike, focusing specifically on military installations. That means a more targeted response and a more tempered approach towards Iran. At least that's what Netanyahu led the US to believe. But it's not a done deal. Because look at the statement that came from his office. It said, and I'm quoting, "We listen to the opinions of the United States, but we will make our final decisions based on our national interest." So the US cannot take anything for granted. Netanyahu could still go ahead and order a sweeping attack on Iran. And he's done that before, leading the US to believe something and doing the exact opposite. Last month, after reportedly agreeing to a ceasefire, he tore up the deal. Meanwhile, the Israeli military continues to pound Hezbollah in Lebanon. Israel's offensive in Lebanon is expanding. So far, only southern Lebanon and Beirut have faced strikes. But now the Israeli troops are moving north of Lebanon. They are conducting airstrikes. Israeli airplanes bombed a residential building in I2. It's a Christian village. Operations are also intensifying in the south. Israel says it has uncovered more underground tunnels.
We're now in the bunker that we found underneath a Lebanese house in a Shia village only a couple of kilometers from our border. This bunker was ready for Radwan forces, for a battalion of Radwan forces to enter into this bunker and do a raid into Israel and do a larger scale of massacre than the 7th of October. They were planned with the motorcycles here to go to Kiryat Shmona, to Iftach, to villages and positions inside Israel and conduct a massacre.
We don't know where or when this video was filmed, but Israel has been making these claims repeatedly. It says Hezbollah was planning a large-scale attack similar to the Hamas operation on October 7th. So it has no option but to keep going. And what does Hezbollah say? They want Israel to agree to a ceasefire in Gaza.
I say to the Israeli Home Front Command, the solution is a ceasefire. We are not speaking from a position of weakness. If the Israelis do not want it, we will continue. After the ceasefire, according to the indirect agreement, the settlers will return to the north and other steps will be drawn up.
So Hezbollah wants a ceasefire, but if Israel keeps fighting, they will fight back. That's the warning from their deputy chief. Israel on its part says it is fighting to ward off a bigger threat. Today they conducted a wave of strikes across Gaza, killing more than 40 Palestinians. So will Netanyahu raise the stakes with Iran, or will the Americans prevail this time? We are closely tracking this story. To Africa now, the continent is joining the space race. 61 satellites launched by 17 African countries are now in orbit. And this is a big deal for the continent, given it doesn't even have its own launch facility. African space programs have long depended on other countries like the West and China. The continent wants to change that now, but that means they need investments. So how will Africa fund its space ambitions, and is space a top priority for the continent now? Our next report tells you.
4, 3.
This is the GainDesat 1A satellite. In August, it was launched from a base in California. But this isn't another American satellite. This one was made by Senegal. Senegalese engineers designed it. They manufactured it. It was in the works for almost 5 years. This was the first satellite the West African nation has successfully launched into orbit. So it was a big milestone. And Senegal is not alone. Djibouti and Zimbabwe too have achieved this feat in the last 12 months. Plus, several such projects are in the pipeline. Dozens of African satellites will go into orbit in the coming years. According to reports, 125 new satellites are in development in 23 African countries. So Africa is truly joining the space race. Till date, 61 satellites have been launched by 17 African countries. South Africa was the first in 1998. The country, along with Egypt, has 13 satellites in orbit. Nigeria is next with 7 satellites, followed by Algeria with 6, Morocco and Kenya with 3 each, and Senegal is the latest African country to join the ranks. So, what do these satellites do? They help boost connectivity in remote areas, monitor crops and resources, detect threats posed by climate change, map remote areas, and analyze population changes. All of this is crucial. You see, satellite images are the need of the hour. If Africa doesn't have its own satellites, it will have to pay for them. One image costs around $20 per square kilometer, so mapping whole countries would be an expensive affair. Also, by using their own satellites, African countries can work them to their own advantage. But there's a problem here. By 2026, the African space industry will be worth $22 billion. However, this money isn't coming from Africa. It's coming from outside the continent, from countries like the US and China. They're the ones pouring in the money. In fact, Africa doesn't even have its own space launch facility, which explains the dependence on other countries. African space programs depend on other countries for both investments and technology. Take the Senegal launch, for example. It was in partnership with a French university, and it was launched on a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket. So, if Africa wants to get ahead in the space race, it needs investments from within. And it's already taking steps in that direction. In 2019, the African Union laid out its space strategy. In 2022, the African Space Agency was launched. This is to coordinate the entire continent's space efforts. The headquarters is located in Cairo. So Africa does have some big space ambitions. But the problem is, countries grappling with crises and conflicts often don't think that space is important. That needs to change if Africa wants to aim for the stars.
The United States will vote on November 5th, and they have a tough choice: Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. Who will America choose? We cannot say. It's a tight race. In national opinion polls, Trump and Harris are tied. The margins are razor thin, so they're looking for some last-minute boost. like a podcast. This one is called The Joe Rogan Experience, hosted by Joe Rogan. He has a devoted following of millions. It is by far America's most popular podcast, and Kamala Harris could join it. The Harris campaign has not confirmed it yet. These are just reports at this point. But why would Harris want to join the Joe Rogan podcast? Well, to appeal to the male voters. You see, Harris is a black woman. She has South Asian roots. Her nomination was historic, the first woman of color to lead a major party ticket. If she wins, she will be America's first female president. Some serious glass ceiling shattering right there. And that makes her popular among women. They're rallying behind her. But here's the problem. The men don't seem to care. Look at this poll. 73% men say the president's gender does not matter. And it's even more stark in two communities, the Hispanics and the blacks. Both are key Democratic voter bases. The women view Harris positively, but the men are divided. In fact, they either support Trump or they plan to sit out the elections, which is why the Joe Rogan podcast makes sense for her. 81% of his listeners are men. 56% of them are under 35 years of age. That is the voter base that Harris wants. But one podcast may not be enough. So the Democrats are rallying harder. They're bringing out the heavyweights like Bill Clinton and Barack Obama.
Whole election in the future of the country is turning out to be what people who were sort of on the fence about voting are going to do in the next 3.5 weeks. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. You may not think it's bad, but I mean, if you're one of them, don't feel guilty or anything, but the whole future of the country's on your back.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. I've noticed this especially with some men who seem to think Trump's behavior, the bullying and the putting people down, is a sign of strength. And I am here to tell you that is not what real strength is.
You heard Obama and Clinton, they sound desperate. And that's the sort of sentiment in the Democratic camp because they've gone down this route before. In 2016, Hillary Clinton was up against Donald Trump. She was leading in all the polls. And her campaign had one message, the historic significance of electing a female president. It did not work. Clinton lost to Trump. The glass ceiling remained intact. So Harris is wary. The doubt was always there, but now it's out in the open. Will men vote for Kamala Harris just because she's a woman? That's what the Democrats are asking. Her campaign too is worried. Aides want her to talk about topics that appeal to men, like economy and crypto. Her running mate Tim Walz is also on a media blitz. He's doing live events on streaming platform Twitch, going to football games, organizing hunts, all to appeal the male voters. So that is Kamala Harris's priority right now, which brings us to the other side, and that is the Republicans. What is Donald Trump doing? Well, he too is courting an unlikely voter base, the women of America. Traditionally, Trump's voters have always been men. In 2020, 42% women voted for Trump. 57% voted for Joe Biden. So women helped Biden seal his victory. Trump does not want a repeat of that. So he will participate in a Fox News town hall. It will focus on issues impacting women. Not just that, Trump is also ramping up the immigration rhetoric.
Kamala gets 4 more years, the entire country will be turned into a migrant camp, and that's what's happening. Millions and millions of people. When I win on November 5th, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. So in order to meet the goal of hiring 10,000 new agents, we need the agents. We need them badly. And keeping our incredible veteran agents on the force. Don't leave us!
So that is Donald Trump's grand plan, hiring 10,000 border guards. Immigration is a key issue in this election. Trump wants to draw more attention to it, especially in the swing states. After all, these are the states that will decide who becomes president. He's also talking about an enemy from within.
I think the bigger problem are the people from within. We have some very bad people. We have some sick people, radical left lunatics. And I think they're and it should be very easily handled by, if necessary, by National Guard, or if really necessary, by the military, because they can't let that happen.
Trump believes it will be a tense election day. He wants the army on the streets. Of course, that is unprecedented. America bans the use of military for civilian law enforcement. But that's Donald Trump for you. Also, it shows the turn that this election is taking. It's full of rhetoric and fear-mongering. With 3 weeks to go and campaigning in the final stretch, both sides are pulling all stops. At this point, it could go either way. Now let's turn our attention to China, where pets may have to learn a new command: earn snack money. This phrase is part of a growing trend in the country where owners are sending their pets to work in cafes in exchange for free pet food or extra money. These so-called pet interns are all the rage. But they're also part of a worrying trend. China is witnessing a population crisis. Meanwhile, its pet industry is booming, so much so that by the end of this year, China is expected to have more pets than toddlers. Here's a report.
If you're a human working in China, there's a good chance that you oscillate between two modes: overworked and jobless. About 75% workers say they are burnt out. Meanwhile, more than 1 in 5 young people are jobless. But if you're a pet in China, you have better job opportunities. Working pets get playmates of both the human and animal variety. They also get free food, snack money, and free rein to be as clingy and cute as they would like. We aren't making this up. There's a new job opportunity in China. Pet cafes are hiring animals, so owners are sending their pets to work. This may be unconventional, but it's a growing trend in the country. They even have a word for it: Zheng Mao Tiaochan. It translates to earn snack money. And the general idea is this: pets are seen as working beings, so they can work at dog or cat cafes and earn rewards or a wage in return. Pet cafes usually charge an entrance fee of about $4 to $9 per person. A cut of this goes to the animal employee. Think of it as pocket money for pooches. Other times, the cafe takes care of the employees' meals and offers discounts to their owner. Proponents of this trend say that the so-called pet interns get to socialize. They rarely feel lonely, which is healthy for the animals, and their owners get to either save or earn some money. But critics call this animal abuse. After all, pet cafes are a controversial topic, with many animal rights groups condemning them for animal cruelty. Yet in China, pet cafes are all the rage. Visitors interact with the animals and they get charged big bucks for the experience. And the more exotic the cafe, with alpacas, raccoons, ducks and snakes, the higher the price. Even so, cat cafes are the biggest business. China's first cat cafe opened in 2011. Ever since then, cafes providing a feline fix have grown by 200% per year. Today, there are more than 4,000 cat cafe companies in the country. So this snack money trend doesn't come as a surprise. But it's also worrying, because it's a sign of the times. China's pet economy is worth about $68 billion. It's growing rapidly, so much so that by the end of this year, China is expected to have more pets than toddlers. By 2030, pets will be double the number of young children, because the country is grappling with a population crisis. Its fertility rate is on the decline, and so is the marriage rate. What's the result? A shrinking labor force, a fast-aging population, too few children, and too many pets. Amid a difficult job market, economic slowdown, gender discrimination, soaring childcare and education costs, young Chinese people are putting off having children. Without adequate policy reform, China will soon be left with dogs as personality hires and cats climbing the corporate ladder.
Justin Trudeau has picked a fight with India, and that means surviving the most ruthless test of them all: social media roasting. Political opinions do not matter. When India is attacked abroad, Indian social media closes ranks. They cannot expel diplomats, but they can fire a much deadlier salvo: memes. And this time, support is coming from outside too. Russian state media is joining in on the fun. All of them have just one target on their radar, Justin Trudeau. Not like he'll care though, because Trudeau does not know what embarrassment means, just like he doesn't know what separatism or evidence means. Take a look. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. A Russian man was found alive on a boat after spending 67 days adrift at sea. A rare comet was seen streaking across the sky in northern Macedonia. And the Berlin Zoo presents panda cubs to the public for the first time. Finally, we're taking you back in history on this day in 1940. Charlie Chaplin's biggest box office success, The Great Dictator, premiered in New York. It was a satire on Adolf Hitler. This was the first major Hollywood production to make fun of the Nazi leader. Hitler personally got the movie banned in Germany, but reports suggest that he watched it more than once. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Вот одна, да, вот вторая, вот, да.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. Hello everyone, and thanks for tuning in. I'm Eric Ham, and we're live in Washington, D.C. And over the next few minutes, we'll take you from the United States and around the world, covering all the top stories of the day. But before that, here's a look at the latest headlines. The 16,000-member-strong National Border Patrol Council endorses Donald Trump after he pledges 10,000 more Border Patrol agents if reelected. The union also endorsed Donald Trump during the 2020 election. NATO allies begin nuclear drills over southern Europe in a message to Russia's Vladimir Putin. All 65 fighter jets taking part are capable of delivering a nuclear payload. However, no live weapons will be used in the 14-day-long exercise. The Philippines accused China of dangerous behavior after a Chinese boat rammed into a Filipino fishing boat in the South China Sea. The incident comes as the United States and the Philippines begin joint military drills near Taiwan. Pakistan hosts the 23rd meeting of the Council of Heads of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization in its capital, Islamabad. Pakistan deploys its army and implements a citywide lockdown amid security concerns. And thousands rally in Cuba to express solidarity with Palestinians in Gaza. The Caribbean nation's president leads the march and accuses Israel of carrying out a genocide in the Gaza Strip. We begin in the United States, where Donald Trump is facing massive backlash for saying the U.S. military should be used against his political rivals on Election Day. In a television interview on Sunday, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "I think the bigger problem is the people from within. We have some sick people, radical left lunatics. I think it should be very easily handled by, if necessary, by National Guard, or if really necessary, by the military," end quote. The former president was talking about Democrats and people who have opposed or investigated him in the past. He also singled out and called out California Congressman Adam Schiff, one of the enemies from within. Democratic Congressman Schiff, who is now running for Senate, led the first impeachment in 2019 against Donald Trump over abuse of power allegations. Donald Trump even went on to describe his adversaries as more dangerous than America's foreign enemies like China and Russia. Now, responding to Donald Trump's contentious remarks, Vice President Kamala Harris expressed her anger and argued that his comments should alarm every American citizen.
You heard his words coming from him. He's talking about the enemy within Pennsylvania. He's talking about the enemy within our country, Pennsylvania. He's talking about that he considers anyone who doesn't support him or who will not bend to his will an enemy of our country. It's a serious issue. He is saying that he would use the military to go after them. Think about this. And we know who he would target. And we know who he would target because he has attacked them before.
The vice president further labeled her Republican rival as unstable and unhinged, whose re-election would bring brutal consequences.
Donald Trump, I think in our collective opinion, certainly mine, is an unserious man. But the consequences of him ever being president again are brutally serious. Brutally serious.
However, Donald Trump has downplayed any threat from MAGA supporters on November 5th. It is known that his supporters stormed Capitol Hill in 2021 in an attempt to overturn his 2020 election loss to President Joe Biden. Donald Trump denies that he incited the riots or interfered in the election process. But Democrats and many conservatives believe his violent rhetoric poses a threat to the upcoming presidential election and American democracy. And staying with the race for the White House, Vice President Kamala Harris has unveiled a new economic agenda that is specifically tailored to black men. The plan includes forgiving 1 million business loans, creating more apprenticeships, and studying diseases that disproportionately impact African American men. The opportunity agenda for black men also includes legalizing recreational marijuana to create a booming industry. Harris announced the plan in the battleground state of Pennsylvania, which she visited for the 10th time this election season. The announcement comes days after former President Barack Obama criticized black men in person, saying they weren't fond of the idea of having a woman as president.
Up with all kinds of reasons and excuses. I've got a problem with that because part of it makes me think, and I'm speaking to men directly now, part of it makes me think that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president. And you're coming up with other alternatives and other reasons for that.
His contentious remarks followed growing concerns of eroding support among black men for Kamala Harris just weeks before the November 5th election. Recent polls show that black men are less enthusiastic about the Democratic presidential ticket, and they may sit out this election or support former President Donald Trump.
You have to be careful with recognizing that African American men have the same needs as any other male in voting, making decisions for their family, having wealth for their children, economic issues, cost of food, and so you don't want to offer like a carrot, as a bait for people to vote for you and not really pay attention to what the issues are. And so it could be possibly backfire if the male population feel that they're trying to be convinced beyond policy to vote for her instead of her really standing on the issues that really present themselves to African American males.
Young black men in particular are turning away from the Biden-Harris administration as their experiences are not reflected in the policies.
Right now, I would definitely vote for Trump. The reason why I will vote for Trump, Trump is offering more tangibles that some or most black Americans think that will benefit our community, such as immigration. The way immigration is running under the Democratic time right now is hurting our economy. Because we're having millions of people come in, they're reaping the benefits such as Medicaid, Medicare, DHS. They're receiving all these benefits that so many our elders, our retired military that may be homeless, and the regular homeless people, they can't get these benefits, but we're giving it to people who never put into the system. So that's a huge problem for me, and I know a few other people.
Meanwhile, during a rally in Pennsylvania on Monday, Donald Trump celebrated the increasing support from the black community, adding that if he wins the swing state, he will in fact win the whole ball game.
Tell you what, our poll numbers have gone through the roof. With black and Hispanic have gone through the roof. And I like that. I like that. I like that. We win Pennsylvania. We win this great Commonwealth. We are going to win the whole ball game. It's such an important place. And we relate. And we are up in the polls fairly nicely.
The latest poll averages by the New York Times show Kamala Harris leading Donald Trump by 1 point in Pennsylvania and by 3 points nationally. Yet for nearly 5 decades, black men have historically voted overwhelmingly for Democrats, and specifically, their support has ranged anywhere from 85 to 95% for Democratic presidential candidates. This year, Kamala Harris is fighting to ensure those percentages remain intact as the race grows even more tight with exactly 3 weeks until Election Day. And shifting to the Middle East, where tensions are reaching a boiling point between Israel and Iran. According to a Washington Post report, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told President Joe Biden that Israel's retaliation for Iran's missile attack would focus only on military sites. This assurance comes after President Biden urged Israel to retaliate responsibly and prevent a major escalation in the region. Now, there were concerns that Israel might target Iran's oil infrastructure or even its nuclear facilities. However, President Biden repeatedly warned Israel against targeting Iran's nuclear projects. With the presidential elections just around the corner, any major disruption, like a spike in global oil prices or the outbreak of a broader war, could severely impact the race for the White House. The Biden administration has urged caution, knowing just how fragile the situation remains.
I'll say that what I've been saying about this, we have got to reach a ceasefire, both as it relates to what's happening in Lebanon and, of course, Gaza. We are working around the clock in that regard. But we need these wars to end, and we've got to definitely de-escalate what is happening in the region, and we're working on that.
Now, after last week's call between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Biden, the Israeli leader has reportedly reassured Washington that Israel would limit its retaliation to military targets, diffusing some of Washington's fears. But despite these assurances and closer coordination, Prime Minister Netanyahu has made it clear that Israel's national security comes first. The Israeli government says it is listening to Washington's concerns, but will not hesitate to act if they feel their security is at risk.
We are fighting a tough campaign against Iran's axis of evil that wants to destroy us. They won't make it. We keep fighting. We pay painful prices, but we have tremendous achievements, and we will continue to achieve them. I want to make it clear. We will continue to hit Hezbollah mercilessly in all parts of Lebanon, also in Beirut, all according to operational considerations. We have proven this in recent times, and we will continue to prove it in the coming days as well.
Now, Netanyahu has hinted that a response could happen before the U.S. presidential election, but the exact timing and nature of the strike remains unclear. The entire region now waits to see if Netanyahu will in fact stick to Iran's military targets as planned, or if things could escalate in ways no one expects. And in Canada, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has accused India of interfering in Canadian affairs with claims that Indian agents were involved in illegal operations. The allegations have sparked a diplomatic standoff, leading to expulsions of diplomats and strained relations between the two nations. New Delhi has denied the accusations, calling them baseless and ludicrous. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Trudeau is facing heavy criticism online, with social media users accusing him of deflecting attention from political troubles at home. Here's the story with more on the diplomatic fallout between India and Canada.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is playing the victim again. This time he is accusing India of running secret operations in Canada. He claims the Royal Canadian Mounted Police has evidence that Indian agents are involved in criminal activities targeting South Asian Canadians. But even though these are heavy accusations, Prime Minister Trudeau has shown no real proof ever since he first made those claims.
If I understand correctly, are you suggesting that the evidence was extensive? Is that what you're saying?
I'm repeating what I said on Monday afternoon, that there are credible allegations that we need to take extremely seriously as Canadians and indeed as a world.
This is what he said a year ago, and a year later he's unable to show the proof.
As the RCMP Commissioner stated earlier, they have clear and compelling evidence that agents of the Government of India have engaged in and continue to engage in activities that pose a significant threat to public safety. The evidence brought to light by the RCMP cannot be ignored. It leads to one conclusion. It is necessary to disrupt the criminal activities that continue to pose a threat to public safety in Canada. That is why we acted, because we will always, first and foremost, stand for the rights of Canadians to feel safe and secure in their own country. We will never tolerate the involvement of a foreign government threatening and killing Canadian citizens on Canadian soil.
India, of course, denies all the allegations. Instead, they say Trudeau and his regime is targeting Indian officials without reason and putting their safety at risk. New Delhi has already expelled 6 Canadian diplomats, including top officials, showing just how bad relations have gotten.
The government of Canada has done what India has long been asking for. Canada has provided credible, irrefutable evidence of ties between agents of the government of India and a murder of a Canadian citizen on Canadian soil. Now it is time for India to live up to what it said it would do and look into those allegations. It is in the interest of both our countries and the peoples of our countries to get to the bottom of this.
But let's be clear. Trudeau is using this crisis to distract from his own failures. He's facing serious problems at home. His government is falling apart. Scandals are piling up and his leadership is under fire. And his ratings are at an all-time low. So, what does he do? He blames India to save himself politically. While Trudeau claims to care about Canada-India ties, he's been cracking down on Indian citizens in Canada. His government is cutting visas, making the visa process harder and punishing regular people while pointing fingers at India. After facing enough flack in reality, the Canadian Prime Minister is also getting roasted online. A parody page called Justin Trudeau's Ego on X has been trolling him non-stop. One post mocked him for running away from reporters who asked about his own MPs demanding his resignation. Canadians shouldn't focus on that, they should focus on India, the page joked, pointing out how Trudeau is trying to shift attention from his own mess. Another post called him out for accusing India of war crimes just to hide scandals like Chinese interference and rebellion within his party. The page even highlighted how the Canadian leader has destroyed Ottawa's international relations. And if that wasn't enough, another X account pointed out how Prime Minister Trudeau is using media to distract Canadians from the nation's struggles, including an author pointing out how the Canadian Prime Minister has a lot of time and is picking a fight with foreign entities. Calling attention to Trudeau's evidence claims, a social media user commented, "Justin Trudeau's evidence," with a picture of WWE wrestler John Cena implying no one can see them, including himself. Another user, calling Trudeau a coward, commented that his latest press conference was a PR stunt and was only meant to spread more hate between Sikhs and Khalistanis. At the end of the day, Ottawa's allegations against New Delhi are not credible, and the cracks in Trudeau's government are showing. The Canadian leader is losing credibility both at home and internationally, and social media is having a field day, exposing his desperate attempts to cover up his own failures by blaming others.
And finally, from the Czech Republic, the capital city of Prague has officially had enough of wild beer-fueled bar crawls. While the Czech capital remains a beer lover's paradise, it now wants to attract more cultured tourists. Where pints are still cheaper than water, city officials are hoping to trade in rowdy stag parties for more refined visitors. Our final report looks at Prague's clampdown on its beer taps.
In a land where beer is practically on tap and cheaper than water, imagine the outcry when officials decide to put a cap on the fun. That's right. The city of Prague, which is home to some of the rowdiest stag parties on the continent, has decided to pump the brakes on nighttime bar hopping. And not everyone is raising a glass to this news. Prague City Council announced a ban on guided pub crawls between 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. And all this in the name of attracting what they call more cultured tourists. Because of course, what every stag party dreams of is discussing Renaissance art over a delicate sip of Chardonnay. The city's deputy mayor firmly stated that it's time to part ways with the type of tourists who see the city as nothing more than a giant beer hall. For nearly 30 years, the Czech Republic has held the title for the world's highest beer consumption per capita, with each citizen knocking back an impressive 128 litres in 2023. Beer here is so cheap that in some spots it's cheaper than bottled water. But that's not the kind of distinction that city officials are after any longer. Jiri Pospisil, another deputy mayor, expressed a desire for tourists with bigger wallets and presumably a little more self-control. It's not that Prague wants to shun its beer-loving visitors completely, they just prefer those who can enjoy a pint without turning the historic centre into a frat house. Unsurprisingly, the locals and businessmen have mixed reactions. Some members of the Czech Association of Hotels and Restaurants welcomed the move, and one member said it will bring peace to residents and fellow tourists. But others worried that this will impact the city's tourism. But fear not. Beer lovers won't be banned from pubs entirely, just from those wild roving crawls that leave everyone wondering where their shoes went. Prague is not the only European city putting its foot down. Amsterdam has already launched its Stay Away campaign aimed at young Brits eager to let loose. And Venice is limiting tour groups and silencing loudspeakers. Barcelona plans to ban apartment rentals to tourists by 2028. It seems Europe is collectively telling rowdy tourists, have your beer, but maybe leave the chaotic side of yourself at home. So the next time you plan a night out in Prague, maybe trade the pub crawl for a nice evening stroll. You'll thank yourself when your shoes are still on your feet the next morning.
That's all we have time for today. Thanks so much for watching, and we look forward to seeing you right back here again tomorrow. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Let's take a look at our top story. Is Africa a new front in the Russia-Ukraine war? The war in Europe has been going on for a while, but the outcomes are unclear. While a direct confrontation may not be turning out into a zero-sum game, it seems like the two sides could be engaging in an indirect clash, and their new battleground is all the way across in Africa. A Russia-Ukraine proxy war could be playing out in West Africa's Mali. Reports suggest that both sides are backing the rival sides fighting in the country. As per media reports, Mali separatists who have been fighting Malian soldiers and Russian Wagner troops for a while are receiving Ukrainian drones. Now, the French newspaper Le Monde has recently reported that Mali's ethnic rebels have been using Ukrainian drones to target Malian troops and their Wagner allies. These rebels have also admitted that they are using drones to hit and kill their enemy. But Kiev has pushed back on the claims that the drones are Ukrainian. Ukraine's foreign ministry has strongly rejected the media reports that accuse it of being involved in drone supplies to rebels in Mali. While Kiev is trying to clear the air, these reports have not turned up out of the blue. Mali has already cut diplomatic ties with Ukraine over its alleged support to ethnic Tuareg rebels. These rebels, who want independence for northern Mali, have waged an insurgency in the country along with Islamist groups. Russia's Wagner troops, now rebranded as Afrika Korps, have been helping Mali's junta in their fight against the rebels and Islamists. But in July this year, they suffered heavy losses at the hands of these rebels. Tuareg rebels claimed a major victory after days of fighting in northern Mali, near the border with Algeria. Over 80 Wagner soldiers were reportedly killed in the attack. Now, this Russian death toll is the highest in recent times outside of the Russia-Ukraine theater of war. Soon after the rebels claimed victory, Ukrainian military intelligence spokesperson confirmed that they had a role behind the attack. Ukraine's military intelligence said the Malian rebels had received all the information they needed, which allowed them to carry out their operation against the Russian war criminals. Ukraine's government tried to deny its role in the attack. However, it failed to convince Mali's military junta. Following this, Mali cut ties with Ukraine. Mali's eastern neighbor, Niger, also followed suit and cut ties with Ukraine. Niger and Mali are together fighting Islamist insurgency with the help of Russian fighters. Russia had blamed Ukraine of opening a second front in Africa and accused it of supporting terrorist groups. Moscow said that because Kiev was unable to defeat Russia on the battlefield, they were turning Africa into a new battleground. While this blame game is continuing in West Africa, it might not be the only region in the continent where Russia and Ukraine are involved. Reports also suggest Ukrainian special forces are operating in Sudan. They are supporting the country's army against Russian Wagner mercenaries, who are aligned with the rebel Rapid Support Forces, or the RSF. However, reports also suggest that Russia could be switching sides in Sudan and is also throwing weight behind the army. This to align with its ally Iran, which is reportedly backing the Sudanese army. Recently, the RSF chief also seemed to corroborate this.
There are mercenaries, SAF, brought them from Azerbaijan and from Ukraine. They brought them because they claimed Russians are fighting with the RSF. These are lies. The proof is that SAF went to Russia, so now both Russians and Ukrainians are fighting with SAF. They are not honest.
This was about military involvement, but Ukraine is also trying to counter Russia's influence in Africa in other ways. It is making a diplomatic push by opening new embassies, making official visits and launching initiatives. Then comes food diplomacy, as Kiev is stepping up its food and deliveries to Africa under its Grain from Ukraine charitable program. But are these efforts enough to counter the growing Russian influence in the continent? And how could a Russia-Ukraine conflict in Africa have repercussions for the continent? Now, for more on this, we have with us Dr. Oluwale Ajewale, a regional coordinator for Central Africa at the Institute for Security Studies, and he is joining us live from Dakar, Senegal. Thank you for being with us, Doctor.
Thank you so much for having me.
How does Ukraine's alleged involvement in drone supplies to Mali fit into the broader geopolitical context, considering Ukraine's current focus on its conflict with Russia?
Thank you. So I think there are two things that we need to really distill here. One is that in a situation of war, all tools are at the disposal of the warring actors, and they deploy it at every front. So I think the latest incident on drone supply to Mali will fit into what I would describe, or what is probably popularly described as strategic ambiguity, because there's a need to ensure that they continue to deploy distraction from the core issues of war between Russia and Ukraine now, and to gain some mileage or strategic advantage, particularly before the international communities. Knowing fully well that Russia alleged that Ukraine is opening a new front for war outside the theater of war in Russia and Ukraine now. I think these largely fit into that conversation of strategic distraction that both Ukraine and Russia are trying to apply now or deploy as far as this ongoing war is concerned. And it has a geopolitical implication. One is that they are also trying to recruit allies and partners that will support their cause, particularly at on the international stage. So these axes that have emerged in the Sahel now, between Russia, Mali, and Burkina Faso, I think the parties, both Kremlin and Kyiv, are trying to explore possibilities of also engaging in some form of geopolitical war in that front, to a large extent to distract from the core theater war operation that is going on in Ukraine now.
And what could be the strategic or the political motivations behind Ukraine's denial of supplying these drones to Mali? And how does it impact Ukraine's international relations, particularly with the West, who has been supporting it in its efforts against Russia?
I think the obvious answer to the question that you asked is that how effective has Ukraine performed in terms of even resisting Russian aggression? The jury is out on that in terms of what the performance looked like. So it also implies that Ukraine has just one objective, and is to push back the Russian aggression. And if they have not achieved that sufficiently at the home front, then it becomes very difficult for them to be able to push the idea that they are also getting involved in multiple fronts outside Ukraine-Russia war that is going on now. And then it is also going to communicate maybe a message that diverts from core priority in terms of the Western support that Ukraine has been receiving. Do they even have sufficient drone to combat Russian invasion in the first place? And how effective have they been doing in that regard to be able to now supply additional drones or provide intelligence to these armed groups that are operating in Mali? So I think the reason why I believe Ukraine quickly put out that release is to say the West is supporting us here. And all the resources that we are getting from the West, we are concentrating that in combating Russia and not to provide any support to any outside ally who are probably engaging in any guerrilla warfare or any warfare, whether it is in Sudan or Mali now. So they need to quickly pull that out. But I don't hold brief for them because, like I mentioned, a lot is happening in the realm of strategic ambiguity that we might not be able to really discuss extensively based on the facts that we have at our disposal.
Right. And given the current sanctions on drone technology, how likely is it that third-party actors or intermediaries could be involved in such kind of transactions between Ukraine and Mali without official government knowledge?
Well, a lot is happening in this age and time in terms of forces of globalization that are also aiding trade. And then the realm of military or security operation is not immune from that. So we can't rule out the fact that there could be other third party that might be involved in these and now doing name dropping. The second thing is that nations also do recruit mercenaries that can do that for them, particularly whether in the cyber domain or even in physical trade. So those possibilities exist in terms of providing proxy support outside the regular front where the warfare is going on now. And it fits into what is even happening in the Middle East. In the wake of the attack, the October 7 attack by Hamas, there are instances in which people argue that probably Russia was involved in this to be able to ensure that they divert attention from that theater of war to elsewhere, and thereby compounding the engagement for the Western support that Ukraine is receiving. And, a few days after, you see the Hamas leaders going to Kremlin to go and meet with Putin. So the possibility of third-party involvement or meddling can also be sponsored by any of the state actors through clandestine operation, just to provide that strategic leverage to probably garner international support or divert attention from the core issues that are probably going on now. So we can't rule it out. It's possible. Nations will employ mercenaries to do those dirty jobs for them.
Right. Doctor, thank you very much for being with us on the show. As always, great to speak with you.
Thank you so much for having me.
We now move to Guinea, where it looks like the military junta is trying to tighten its political control and delaying handing over the reins to a civilian government. In a directive issued last Thursday, Guinea's military junta chief, General Mamadi Doumbouya, has banned ministers from travelling abroad without his permission. The president has also recalled all of those currently abroad back to the West African country. The military junta had seized power through a coup in September of 2021 and have been ruling since. They have not specified a reason for the ban, which is effective until the 31st of December of this year. Media reports claim that the ban was implemented to cut back on public spending and to ensure optimal management of the state's resources. But why has the military junta taken such a drastic step to ban ministers? And who is General Mamadi Doumbouya? Let's understand. Now, the 44-year-old Doumbouya, who was promoted from the rank of colonel to general this year, seized power in Guinea in September of 2021. He had overthrown a democratically elected president, Alpha Conde, who had initially appointed him to lead a special forces group tasked to safeguard the head of state from potential coups. Now coming under immense international pressure, the military junta bowed down to hand back power to a civilian government in Guinea by the end of 2024. However, media reports suggest that the junta has stepped back from these claims and admitted it will not fulfill that commitment. The junta calling back ministers and banning them from international travel indicates that President Doumbouya still wishes to hold on to power and only strengthen his position in the country. However, Guinea continues to face enormous economic and social challenges. The West African country has a population of more than 14 million. Its economy is primarily driven by mining and agriculture. Its GDP, or the gross domestic product, has grown to an estimated 5.7% in 2023, which is up from 4% in 2022. But its budget deficit, or when the government spends more than the revenue it earns, has also increased to 1.6% in 2023, up from 0.8% in 2022. Now, according to the World Bank, as of 2018 to 2019, about 43.7% of Guineans live below the national poverty line, which is equivalent to 5.8 million people. More importantly, the opposition to the military junta also seems to be restricted. Political activists are reportedly either disappearing or being detained. And protests against high food prices have also been repressed violently. While the actual reason behind the ban on foreign visits is only known to the military junta, it raises several questions. Is President Doumbouya really trying to control government spending? Or is he cracking down harder and gaining a tighter grip on power? And shifting focus to South Africa, the past decade for Africa's biggest economy has not been so bright. The country has gone through a period of blackouts, suffering a huge electricity crisis. People across the country have been suffering from a power outage crisis, which not only cuts down on their comfort, but also cost the country's economy. It impacts businesses, hospitals, and other services. However, it turns out that South Africa's electricity problem has been fixed. Now, the country is celebrating 200 days of uninterrupted power supply, all thanks to Eskom, South Africa's state-owned electricity provider. It announced the achievement that could be seen as a milestone for the country, which has been grappling with frequent power outages and load shedding in recent years. Not only this, but the firm says that its success could also add around 2% growth to the South African economy. Now, South Africa has been rocked by blackouts since 2008. The reason is the country's old and poorly maintained power stations. Run by debt-stricken state utility Eskom, these power stations have been unable to keep up with the country's growing demands. Apart from this, Eskom has also faced mismanagement and corruption allegations. As South Africa has been heavily reliant on coal for its power needs, overdependence on a single energy source makes the country more vulnerable to power supply disruptions. Now, with all of these issues combined, South Africa has witnessed frequent and extended blackouts, and some have even lasted up to 10 hours or longer in a day. Now, the power outages have affected the country's economy, social welfare, and overall development. Households have experienced inconveniences and increased costs as they turn to alternative energy solutions. And businesses have faced operational disruptions and financial losses. Now, power cuts have also impacted the educational and healthcare sectors and the country's overall economic growth. South Africa's crippling power cuts were also a big election point this year. The power outages have been blamed as a reason behind the ruling African National Congress, or the ANC, losing its absolute majority in the May polls. The ANC has been saying that it has a plan to end the power crisis, and the recent achievement by Eskom could be a sign of it. But how has Eskom been able to fix South Africa's decades-long crisis? The company has attributed the progress to the ongoing implementation of its Generation Operational Recovery Plan. It is a strategic initiative that has played a crucial role in enhancing the reliability of the power utilities' generation fleet. As per Eskom, the plan has reduced outages and improved the energy availability factor, which is the amount of time that it is able to produce electricity over a certain period. Eskom is targeting 70% energy availability factor by March of 2025, which will not only ensure a stable energy supply, but also reduce diesel expenditure. While the plan has also positively impacted the country's economic outlook, South Africa still has an uphill battle to resolve its energy problems. The 200-day non-stop power supply is a successful achievement. The government says it will do everything possible to end the crisis. Could South Africa finally see the light at the end of the tunnel? And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. In Mali's capital, Bamako, a psychiatric ward uses koteba, a traditional form of theatre, to provide therapeutic support for patients. Performed every Friday, this centuries-old practice blends acting, music, and dance to help patients express themselves and feel a sense of community. With fewer than 50 mental health professionals for over 20 million people, Koteba offers an alternative space for healing. Our final report gets you all the details.
In the heart of Mali's Bamako, at one of its largest hospitals, A psychiatric ward courtyard comes alive with the rhythmic beat of a djembe drum. Patients gather not for another clinical treatment, but for a deeply cultural experience. They aren't just passively observing, they are active participants in Koteba, a centuries-old theatrical tradition that intertwines music, dance and improvisation. Today, it's being used to offer a powerful kind of therapy to those most in need.
In therapeutic psychiatric practice in Mali, people who were working in mental health looked into research of certain endogenous methods to use culture to help people who suffer from mental illnesses.
The courtyard transforms into a stage as a small group of patients, led by a young man named Mamadou Diarra, begin to act out a village dispute. It's a light-hearted moment with a deeper purpose, part of an effort to help those struggling with mental health issues.
Firstly, I will talk about mental illness. It happens at a moment when all contact is cut off, when you are completely excluded. This is when we say someone is crazy. When they come here and see through the Koteba that they aren't excluded because we give them the floor. We touch each other, we talk to each other, we dance together, we laugh together. This is the importance of Koteba. To touch someone shows that we are equal, to listen to them shows that they are important, and what they say is important.
Koteba, traditionally performed in villages to resolve disputes and provide a space for social commentary, has found a second life in Bamako's psychiatric ward.
It's a technique that comes from our tradition. Koteba is a traditional technique that was developed in the Bambara culture to address social problems, which are often dramatic, with the goal of de-dramatizing them and to improve relationships.
Here at Point G Hospital, a small troupe of actors has been visiting every Friday since 1983, bringing this dynamic art form to the patients as a form of expression, healing and community. What began as a way to stay connected to cultural roots has evolved into a form of therapeutic support for those often left on the margins of society. According to the World Health Organization, Koteba offers something that traditional psychiatric care often cannot: a sense of belonging.
We ask them on what topic they want us to play. They propose the theme of the day, it's not us. From their proposition we create something, and we do it with them. It's not us as performers who have an agenda, we have to ensure that the patients can take part and express themselves through something that they proposed.
In a country where mental illness is often stigmatized, Koteba provides a rare platform for patients to be seen, heard and accepted. For Mamadou Diarra and others, it's not just theatre, it's liberation. According to a 2022 report by the World Health Organization, Mali has fewer than 50 mental health professionals for a population of more than 20 million. As the beats of the djembe fade and the actors wrap up for the day, there's a palpable sense of connection and relief among the group. In a place where treatment options are few, this ancient tradition offers hope, reminding everyone that healing doesn't always come from medicine, it can come from a shared smile, a story, or the rhythm of a drum.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Justin Trudeau is under pressure. 2 days ago, he went after Indian diplomats, accusing them of crimes like extortion and murder without proof. This triggered a full-blown diplomatic standoff. India downgraded its relationship with Canada. It expelled Canadian diplomats and recalled 6 Indian diplomats, including India's High Commissioner to Canada. More importantly, India rejected all the charges leveled by Canada. So Trudeau started a diplomatic knife fight, but it's not going the way he'd planned. He's not being able to make the charges stick. He's leaning on his Western friends for support, the likes of the United States and the UK, all of whom have weighed in on the matter, saying more or less the same thing. Basically, the West is advising India to work with the Canadians to investigate the allegations made by Ottawa.
We wanted to see the government of India cooperate with Canada in its investigation. Obviously, they have not chosen that path.
That was the US State Department. The UK said pretty much the same thing, that India should cooperate with, and I'm quoting, Canada's legal process. London says that that's the right next step. So this is basically Trudeau's new game plan. Seek support from his friends, get a few statements issued, and build pressure on India. He has given this task to his foreign minister. Her name is Melanie Joly. She's reaching out to the Five Eyes. It's basically a group of intelligence sharing, the Five Eyes. As the name suggests, the Five Eyes Alliance has 5 members. Canada is one of them. The others are Australia, New Zealand, the US, and the UK. Now, the Canadian minister has sought their help. She wants to rally support for Canada. And the Five Eyes have stepped up, but so far, their support is lukewarm. Canada wanted a sweeping condemnation of India. They even made calls for economic sanctions. Yesterday, Foreign Minister Joly had dropped a hint. She said, and I'm quoting, everything is on the table. But Trudeau's friends in the Five Eyes appear hesitant. They seem unwilling to risk their ties with India for Trudeau's political gains. This includes Canada's most important ally, the United States. Despite this row and the divisions between New Delhi and Ottawa, the US has called India a strong partner.
India continues to be an incredibly strong partner of the United States. We work with them on a number of matters, including our shared vision for a free, open, prosperous Indo-Pacific. And when we have concerns, we have the kind of relationship where we can take those concerns to them and have very frank, candid conversations about those concerns.
This is from the same State Department briefing. Washington is sending some important messages here. First of all, there is no change in the India-US relationship. Washington is not reassessing ties with New Delhi. They will continue to work together on bilateral and multilateral issues. That's point number 1. Second, when there is a problem, when differences do arise, both India and the US are willing to sit across the table, have an honest and open dialogue, and find solutions together. That is essentially the signal from America, and it's the sign of a mature relationship. And the other Five Eye members are taking the same line. Yesterday, Trudeau himself called London. He spoke with Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the UK. Trudeau briefed Starmer about the allegations against India. And what was Starmer's response? His office released a statement. It's on your screen right now. Look carefully. There is no mention of India or the statements made by Trudeau in public. It simply says both leaders discussed recent developments regarding allegations under investigation in Canada. It's a vague statement. Australia has taken a similar approach. Canberra's statement makes no mention of India. The Australian Prime Minister was asked about this. The Prime Minister is Anthony Albanese, and he gave a generic response. Albanese did not address the issue directly. He was asked if he had spoken to Trudeau, and listen to the response. He said, I speak with the Prime Minister of Canada all the time. So no commitment of support, no criticism of India. Finally, we have New Zealand. Its Deputy Prime Minister Winston Peters spoke on the matter. He said Canada has briefed the New Zealand government. Once again, there was no reference to India. In fact, Peters added a caveat. He said, if Canada's charges are proven, then it would be a matter of concern. So all of the Five Eyes members, except Canada, of course, are treading with caution. Trudeau may have hoped for more, to get his allies to condemn India. Instead, he ended up highlighting his own shortcomings, limitations, and immaturity. Trudeau's allegations have united India, whether it's political parties or social media or commentators. But over in Canada, it's quite the opposite. Justin Trudeau is facing a lot of flack. Some Canadian media outlets are questioning his strategy. Even his own party men want him to quit. Look at the National Post. It's an English newspaper based in Toronto. Listen to what their op-ed says. I'm quoting, Trudeau has allowed diaspora politics to unduly influence foreign policy, pledging that Sikh values are Canadian values at events and failing to crack down on suspected Khalistani extremists living in Canada. Quite an indictment there. It's exactly what the government of India has been saying, vote bank politics and shielding extremists. And it's not just one report. Here's another Canadian journalist. He says Trudeau has failed to give evidence that he's stuck in the trust me bro phase. Trust me bro phase, it's a new social media term. People use it when someone makes outlandish claims, and that too baseless ones. Now, Trudeau may not have any evidence, but there is evidence against him. And you wouldn't believe the source. Gurpatwant Singh Pannu, the head of Sikhs for Justice, a banned Khalistani terrorist group. Pannu went on Canadian television and he made a damning revelation. He said he's been talking to Trudeau's office for nearly 3 years. Listen to this.
Sikhs for Justice have been communicating with the Prime Minister's office for the last 2 to 3 years, detailing all the spy network.
How about that? Pannu just admitted a direct link between himself and Trudeau, between a banned terrorist group and the Prime Minister of Canada. Is this not supporting Khalistani separatism? Or is this also a freedom of expression issue? And speaking of Trudeau's Khalistani friends, Jagmeet Singh is also facing heat. He leads Canada's New Democratic Party. On Tuesday, he held a press conference. He called for sanctions on Indian diplomats, only to be laughed off by reporters. Take a look at this.
We all need to be unified as Canadian leaders. All of us have to be united in denouncing Modi and making sure we protect Canadians and put their safety first and foremost. Thank you.
Saying whether or not you had personal threats. What do you make of Indian naming you leaving open that assumption?
We're going to let her...
He's gone. He's gone. Also, that's still not how it works. Yeah. We can't just go online.
This timing may look pretty bad because Trudeau is already facing a party rebellion. He leads the Liberal Party. They have lost key by-elections in Canada, so some party leaders want a change in leadership. Reports say 20 members of parliament are on board. They have signed a letter asking Justin Trudeau to step aside to get in new blood. And now the Canadian media is on his case. So it may look like bad timing, but perhaps that is the idea. Just think about it. What's the more interesting story? Liberal backbenchers trying to oust Trudeau or an international diplomatic scandal? The answer is obvious. Trudeau has managed to shift the focus from himself to India. We saw that during his press conference. Reporters asked him about the party rebellion. Look at how he shut them down.
There will be time to talk about internal party intrigue at another moment. But right now, this government, and indeed all parliamentarians, should be focused on standing up for Canada's sovereignty, standing against interference, and looking to be there to support Canadians in this difficult moment.
In the short run, this may work. Perhaps the headlines will shift, but one fight with India will not fix Justin Trudeau's problems. Just look at the opinion polls. The opposition Conservative Party is at 42%. Trudeau's Liberals are at 23%. Now, opinion polls can go wrong, but a 20% difference rarely does, which is why the opposition is being cautious. They are not lining up behind Trudeau. They know what the strategy is, to portray Justin Trudeau as some sort of savior, as the defender of Canadian citizens. And the opposition is not falling for that trap, especially Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre. He's pretty active on social media, but on this issue, he did not issue a statement directly. Instead, he posted a statement via his party. Plus, no press conferences either, no calls for sanctions or punitive actions. So Trudeau's plan appears to be backfiring. If anything, Canadians are learning more about Khalistani gangs, about what they stand for, what their past is, and what their goal is. It's clearly not what Justin Trudeau expected. He thought Canadians would close ranks behind him. Instead, they're asking questions like, where is your evidence? What will be the cost of your standoff with India? It's very different to the situation here because while India is protecting its sovereignty and territorial integrity, Trudeau is fighting for his political survival. India, this is not new. We've always been victims of terrorism. We've flagged it multiple times. We've pointed fingers at the puppet masters, but the West has always ignored it. I have some examples for you, none bigger than Pakistan, of course. After the 9/11 attack, America launched the war on terror. They roped in Pakistan to fight alongside them. Back then, India warned Washington. Foreign Minister Jaswant Singh said, the problem cannot be the solution. Meaning, Pakistan is the source of terrorism, therefore it cannot be the solution. That's what India told the Americans. The Americans, of course, ignored India's warnings. They gave Pakistan tons of military support. A decade later, the US managed to kill 9/11 mastermind Osama bin Laden. Where? Inside that same Pakistan. Even today, it's the same situation. India has been calling out Pakistan's terror campaigns, but the West doesn't care. Donald Trump briefly cut off the military aid, but Joe Biden resumed it. Another example is Afghanistan. In 2010, Kabul hosted a peace conference. The Indian foreign minister attended it. Listen to his warning back then. This is from 2010. The international community must learn lessons from past experiences at negotiating with fundamentalist and extremist organizations. Adequate capacity of the Afghan security forces is necessary for protecting Afghanistan's sovereignty. Gains of the last 9 years stand to be squandered if this aspect does not receive the attention that it deserves. This was India's warning in 2010. And what did the West do? Exactly the opposite. First, they negotiated with the Taliban, then they left in a hurry, which means Afghan security forces were not prepared. As a result, India's prediction came true. The gains of 2 decades were squandered almost overnight. A third example is Khalistan. By the 1980s, India had started warning Western countries. In 1982, New Delhi took up the issue with Canada specifically. Trudeau's father, Pierre Trudeau, was Prime Minister then. He decided to ignore the issue. In fact, India had also asked Canada to extradite a Khalistani suspect, a man named Talvinder Singh Parmar. Again, Canada rejected it. The same man went on to mastermind the Kanishk bombing. He blew up an Air India flight in 1985. 329 people were killed in that attack. More than 260 of them were Canadians. Do you see the trend here? India keeps warning the West about terror threats. The West keeps ignoring them. And finally, India is proven right. What explains this Western ignorance? Well, the Cold War may have played a role. India was not aligned with the West during that time. It was much closer to the Soviet Union. Maybe that explains the Western indifference to India's concerns. It explains, but not justifies. Because it wasn't just ignoring concerns. Sometimes the West has also worked against India's interests. The best example is the Taliban in Afghanistan. The US funded and armed these radicalized fighters. And India paid the price for it. The Taliban helped Pakistani terrorists launch attacks in Kashmir. Nearly 40% of the deaths, 40% of the deaths happened in that period from 1996 to 2001 when the Taliban ruled Kabul. Same in Sri Lanka. The Tamil Tiger groups, the Tamil terror groups, got most of their funding from the West, from countries like Switzerland and the UK. These countries were home to a large Tamil diaspora. That's where the funding came from. Again, who paid the price for it? Ordinary Sri Lankans, yes, but India was also dragged into the conflict. So my point is quite simple. Do not dismiss India's terror concerns. Do not ignore the red flags, because this is not a case of the boy crying wolf. India has always been measured and realistic in its demand. Even with Canada, New Delhi did try its best. It was only on Monday that the language and the tone sharpened. So ignore India's concerns at your own peril. So India and Canada are on a war path. Will trade be caught in the crossfire? Ottawa was asked this question, and it said that it will be business as usual, that economic relations will not be affected. But in this current environment, is that even possible? How big is the India-Canada bilateral trade? Which items are likely to be affected? Could this escalate into a trade war? And which economy will suffer more in the event of a trade war? Our next report tells you.
India-Canada relations are at an all-time low. There have been harsh statements, diplomats have been expelled, there's no sign of resolution. So what's next? Will all of this impact more than just political ties? Will it impact bilateral trade? Canada says that it's unlikely. Its international trade minister is trying to reassure Canadian businesses, especially those with ties to India. Mary Ng issued a statement talking about the uncertainty. She said the government will continue to support economic ties between the two countries. So Canada says trade won't be affected. It will be business as usual. But if things do get bad, what's on the line? To understand that, let's look at India and Canada's trade relationship. The bilateral trade is worth around $8 billion. That's less than 1% of India's total global trade. Since 2017, India has increased exports to Canada. The trade deficit was $2 billion then, and now it's down to $0.7 billion. What about foreign investment? In 20 years, Canada has invested $3.6 billion in India. That's around 0.5% of India's total FDI. Over 600 Canadian companies and organizations have a presence in India. So trade isn't as significant. But there are a few crucial items. First on the list is pulses. India buys a lot of lentils from Canada. In fact, 25% of India's pulse import is just from Canada. This year it was worth around $930 million. So pulses are important. After all, they are a staple here in India. But it's not just New Delhi that will be hurt if there's a trade war. Canada will feel the pinch too. Its farmers produce 1.5 million tons of lentils, and India buys a major bulk of that. Another important item on the list is potash. It's a very important fertilizer. In 2022, India signed a deal with Canada to import potash. Under this, New Delhi would buy 1.5 million tons of potash. And it's crucial because India imports a total of 4 million tons of potash every year. So Canada provides a significant chunk of that. This was a 3-year agreement. It hasn't been affected by this diplomatic crisis. Other imports include asbestos, copper, minerals and industrial chemicals. So that's the imports. And what does India export to Canada? Well, it's a mix of items. These are the top 5. Pharma products, organic chemicals, iron and steel, gems and jewelry, and electricals. In 2022, both India and Canada even explored the idea of a free trade agreement. Talks began in the month of March. They continued until July 2023. There were as many as 9 rounds of talks. Things were looking good until the Canadian Prime Minister accused India. India has since called off those talks. It's unlikely to resume them anytime soon. In the current situation, Canada has more to lose if things go south. Now Ottawa says trade won't be affected, but political standoffs inevitably affect trade ties. There may be no official bans or restrictions, but traders remain wary. Businesses want to steer away from trouble and seek safer options. In the case of India and Canada, things will be no different.
Let us use this opportunity to exchange ideas.
Now let's turn our attention to Pakistan. The country just finished hosting the SCO summit. SCO stands for Shanghai Cooperation Organization. It's a Russia and China-led bloc with 10 member countries from Asia. Pakistan is one of them, and it was chosen to host this year's summit. By the looks of it, they pulled it off. No explosions, no terror attacks, no murder sprees of any kind. So Islamabad does deserve some credit for managing the bare basics. It was no mean feat. Pakistan deployed 12,000 security personnel to maintain law and order. They also shut down all shops and businesses. It was inconvenient for the locals, but the Pakistani establishment accomplished its main goal, pulling off an incident-free SCO summit. It must have been a relief for the attendees, which included some high-profile figures. You had the guest of honor, China's Premier Li Qiang. Pakistan was especially keen on showing him a good time. We'll get to the reason in a moment. Also in attendance was Russia's Prime Minister, Mikhail Mishustin. And from Central Asia, you had the Prime Ministers of Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan. And the Prime Ministers of Belarus and Mongolia were also present. As I said, quite the high-profile guest list. India's Prime Minister was also invited, but Prime Minister Modi chose not to attend. Instead, he sent External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, who arrived in Rawalpindi yesterday. It was the first visit by an Indian minister since 2015. He attended the SCO banquet last night, where he met Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. This morning, Jaishankar began his day with a morning walk at the High Commission campus in Islamabad. India has a diplomatic mission in Pakistan's capital, and Jaishankar interacted with his colleagues there. He even planted a tree on the campus as part of the Indian government's tree plantation campaign. After that, he went to the main SCO venue. He took part in the photo op, stood for the family photo, got the pleasantries out of the way, and then got down to business, the main SCO summit. Now, before I get into the details, here are some things that you should know. The SCO began as a regional grouping to promote trade and security. Its main goal is, and I'm quoting, strengthening mutual trust and friendship and good neighborliness. I'm not joking. It's in the SCO charter. The bloc initially comprised Russia, China and some Central Asian nations. It gradually expanded to include India and Pakistan in 2017. Then Iran came in 2023 and Belarus joined this year. Right now, the SCO claims to represent 40% of the world's population and about 30% of the world's GDP. China is one of the founding members. It wants to bolster the grouping further, turn it into an anti-Western bloc. Most of the other members are just keen on development. They want to use the SCO to set up infrastructure and trade, like Pakistan.
Like the Belt and Road initiative of President Xi Jinping, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, which is in its second phase, and the International North-South Transport Corridor should be expanded, focusing on developing road, rail, and digital infrastructure.
Now, Pakistan calling for expanding infrastructure sounds like a good idea until you think about the money. Who exactly will pay for all of that? Well, you remember how I called the Chinese premier the guest of honor. This is the reason. Li Qiang was given the royal treatment. He met the who's who of Pakistan's establishment. He even ended up inaugurating an airport. And then during the summit, Shehbaz Sharif said, and I'm quoting, Pakistan supports the establishment of an SCO alternative development funding mechanism, which could provide the impetus needed for the revival of stalled development projects. Basically, Pakistan just asked for a new loan, or rather a new bank to regularly take loans from. Let's see how China responds to that. And Shehbaz Sharif did not stop there. He had another zinger lined up.
The international community must step forward with urgent humanitarian support while calling upon the Afghan interim government to embrace political inclusivity, thereby ensuring Afghan soil is not misused for terrorism against its neighbors.
Yes, you heard that right. Shehbaz Sharif has a problem with terrorism, with terror being used against neighbors. Perhaps he should head on to nearby Rawalpindi and convey this to Pakistan's military establishment. It's a classic case of the pot calling the kettle black. Islamabad is fine with terrorism when it is used against India, but terror from Afghanistan is an urgent matter for the SCO. Talk about hypocrisy. Now remember, Jaishankar was at this meeting. He had to sit through this whole charade. But then he delivered his address and it summarized India's point of view. Jaishankar said, and I'm quoting, if trust is lacking or cooperation inadequate, if friendship has fallen short and good neighborliness is missing somewhere, there are surely reasons to introspect and causes to address. If activities across borders are characterized by terrorism, extremism and separatism, they are hardly likely to encourage trade, energy flows, connectivity and people-to-people exchanges in parallel. The message was quite simple. The speeches at the SCO mean very little, honestly, if the member states don't adhere to the group's charter, if they don't behave like good neighbors. India's neighbors are China and Pakistan. One tries to capture territory, the other tries and keeps sending terrorists. Until these transgressions stop, India won't be very enthusiastic about the SCO. "12 bomb threats in 72 hours. I'll repeat that for you. Over the past 72 hours, 12 Indian flights have received bomb threats, including Air India, Indigo, SpiceJet and Akasa Air. The threats were posted on social media. They caused widespread panic, long delays and diversions. But later, all the bomb threats were found to be hoaxes. So who was behind this and why? Here's a report.
Over the past 72 hours, at least 12 Indian flights have received bomb threats. The threats were posted on social media with flight numbers and flight names. Who were the victims? Air India, Indigo, SpiceJet and Akasa Air flights. The threats came in all shapes and sizes, from 6 kilos of RDX on a flight to time bombs about to detonate to terrorists on board. Later, all the threats were found to be hoaxes, but the damage was already done. The threats sparked widespread panic for Indian Airlines, for hundreds of people on the flights, for governments both in India and globally. They led to long delays and diversions. On Monday, after the threats were posted, 3 international flights that took off from Mumbai were diverted or delayed. But the trouble was far from over. On Tuesday, 7 flights were delayed. An Air India plane from Delhi to Chicago had to land at a Canadian airport. Later, another Air India flight, this time from Madurai to Singapore, received a bomb threat. So Singapore scrambled its fighter jets to escort the plane away from populated areas. And today, 2 more threats were made to an Indigo flight from Mumbai to Delhi and an Akasa Air flight from Delhi to Bengaluru. While people everywhere are breathing a sigh of relief knowing that the threats were fake, the question remains, who caused this pandemonium? There are no clear answers yet. Authorities are investigating the threats. They are trying to identify the people behind them and considering legal action, including placing those responsible on a no-fly list. That is, once they've zeroed in on the suspects. So far, the list includes only one individual, a teenager. He's been detained in connection with the threats made on Monday. The accused is a 17-year-old boy, a Class 11 student from the state of Chhattisgarh. He allegedly posted the threat messages on the social media platform X in an attempt to implicate a 31-year-old man with whom the boy has a history of disputes. This includes a financial issue involving 3 lakh rupees and a sexual assault case. So according to the initial investigation, this could have been the motive behind the hoax messages posted to target the man. So currently, the 17-year-old and his father are under investigation. But the main question is, what triggered the sudden surge of threats this week? And can only one person be behind this? While the probe is underway, security at airports has been increased. So has security on flights, with additional sky marshals. After all, when airlines receive bomb threats, they set in motion a range of steps, from the involvement of bomb disposal squads, sniffer dogs, ambulances, police, and international agencies. With international flights being targeted, other countries have also gotten involved, including Singapore and Canada, who are pursuing their own investigations into the case. So while the threats may have been fake, they have led to thousands of dollars in damages to both airlines and security agencies through delays and detours. So these bomb threat hoaxes will be investigated with all seriousness to ensure that our skies remain safe.
Our next story is about the war in West Asia. Israel has been at war for more than a year now. It started with the October 7th Hamas attack and the subsequent war on Gaza. The war escalated last month. It expanded into Lebanon, with Israel now fighting Hezbollah in Lebanon. Israel bombed Beirut again today. That's Lebanon's capital. Israel targeted the suburbs in southern Beirut, and it leveled multiple buildings in the area. Israel also launched an airstrike on Nabateh, a major town in southern Lebanon. The Israeli strike hit Nabateh's municipal headquarters. At least 6 people were killed, including the town's mayor. Meanwhile, Hezbollah launched a barrage of rockets at northern Israel. They fired around 30 rockets. Most were intercepted, but at least one hit the ground and injured 4 people. Now, while Israel is busy fighting in Lebanon, it hasn't forgotten about Gaza. It is conducting an operation in northern Gaza as well, but a problem has cropped up. Israel is starting to face pushback from its chief ally, the United States. On Sunday, the US sent Israel a letter threatening to cut military aid. Yes, you heard that right. Israel's biggest backer has threatened to stop sending weapons unless Israel eases the pressure on Gaza. Washington's chief concern is aid flowing into Gaza. As you know, Gaza is under siege. Israel controls almost all routes in and out of Gaza. This means that Israel also controls anything that goes in, including humanitarian aid. Now, Israel has squeezed aid in the past, but in April they eased the pressure. They started allowing 300 to 400 trucks of aid to enter the enclave every day. But that number has been falling because of a new customs law that Israel brought in. This law allows Israel to stop relief supplies from entering Gaza, and because of that, the aid flowing in is about half of what it was a few months ago. The US is not happy about this. They want at least 350 trucks of relief supplies to enter Gaza every day. And that is what they demanded in the letter. Washington has issued an ultimatum. If the aid does not flow within 30 days, the US might cut military aid to Israel. And this may not be a bluff. The US can do it. It's written into their law. Any country receiving American weapons during a war has an obligation. It must not hinder the US from delivering aid. That's what the law says. So technically, Israel is violating American law by stopping aid shipments. And that means that the US is legally required to stop sending them weapons. All of this was mentioned in Sunday's letter, which was signed by the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken and the US Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. So Israel is taking it seriously. Its military released this video today, the Israeli military, purportedly showing aid trucks entering Gaza. Again, this was released by the Israeli military, so it seems that the US threat worked. But why do you think that is? After all, Israel has happily ignored the US in the past. US President Joe Biden drew multiple red lines. He told Netanyahu to not invade Rafah, to not escalate the war, to not invade Lebanon. Netanyahu was playing hopscotch with Biden's red lines. Why then is Israel suddenly paying heed to an American threat? Well, because it's not just America anymore. All of Israel's Western allies are upset with Netanyahu, and they're all contemplating punitive action. Let's start with France. Netanyahu is in a war of words with the French president, Emmanuel Macron. Macron had called for the end of weapon shipments to Israel last week. This was over Israel's actions in Lebanon. Obviously, Netanyahu was not amused. He called Macron's statement a disgrace. This spat has now escalated. Yesterday, Macron held a meeting with his ministers. It was a closed-door meeting, but one of the attendees leaked Macron's statement. He apparently said that Netanyahu should not ignore decisions from the United Nations. He added, and I quote, "Mr. Netanyahu must not forget that his country was created by a UN decision." This is a reference to a UN General Assembly vote in 1947, which ended the British mandate of Palestine and created the modern state of Israel. Netanyahu was furious when he heard about Macron's barb. He responded by saying, and I'm quoting again, a reminder to the President of France. It was not the UN resolution that established the State of Israel, but rather the victory achieved in the War of Independence with the blood of heroic fighters, many of whom were Holocaust survivors, including from the Vichy regime in France. That's a sharp rebuke and an insult. Netanyahu reminded Macron that some French people bent the knee to the Nazis and helped Hitler kill Jewish people. Netanyahu is not conceding to Macron, But how long can he keep defying the West? Today, the UK decided to pile on the pressure.
And Israel must take all possible steps to avoid civilian casualties, to allow aid into Gaza in much greater volume, and provide the UN and humanitarian partners the ability to operate effectively. Mr. Speaker, along with France, the UK will convene an urgent meeting of the UN Security Council to address this.
Britain seems to be following America's lead, and they're backing France to boot. It seems like a coordinated effort. The West is squeezing Israel together. They want Netanyahu to increase aid to Gaza and back away from Lebanon. Netanyahu's options are limited. He needs Western weapons to continue the war. That explains the fresh aid to Gaza. But will he listen to the West when it comes to Lebanon and Hezbollah? Judging by today's airstrikes, that's highly unlikely. Money and elections, they go hand in hand, and it's the case everywhere in the world, including in the US. The campaigning is in the last stretch, and looks like Donald Trump has gotten some last-minute cash boost. It came from his BFF, Elon Musk, and two other billionaires. They've poured $220 million into the Trump campaign in the last 3 months. But will that be enough to match Kamala Harris? Since July, her campaign has raised more than $1 billion, and they're still raising funds. The more important question, perhaps, is, will money give Harris an edge in swing states? And can Trump's billionaire friends help him bridge the gap? Our next report explores.
Elections are an expensive affair. You need money for basically everything. In the US, there are restrictions on how much money a candidate can receive. You can't contribute millions directly. But there's a way around it. PACs or political action committees. You can put money in a PAC and in turn use that money to influence an election. On Tuesday, America PAC submitted its filings. It's a pro-Trump super PAC that was formed this summer. In the last 3 months, it has gotten $75 million in donations. And all of this money came from one person, Elon Musk.
Take over, Elon, just take over.
He donated $15 million in July, $30 million in August, and another $30 million in September. In fact, he is the PAC's only donor. Well, it helps having the world's richest person in your corner. But Musk isn't alone. 2 other billionaires have funneled millions to support the Trump campaign. They are businesswoman Miriam Adelson and packaging magnate Richard Uihlein. Together, Musk, Adelson and Uihlein have donated $220 million in just 3 months. So billionaires are backing Trump in this last stretch. That's good news for the Republican presidential nominee. After all, he's up against a better-funded rival. I'm talking about Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris. Her campaign has raised $1 billion since July. No presidential candidate has ever raised so much money so fast. Where did that money come from? Well, a mix of sources. Yes, there have been big money donors, PACs, and also ordinary voters. In fact, her fundraising committee raised $633 million in the third quarter of 2024. The Trump campaign got around $160 million during the same time. So basically, Harris raised 4 times that amount. But her campaign doesn't want to get complacent. They fear the cash may dry up in the last stretch, so fundraising events continue as usual. The Harris campaign believes it's essential for the last few weeks. So what is this money being used for? Well, for everything. From door-to-door campaigning to an advertising blitz. Take Elon Musk's Super PAC, for example. It launched a massive campaign in the swing states. These are the states that will decide who gets the White House, and the most crucial among them is Pennsylvania. So the America PAC is on the ground there. It spent $57 million on canvassing and field operations. Meanwhile, the Harris campaign has pre-booked $370 million worth of ads. This is both on television and online. They have also spent $11 million on Facebook and Instagram ads, mostly targeting the 7 swing states. The campaign even invested thousands of dollars on bracelets, these Harris-Walz friendship bracelets. If the elections were determined by just spending, we all know who would win. But that's not how it works. The Harris campaign may be swimming in cash, and it gives them an edge. But money alone cannot win the US presidential elections.
The elections have put the spotlight on American media. Normally, this is a good thing. Elections bring more viewership. Viewership brings more money, and everybody goes home happy. But maybe not this time, because Americans do not trust their media anymore. Look at the findings of a new Gallup poll. Only 31% Americans trust their media outlets. We're talking about mass media here, your television, newspapers, radio, all of it combined together. Only 31% Americans trust this media, and this number has been falling consistently. In 1972, 68% Americans trusted the media. By 1976, it actually increased to 72%. But then, since then, it's been a steep fall. What's more, Americans trust government institutions more than the media, which is quite unusual for the US because this is a country where people think their government faked the moon landing. Yet 55% people trust their local government and 43% trust the federal government. So trust issues are not the problem, the institution is. Let's look at other places. Like in India, 41% people trust the media. The trust is higher for state-owned news agencies, interestingly. For example, 65% Indians trust the All India Radio. Even regional newspapers are quite trusted by 61% Indians, according to one survey. And what about commercial platforms? They're a lot lower than public ones, not as low as in the United States. Then you have Britain, where media trust has rebounded after major lows. It was 51% in 2015. It plunged to 28% during the Wuhan virus pandemic. But since then, it has slowly recovered to 33% last year and 36% this year. In Europe, the trend is similar to India. Nearly 48% people trust state broadcasters. Only 29% trust private TV stations. We also have numbers from China and Russia, where a whopping 100% trust the media. I am kidding, of course. It's likely to be in the high 99% to make it believable. But jokes aside, what is the message here? Why is media trust below 50% in major markets? Obviously, fake news is a problem. Fact-checking is not as rigorous as it used to be. Another problem is bias, and it's quite evident in the US. Most conservatives talk about the media's liberal bias. Donald Trump weaponized it in 2016. He's doing it again this time. A third issue is the rise of social media. People don't use traditional outlets as much anymore. So why would they trust something they don't even use? Just consider India. Nearly half of all Indians get their news online from YouTube or WhatsApp or X. Nearly half. These platforms are doing two things. Some of them are not prioritizing news at all. They're focusing on other topics like travel or cooking. Those who still prioritize news do not push publishers. They're pushing content creators, people who can make funky, addictive content. One example of that is X. Elon Musk is a vocal critic of mainstream media, so he wants the so-called citizen journalists to take over. He's also paying them for their content. The question is, what can be done about this? How can we restore the trust? We say it all boils down to one thing, and that is money. Most people do not pay for news. They'll pay for music or streaming content, but they will not pay for news. Only 17% people in rich countries pay for news. 17%. In India, it is just 5%. Plus, advertising money is moving away. Nowadays, brands like to advertise on social media. As a result, traditional media houses are struggling. Nearly 3,000 American newspapers have shut down since 2005. Layoffs are quite common. In India, there was a 15% rise in firings this year. So what do media firms do? What do media platforms do? They look for funding elsewhere. Enter big corporates and entities with vested interests. They come with their own political calculations. Some see the media only as a business, not as a civic institution. Others see it as a tool to wield influence or push their agenda, and often it is the content that suffers. Do you think legacy outlets cannot make addictive content or do in-depth ground reports or weave together trending stories? Of course they can. But you need money, you need independence to do it. It's easy to dismiss the media as fake or biased. It's harder to walk the talk and pay for the news. Anti-hustle. Have you heard of this term? Apparently, it is becoming quite popular. It is used to describe certain jobs where you can work when you like, from where you like, and mostly how you like. So you can do your bit and call it a day. This is an anti-hustle work life, and it has become the war cry of younger workers, the Gen Z, those born between 1997 and 2012. That's the Gen Z. With its oldest members turning 27 years old, this generation makes up a significant chunk of the workforce. But this so-called anti-hustle mode has also earned them quite the reputation. No points for guessing. It's not a good one. Gen Z is widely considered an employer's nightmare, and survey after survey shows this. A new one is out. It says that 1 in 6 companies do not want to hire Gen Z. They say Gen Z is entitled, easily offended, unable to handle feedback, lacking in motivation, professionalism, strong work ethic, and communication skills. That's quite the list. It makes you think, what doesn't Gen Z lack? Apparently, the ability to make things worse. Over the past few years, the young haven't helped their case by making up these work trends: quiet quitting, lazy jobs, mouse jiggling, where you only pretend to work by moving your computer mouse, that's mouse jiggling apparently, or conscious unbossing, meaning consciously choosing not to be a boss or a manager. 69% Gen Z say they do not want to be middle managers because it's too high stress and low reward. I don't want to question the obvious lack of logic here. Maybe there is a secret sauce to jumping from intern to CEO. Maybe TikTok holds the answers. Who knows? But the fact remains, the young are not seen as great employees. Nearly half of the hiring managers find Gen Z the most challenging generation to work with. This is not to say that all of Gen Z is a personality hire or someone who is hired for their so-called vibes. That's a personality hire apparently. Instead of their skills, they're hired for their vibes. There are a lot of factors at play here. For starters, the current workforce is not ready for Gen Z. Let me give you some examples. Most young workers want time flexibility. A quarter of them say that their productivity peaks at night. So they want to work at night. But in this world of 9 to 5, that's not going to fly. Take, for instance, job hopping. Young workers are willing to change their careers 3 times. Careers, not jobs. 3 times in their lifetime. But for traditional employers, this is a red flag. Plus, there is generational friction. Every generation thinks that the young are worse than them. And this is only normal. Research proves this, and so do headlines. Until a decade ago, do you know what they were saying about millennials? They're bad employees, they lack work ethic, they're lazy, they're entitled. It's a circle of life and everything. But intellectualizing aside, my point is quite simple. Companies may not want to hire Gen Z, but they will have to sooner or later because they are the future of work. In fact, by next year, Gen Z will form a quarter of the global workforce. So unless the older generation is planning a coup, they will have to focus on solutions like better training or adaptability. Gen Z has a lot of work to do as well. Historically speaking, this is the most privileged generation. They grew up with the internet, with technology. For them, all kinds of resources are one click away. So about time that they check their privilege. The fact that they can afford to quiet quit or afford to get lazy jobs is because of the workforce that came before them. So insulation, apathy, or unrealistic self-assurance is not going to cut it in the real world. Experiences. Because it is good to be passionate about change, but Rome was not built in a day. So if you have any ambition, no matter which generation you belong to, you will have to do the time. Our joke tonight is the gift that keeps on giving, the US election campaign. Kamala Harris is struggling to get male support, so she deployed her running mate. That's Tim Walz. Now, Walz served in the US military. He's also a proud gun owner, so he decided to hit the outdoors for a day of hunting, because apparently that is what men do. They take guns and shoot something. Just one problem though, Tim Walz simply couldn't reload his gun. The full struggle was caught on camera and social media did the rest. On the other side, Donald Trump had a different struggle. He held a rally in Philadelphia. 2 of his supporters fainted because of the heat. As a result, there was a delay. So Trump turned the event into a 40-minute dance session, swaying weirdly to a couple of songs. Take a look. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. The German ambassador to India welcomes his new car in true Indian fashion by smashing a coconut and tying Nimbu Mirchi. In Turkey, a TV news anchor takes cover during a live broadcast as an earthquake strikes the country's east, and the NASA spacesuit gets a high fashion upgrade for the Artemis mission. Finally, we are taking you back in history. On this day in 1793, Marie Antoinette was beheaded. She was the last queen of France before the French Revolution. Her lavish lifestyle made her a symbol of royal excess. Public resentment against the monarchy sealed her fate. Her death was a significant moment for France, marking the fall of the aristocracy. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Deprem oluyor değerli izleyiciler. Deprem. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahu Ekber. Allah.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Hello, and thank you so much for tuning in. I'm Eric Ham, and we're coming to you live from Washington, D.C. Georgia is on my mind, and I'll tell you why shortly. But first, here's a look at the latest headlines. Donald Trump refuses to comment on alleged phone calls he had with Russia's Vladimir Putin after leaving the White House. The Republican presidential nominee says speaking to Putin would, however, be a smart thing. Iran warns Israel of a decisive and regretful response if, in fact, Israel follows through with an attack on the country. The IDF is reported to be targeting Iran's military in response to Tehran's missile attack on Israel weeks ago. North Korea says around 1.4 million youth applied to join the army this week after South Korean drones were spotted over the capital, Pyongyang. Photographs show thousands of young people wearing army uniforms and taking vows to defend the country. Haiti's Prime Minister Gary Conille urges Kenyan President William Ruto to send more troops to the Caribbean nation. Haiti requests 600 more Kenyan troops to back up the 400 currently deployed combating armed gangs. And a new survey reveals that over 90% of Salvadorans don't transact with Bitcoin 3 years after it became a legal tender by President Nayib Bukele. Nevertheless, President Bukele's popularity remains at an all-time high. We begin with the race for the White House. Day one of early voting in the battleground state of Georgia got off to a resounding and record-breaking start. According to Georgia's Secretary of State, over 328,000 people cast their ballot in person or by mail on Tuesday. This number is more than double the previous record of 136,000 early votes back in 2020.
I think this is an existential election. It's going to have implications for my children and my 3 grandsons and more to come. So it's critically important that everyone at least voices their vote.
Well, I just started law school actually down in Florida, so I really just wanted to get it out while I was home and get it done. Because being so young, and especially with the recent economic crisis we've had, I really just want to make sure my vote counts.
Now, Georgia is still grappling with the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, which has also become a political flashpoint in recent days. On Tuesday, Donald Trump, who has criticized the Biden administration's disaster response, visited the swing state to offer his condolences.
Before we begin, I want to send our love and prayers to everyone here in Georgia, hit by the hurricanes. You got hit hard, as well as Florida, North Carolina. They really got hit hard. South Carolina got hit pretty hard. Virginia, Alabama, and Tennessee. That's a lot of hurricane. That was a big hurricane. I thought we were sort of over. Yeah, that's Trump country. You're right. It's Trump country. It is indeed. We love it. We love the people.
Trump went on to add that any Black and Hispanic residents who are planning to vote for Vice President Kamala Harris should have their head examined.
And I'll tell you what, any African American or Hispanic, and you know how well I'm doing there, that votes for Kamala, you got to have your head examined, because they are really screwing you. They are really screwing you.
Meanwhile, Kamala Harris visited North Carolina, where early voting will begin on Thursday. The key battleground state, too, was devastated by Hurricanes Helene and Milton in recent weeks.
And our hearts, I know, all of us, and our prayers go out to everyone who's been impacted by these storms. I have spoken to both state and local officials, both Republican and Democrat, to let them know we will be with you every step of the way as you recover.
The Democratic presidential nominee electrified her supporters in the Tar Heel state and urged them to vote in maximum numbers in person or by mail.
And so, North Carolina, today I then ask you, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Now, the latest polls averaged by the New York Times show Donald Trump leading Kamala Harris by just 1 point in both Georgia and North Carolina. The stunning record turnout, however, underscores the level of enthusiasm in this year's election and the growing concerns and perhaps fears of Hurricane Helene's impact on voting have quickly dissipated. And staying with the race for the White House, former President Donald Trump's bizarre actions at a recent campaign rally have ignited concerns about his mental fitness. The Republican presidential candidate was in the battleground state of Pennsylvania on Monday, where he decided to abandon the Q&A session and instead put on his favorite playlist for nearly 40 minutes. Donald Trump swayed on stage with South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem mimicking his dance moves. More concerning was the fact that the impromptu music concert unfolded after 2 of the audience members fainted due to the heat, whom the ex-president called patriots.
I want this to be a really important evening. And those 2 people that went down are patriots, and we love them. Yes. And because of them, we ended up with some good music, right? Right? So play YMCA. Go ahead. Let's go. Nice and loud.
Media reports say Donald Trump refused to take more questions and requested music to be played after some of the crowd began leaving. His showing in Pennsylvania on Monday, combined with his recent erratic sit-down in Chicago for the Economic Forum, has led to increased questions surrounding Trump's mental acuity. Vice President Kamala Harris has doubled down on the sentiment and called on Donald Trump to release his medical records.
He is only focused on himself. And he's not, but here's the thing, North Carolina, and he's not being transparent with the voters. He's not being transparent. So check this out. He refuses to release his medical records. I've done it. Every other presidential candidate in modern era has done it. He is unwilling to do a 60 Minutes interview. Like every other major party candidate has done for more than half a century. He is unwilling to meet for a second debate. And here's the thing, it makes you wonder, why does his staff want him to hide away? One must question, are they afraid that people will see that he is too weak and unstable to lead America? Is that what's going on?
Already, more than 230 doctors, nurses, and healthcare professionals have also written a letter asking the former president to disclose his medical records. Coming to his defense, Russian state media weighed in on Donald Trump's mental ability, asserting that questions about his fitness for office was all Democratic propaganda. Yeah, sure. I mean, who can forget back in July, Kamala Harris was elevated to the top of the Democratic ticket after President Joe Biden dropped out of the race due to concerns over his own mental acuity. Now, Democrats appear to be flipping the script on the 78-year-old convicted felon who could be the oldest president to be elected to the White House if, in fact, he wins in November. And now to the Middle East, where Israel has launched strikes in southern Beirut as tensions with Hezbollah intensify. This latest offensive comes as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has rejected calls for a ceasefire in Lebanon unless it includes the creation of a buffer zone along Israel's border to prevent Hezbollah from regrouping and rearming. Speaking to French President Emmanuel Macron, Netanyahu emphasized that Israel will in fact continue fighting until this condition is met.
Hezbollah is hiding its casualties and doesn't say, and on the other side, it imagines casualties on our side. There is a gap which shows that the group is in a difficult situation. We must continue to widen this gap and continue to do so to protect our people and harm their operatives. Above all, we need to understand that Hezbollah is in trouble, and there is a need to make it bigger, and there is a need to press harder.
Meanwhile, Hezbollah's deputy leader says the group is now focused on hurting the enemy and threatened to target the Israeli cities of Haifa and Tel Aviv.
We decided on a new equation called the equation of hurting the enemy, so that they feel the pain. The missiles now reach Haifa and beyond Haifa, as Sayed would have wanted. In turn, you have seen these strikes that reach Tel Aviv, the drones that reach Tel Aviv, the rockets that reach Tel Aviv.
In his third appearance since the assassination of Hassan Nasrallah, Hezbollah's deputy chief urged supporters to remain steadfast amid Israeli attacks. He also clarified that demanding a ceasefire does not imply Hezbollah has become weak.
We will focus on targeting his army, his centers, and his residences. I say to the Israeli home front, the solution is a ceasefire. We are not seeking a ceasefire from a position of weakness. If the Israeli entity does not want it, we will continue. And after the ceasefire, according to the indirect agreement, the settlers will return to the north, and the other steps will be drawn.
Meanwhile, pressure is mounting from the United States, where Washington has delivered a firm message to Israel, giving it just 30 days to increase humanitarian aid into Gaza or risk losing some military assistance.
What we have seen over the past few months is that the level of humanitarian assistance has not been sustained. In fact, it has fallen by over 50% from where it was at its peak. So the Secretary, along with Secretary Austin, thought it was appropriate to make clear to the government of Israel that there are changes that they need to make again to see that the level of assistance making it into Gaza comes back up from the very, very low levels that it is at today.
Now, the letter, which was signed by Secretaries Antony Blinken and Lloyd Austin, is the clearest ultimatum yet to Prime Minister Netanyahu's government.
All I can tell you is that the Secretary and Secretary Blinken sent a letter. I'm not going to go into those details, but it was meant to be a private correspondence between two senior administration officials, from the Department of Defense and Department of State to their counterparts. Again, I understand it is an official letter on official letterhead, but those correspondence are still, meant to be private.
Now, in response to Washington, Israel says it does, in fact, take these concerns seriously and will review the letter. The next 30 days will reveal how the humanitarian situation and Israel's military operations in the region will unfold. And now moving to Mexico, where the country is witnessing an escalating wave of violence, where holding public office has now become a deadly gamble. Just days after the brutal decapitation of Chilpancingo's mayor, another mayor has now been murdered, this time stabbed to death in Oaxaca. Political assassinations, gruesome cartel killings, and a country awash in bloodshed. Brutality remains a grim reality that Mexico's first female president, Claudia Sheinbaum, is struggling to contain. Here's our report with the latest.
Mexico was still coming to terms with the shocking assassination of Chilpancingo's mayor, Alejandro Arcos. Protesters were out on the streets demanding justice, condemning the mayor's killing as dastardly and cowardly. They asked authorities, when will their suffering end? Until when will innocent lives keep falling prey to criminal gangs? And until when will these gangs control their nation?
It is the sentiment of the people. Indeed, we are sad. We are filled with rage and helplessness due to the cruel and vile way in which our mayor's life was taken. He brought a good project, a project that was about love peace and development for this capital city that has been neglected.
I condemn and we strongly condemn the dastardly, cowardly, and tragic murder of our mayor. We want justice.
That's when another shocking piece of news rocked the nation. Within 10 days of Arcos' killing, another mayor was stabbed to death. Roman Ruiz Bohorquez, the mayor of Candelaria Losica, Oaxaca, was brutally murdered in what authorities chillingly describe as an interpersonal conflict. Ruiz was rushed to a community clinic, clinging to life. But like so many others before him, he didn't make it. 4 other mayors living in constant fear have now begged federal authorities for protection.
Yo lo supo cuando me amaneció y ya todo lo subieron en las redes sociales. Híjole, yo sentí muy triste pues porque digo, ¿por qué?
¿Se había visto esto aquí en el pueblo?
No se había visto nada.
The violence in Mexico doesn't just stop at city halls. Just last week, the bodies of 5 men were found scattered in black bags on a road in Jalisco. Their heads were stashed in separate bags, which hint towards an obvious move by the Jalisca Nueva Generación cartel. This is the same cartel that produced millions of fentanyl pills disguised as common painkillers and flooded the streets of the United States with the lethal drug, fueling an overdose crisis that kills tens of thousands each year. This carnage is not just an anomaly, it's a plague. Over 450,000 people have been killed since the Mexican government deployed the military against the cartels in 2006. The violence is no longer just about drug trafficking. Politics itself has become a battleground. In the June elections that brought Claudia Sheinbaum to the presidency, at least 37 political candidates were assassinated. Some were gunned down in broad daylight, others disappeared in the dead of night. Criminal organizations have infiltrated local politics, using money, threats, and bullets to tighten their grip on power. Elected in one of Mexico's deadliest campaigns, the country's first woman president, Sheinbaum, has vowed to tackle the violence by doubling down on social programs, sticking with the hugs, not bullets policy introduced by her predecessor.
The first thing that is very important is that Calderon's war against the cartels is not going to return. We are not looking for extrajudicial executions, which was what was happening. What are we going to use? Prevention, attention to causes, intelligence, and presence. That is the 4-pronged strategy.
From the Ministry of Security, we will work with all the federal entities because we are convinced that in order to achieve lasting peace in the country, we must assume that security is a shared responsibility.
But as the bloodshed spirals, the question remains. Can Mexico's political leaders truly stop a war that's gone beyond drugs?
And finally, Elon Musk is at it again. This time he's crediting the British Empire with ending global slavery. And the tech billionaire's outrageous claim is rightfully provoking anger, particularly in India, Africa, and the Caribbean, where the legacy of British colonial rule remains deeply painful. Musk has been accused of trivializing the experiences of millions affected by colonialism and slavery. Our final report takes you inside the growing controversy.
Elon Musk and controversy seem inseparable. Ever so often, the billionaire makes a statement that sends shockwaves through global media, reviving his name in conversations once again. But this time, Musk has struck a deeply sensitive chord, angering millions in India.
Is it going to expand, Mr. Musk?
In his latest tweet, Musk claimed that the British Empire was the driving force behind ending the vast majority of global slavery. His exact words were, "Slavery or de facto slavery was standard practice throughout the world from the dawn of civilization until a few hundred years ago. It is even discussed at length in the Bible, for example." However, for many Indians, this statement feels like a slap in the face, a blatant disregard for the history of British colonial rule that enslaved their ancestors for nearly 200 years. The British Empire not only dominated India but also carved out Pakistan and Bangladesh from its borders, leaving behind a legacy of bloodshed, displacement, and missing loved ones. Musk didn't stop there. He shared tweets from an account called Thinking West, praising Britain's anti-slavery laws, including the Slave Trade Act of 1807 and the Slavery Abolition Act of 1833. While these acts were real, their significance is hotly debated. Indians took to X in droves to express their outrage. Musk's claims hit a raw nerve, triggering a flood of criticism. One user pointed out that Britain practically enslaved India and Africa, while others suggested Musk should read up on Indian history to fully grasp the extent of the suffering endured under colonial rule. Musk's ill-timed remarks also come as African and Caribbean nations demand reparations from the British Crown for the atrocities committed during the slave trade. Last year, a historic event in Barbados saw leaders from these regions calling on Britain to atone for its brutal past. The demand for justice continues to grow not only in these regions but globally, as communities still grapple with the lasting scars of British colonialism and slavery. Musk's comments, seen by many as revisionist and out of touch, have only fueled this fire. One user encapsulated the sentiment with a scathing remark: "On this earth, the British Empire will never be forgiven for the evils of slavery and colonialism. It will never be seen as a champion of human rights." Others reminded Musk that the British transported Indians to Africa as forced labourers, leaving yet another painful mark on history. Once again, Musk has ignited a global firestorm. This time with a reminder of the British Empire's brutality that many have neither forgotten nor forgiven. Musk's comments are more than just careless. They reveal a shocking disregard for the profound historical suffering endured by millions. His attempt to glorify the British Empire as a liberator rather than an oppressor is not only factually flawed, but deeply insensitive.
That does it for us today. We thank you so much for spending part of your day with us. We look forward to seeing you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again, everyone, for watching. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Let's take a look at our top story. Now, we have been telling you about the ongoing Russia-US rivalry in Africa. This rivalry is about increasing influence in the continent. In recent times, Russia has been able to gain some edge. It has made significant inroads in the continent. Now, Russia has challenged Western presence through different covert and overt strategies. While Moscow is diminishing Western military presence in Africa, it is parallelly running other campaigns that are targeting Western diplomatic, economic and cultural influence. And public health care is now on Russian President Vladimir Putin's list. As per reports, US-funded anti-malaria programs are Russia's latest target in Africa. Malaria is one of the gravest health problems in Africa. For years, it has been the leading cause of deaths and illnesses in the continent. US-funded programs are helping scientists to solve the malaria problem. But pro-Russian activists and influencers have been trying to convince people that these scientists are not in Africa to end the malaria crisis, but rather to further increase it. Now, one effort to fight malaria in Africa is called the Target Malaria. It is a non-profit backed by Western institutions. They operate in countries like Burkina Faso, Ghana, and Uganda. In Burkina Faso, the group is working to create a species of mosquito that will not transmit malaria. But pro-Russian activists have reportedly said the group is behind the rising cases of the deadly disease. Though their claims are not backed by any scientific evidence, but nevertheless, the word has spread that the Western scientists are conspirators. But this is not an isolated incident. Russian propaganda on healthcare is part of its wider disinformation campaign in Africa. As per the Africa Center for Strategic Studies, Russia continues to be the primary purveyor of disinformation in Africa, sponsoring 80 documented campaigns and targeting more than 22 countries. The organization blames that such disinformation campaigns have a destabilizing and anti-democratic consequences. Now, these campaigns have reached millions of users. So how is Russia running its ideological warfare in Africa? Social media plays a huge role. Africa is home to an estimated 600 million internet users, including 400 million who are active on social media. So that's an easy and influential audience for Russia. Russia reportedly hires African journalists, bloggers, and members of local public to amplify its message and image. And recently, it also launched a news outlet called the African Initiative, which has been successful in promoting Russian culture in the continent. Russia's state-owned Media RT channel has also expanded its network in Africa. It has started various ventures with African media that spread pro-Russian and anti-Western propaganda. The efforts have been particularly focused on the three military-run countries of Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. These military-run neighbors have turned their backs on Western partners and have forged closer ties with Russia. The growing Russian influence is visible in the Sahel countries. Videos have shown teenage footballers listening to the Russian national anthem before a match in Burkina Faso. Russian President Vladimir Putin's portrait has become far too common a sight in Western Africa. And now that healthcare has also reportedly become a part of Russia's disinformation campaign, how will it impact the continent, which is reeling from multiple health-related disasters? The United States has tried to warn people about this campaign, but will it be successful? Or will Russia manage to gain an edge in Africa? To discuss this further, we have with us Patrick Bond, Distinguished Professor at the University of Johannesburg, South Africa. Thank you for being with us.
Oh, good to be with you and the viewers, Alison. Thanks.
Now, how does Russia's interference with the US-funded anti-malaria programs affect the broader geopolitical competition between Russia and the US on the African continent?
Well, it is very important. The weaponization of public health has been noted. You would sort of say conspiracy theories around health became notorious during the COVID period, when there were all sorts of questions as to how this disease was spreading and whether the vaccines and other treatments were effective, and how especially the West had locked up through intellectual property, although Russia also, with its Sputnik with its vaccine, also had an interest in, let's say, intellectual property. Russia did join India along with South Africa, Kenya in fighting against the intellectual property, that is to call for a waiver, but not very hard. And the US also withdrew its sort of, let's say, dogmatic intellectual property on that. And so we've seen public health become a site for, let's say, struggle over millions of lives. In South Africa alone, we had 300,000 deaths due to COVID, and many, many could have been prevented had it not been for Boris Johnson in the UK and Angela Merkel in Germany sticking to intellectual property restrictions, which meant we couldn't get generic vaccines and treatment. So you can see public health. We would even take it back to AIDS, where the US had opposed getting AIDS medicines off of intellectual property in the World Trade Organization, with Africa having about 40 million people living with HIV. That meant the life expectancy went way down. And it was the struggle to get rid of some of the, let me say, corporate power over healthcare. And that's why it's so, I say, refreshing that the US did come around, and it has a very good program for AIDS medicines called PEPFAR, and the anti-malaria work. Bill and Melinda Gates supporting it. They have a very mixed record in the health field, but it is one of those sites, regrettably, after the Russians lost Prigozhin, the head of the Wagner Group, in that plane crash 14 months ago, and then reassembled the Africa Corps, and really is digging in and making sure that at least in some of the countries that are loyal to Putin, that they are going to have what appears to me misinformation about U.S. malaria, anti-malaria support.
Mm. Mm. And what are the potential short and long-term public health impacts on malaria prevention efforts in African countries where these programs are disrupted?
Yeah, if they're really being disrupted by ill-informed, malevolent influencers, which happens all the time. The Russians are just as notorious as many in the United States who also play on social media with misinformation. So these are, two countries. In fact, even the Africa Center for Strategic Studies is located in the Pentagon. We would never really know whether the Pentagon or the New York Times, which broke this story, are really telling the truth. They have, mixed records. So I would say that if you take malaria as a major problem, 600,000 deaths a year. And what the studies have shown since the year 2000 is that it's getting worse in some areas where there's higher humidity, higher rainfall, therefore more puddles and places for the mosquitoes to breed. And it's in that sense that I think a bigger problem, which is indeed the climate catastrophe, which is causing this humidity and causing extreme weather. And there, the US is number 2 emitter of greenhouse gases, Russia number 4. And I think these are where, let me call it, a climate debt is owed by, especially the United States, the number 1 historic emitter. So I hope they don't stop funding malaria because of this sort of misinformation. It's one of the things that I think Washington owes to the continent of Africa to try to help eradicate this awful disease of malaria.
And Professor, how are the African governments and regional bodies responding to Russia's actions? And what measures are being taken to ensure that critical health programs are protected?
Well, the African Union is the crucial body because it does have a strong public health component, and indeed the head of the World Health Organization is from Ethiopia. So there's a lot of concern that the AU get more priority, and it is joining as of last September in the Delhi meeting of the G20. It will be meeting the AU as a body as part of the G20 now in Rio, and then South Africa hosts the G20 next year. And that's usually a place where the sorts of pledges can be made from the West and the BRICS countries to working together, let me call them imperial and sub-imperial alliance. They do recognize in those settings that they have to give African Union officials much more attention than in the past. And likewise, 2 new African states will probably join the United Nations Security Council, although without veto powers. That is something the US doesn't want to see, let's say, diluted, and neither does Russia nor China. Now, those are the kind of questions of the institutional power of representatives from the continent. Can they speak out and not be trampled by these 2 big elephants, the US and Russia, as both try to make both geopolitical and also, let's not underestimate, raw material extraction agendas with the new economies requiring some of the cobalt Those are the sorts of things we'll continue to watch, and the battleground now includes public health. It's a shame.
Professor, thank you very much for being with us on the show. As always, great to have you, and thanks for your valued insights.
Thank you.
Shifting focus to the Democratic Republic of Congo, the Central African nation is reeling from years-long conflict between army and the M23 rebel group. While efforts are ongoing to secure peace, Congolese youth have categorically rejected any negotiations with the M23 rebels. Hundreds of protesters gathered in the streets of the DRC's eastern city of Butembo on Monday. They expressed their support for the country's army and their anger against the rebels.
Today, we have come to show our love and support for our army, the FARDC, which is the only army we have. The people of Butembo, having endured long years of suffering, with the war imposed by the Rwandans through the M23, as well as the massacres committed by ADF, Allied Democratic Forces, want to make it clear that we are not ready to give up. We stand behind our army to support and encourage it to go and drive these criminals out of the forest where they are hiding.
The young protesters called for stronger military action against rebel groups occupying eastern regions of the country and opposed any peace talks with the M23 rebels.
Today, we called for a large demonstration to show that we have had enough of the massacres, to show that we have had enough of the security issues. That is why we called for great solidarity, for strong mobilization to try to educate the population, the entire community, and all the local communities in Eastern DRC, to tell them that if we are currently suffering, it is partly because we are also responsible for our suffering, as we do not support our army.
These protests come as the DRC and Rwanda are continuing negotiations in Angolan capital Luanda to try to resolve the conflict in the region. Several rebel groups are operating in the Democratic Republic of Congo. However, the fighting between the army and the M23 rebels has been the most violent. The M23, or the March 23 rebels, is an armed group mainly made up of ethnic Tutsis that broke away from the Congolese army over a decade ago. The rebels say they are fighting to safeguard the interests of their ethnic groups in the country. For the past many years, the Congolese army and the M23 have been fighting for control of the eastern city of Goma and the surrounding area. A peace agreement was also signed in 2012. However, the rebels have broken the agreement and renewed fighting in recent years. Parts of eastern DRC have been plagued by violence. According to the United Nations, over 5 million people have been displaced in the DRC due to the intense fighting. The conflict has increased tensions in the region, with the alleged involvement of the neighboring Rwanda in the conflict. Now, the Democratic Republic of Congo accuses Rwanda, whose president, Paul Kagame, is also an ethnic Tutsi, of providing support to the rebels. The United Nations also blames Kigali for funding, training and equipping the M23 rebels. However, Rwanda has repeatedly denied these allegations. Rwanda has instead said that it has been taking defensive measures and accuses the DRC of fighting alongside a Hutu rebel group that have attacked Tutsis in both countries. Now, the Democratic Republic of Congo accuses Rwanda of creating obstacles in the peace talks. While efforts continue to mediate between the two neighbors and secure peace in the conflict-ridden DRC, it is the people of the DRC who have been facing the brunt of the violence, and many of them are now taking to the streets to voice their growing anger. As the world of technology and artificial intelligence continues to evolve and grow, the challenges to regulate them have also risen. One such digital innovation has been in the finance and investment sector. It's called cryptocurrency. The rise and its adoption has been so significant in recent years that countries across the globe have been scrambling to monitor them more efficiently. One such country is South Africa, which has asked cryptocurrency users to declare their assets. The South African Revenue Service, or SARS, which is the nation's tax collecting authority, has announced that it would include crypto assets in its tax compliance program. This comes after the authority noticed that taxpayers were not declaring their crypto assets and trades in their tax returns. SARS now wants to ensure that there is full disclosure of all digital asset holdings. But why is SARS wanting to monitor cryptocurrency? And what is cryptocurrency exactly? Let's understand. Cryptocurrency is a digital currency. It is traded between consenting parties on a digital ledger, meaning it allows people to make payments directly to each other. It uses cryptography to secure transactions. Now, cryptography is a method of protecting information and communications using codes and mathematical concepts. Now, these currencies generally operate without any central authority, such as a bank or a government. And this means, unlike the US dollar or the euro, there is no central authority that manages and maintains the value of cryptocurrency. Hence, cryptocurrencies are not considered traditional currencies. Now, there are more than 9,000 cryptocurrencies in the world. The most popular among them are Bitcoin and Ethereum. Moreover, there are different platforms on which they can be exchanged and traded, with the most well-known being Binance, Coinbase, and Kraken. So why does South Africa want to monitor crypto trade? Now, South Africa's Revenue Service is legally obligated to account for any income or asset that taxpayers hold. By including crypto under its ambit, SARS is aiming to enhance the detection and reporting of undeclared cryptocurrency holdings. The agency also wants to ensure that taxpayers adhere to South African tax laws. Currently, there are more than 5.8 million South Africans that hold crypto assets. The cryptocurrency market in South Africa is projected to achieve a revenue of $388.3 million in 2024. However, the decentralized and often opaque nature of crypto transactions has made it difficult for the tax agencies to monitor them, and SARS has a plan to enforce and regulate cryptocurrency assets. The agency is reaching out to the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, the FSCA, and crypto asset service providers to gather more information about traders and users. It has also asked taxpayers who have not previously disclosed their crypto assets to sign up for its voluntary disclosure program so that they can avoid facing penalties. SARS is also increasing the capabilities of its audit teams to support its enforcement initiatives. And it is also issuing query letters to taxpayers with crypto assets to gain more insights about their investments. While cryptocurrencies have offered new opportunities for wealth generation, they have also created loopholes that tax authorities are now finding out about. However, it is yet to be seen how South Africa will monitor and regulate taxpayers disclosing their cryptocurrency holdings. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. In a game-changing move, Kenya's maternal health care is getting a much-needed boost, thanks to a portable ultrasound introduced by the United Nations Women's Health Agency. Now, these devices, now reaching women in some of Kenya's most remote areas, are helping detect pregnancy complications early, slashing the risks of maternal and infant deaths. The program also teaches midwives to operate the life-saving tech. This initiative is not just offering better health outcomes, it is also empowering women to take control of their pregnancies. Here are all the details.
In Kenya, 355 women die from pregnancy-related causes for every 100,000 live births. This is according to the UN's Sexual and Reproductive Health Agency. This staggering statistic translates to 5,000 women and girls losing their lives each year due to complications from pregnancy and childbirth. A simple ultrasound could prevent many of these deaths, yet this life-saving service is out of reach for many. Historically, women in Kenya have struggled to access essential maternal health care services like ultrasounds. But that's changing, thanks to a new portable ultrasound service that's transforming maternal care in the country. Launched by the United Nations Sexual and Reproductive Health Agency, these portable devices allow healthcare workers to detect pregnancy complications much earlier, proving to be a game changer for maternal health.
I was expecting twins during my third pregnancy. However, when I delivered at home, only one of the babies survived. Tragically, the other passed away. Looking back, I realized that if I had gone for an ultrasound scan, I could have possibly saved that baby's life.
These ultrasounds are particularly vital in regions where access to healthcare is scarce and cultural beliefs discourage prenatal hospital visits. Since the program's launch in 2020, it has screened more than 2,500 women across counties like Kajiado, Migori, Homa Bay and Kisii. The devices, distributed free of charge, help reduce maternal and infant mortality rates by allowing midwives to detect issues such as breech positions, calculating the due date, or other complications well in advance.
Since I started going for scans, I am now happy to know that my unborn twins are healthy and doing well. I've even begun preparing for their arrival by shopping for them. Being more informed about their due date has given me peace of mind, and I feel much more prepared for their birth.
The portable ultrasound service doesn't stop at just providing scans. It also trains midwives to administer these tests. By arming medical workers with both the technology and the know-how, the program ensures that more women receive life-saving interventions. This includes information about the baby's position, the placenta, and other factors that help pregnant women and their healthcare providers decide on the best delivery period, whether natural or cesarean. The impact has been remarkable. These routine ultrasounds have instilled newfound confidence in pregnant women, especially those living in remote areas far from medical facilities. By better tracking their pregnancies, these women feel more prepared for childbirth. Volunteers also play a key role in educating women about the importance of these scans and how early planning can avert complications. The program, when fully staffed, can conduct up to 3 scans a day, expanding its reach and saving more lives.
There are those who believe they are not supposed to know anything until they wait to the last day when the baby comes. And because of that, you get many mothers getting issues because the scan was very important to know if there was any problem earlier so that it can be solved. But because of the cultural beliefs, it hinders.
The introduction of portable ultrasound devices in Kenya is more than just a technological innovation. It's a lifeline for thousands of women and their babies. By detecting complications early and empowering midwives with critical skills, this service is reshaping maternal health care in the country, offering hope for safer pregnancies and healthier births.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Our lead story tonight is from West Asia, where Israel has achieved a major victory. They have killed their top target, Hamas chief Yahya Sinwar. The Israeli Defense Forces posted this on social media a few hours ago. They said they had killed 3 terrorists during a ground operation in Gaza, in the southern city of Rafah. Israel said it was trying to identify the bodies. It seems the results are out now, and one of them was Yahya Sinwar, one of those 3 bodies. The news has reached Israel's cabinet. There was reportedly a DNA match. So it's all but certain that Yahya Sinwar is dead. The celebrations have begun. Even before the confirmation, Israel's defense minister put out this tweet. The image at the center is blacked out, but it's clearly a taunt. Israel is goading its enemies. If you consider everything that has happened, it's really no wonder that Yoav Gallant and the rest are celebrating. Yahya Sinwar was the architect of the October 7th attack. He planned last year's assault. So he was enemy number 1 for Israel. If they've really managed to kill him, we can expect more Israeli celebrations. As we wait for the confirmation from other sources, let's take a closer look at Israel's greatest foe.
If the entire world won't move, take action and stop it, Israel. This will be the cause for the eruption of major religious war in the region and threatens a status of unrest and chaos in the Middle East and the entire world.
Yahya Sinwar was born in 1962. He was born in a refugee camp in Khan Yunis in central Gaza. Back then, Gaza was controlled by Egypt. This was in the aftermath of the first Arab-Israeli war. The Israelis won that war and established their country, and Egypt occupied Gaza. Sinwar grew up in that environment. His family was originally from near Ashkelon, in what is now Israel, but they were expelled before he was born. Sinwar grew up in Gaza. He joined the Muslim Brotherhood in his youth, then attended the Islamic University of Gaza, and eventually led the Muslim Brotherhood student wing at this university. After graduating, Yahya Sinwar founded Majd, an organization that tracked down Palestinians who collaborated with Israel, a sort of a secret police. The organization would often kill the collaborators, people who worked with Israel, Palestinians who worked with Israel. And that is how Sinwar ended up in prison. He was arrested in 1988, given 4 life sentences and an additional 30 years in prison for his role in founding Majd. Sinwar ended up spending 23 years in prison. He was never supposed to be released, but Israel had to let him go in the year 2011 as part of a prisoner swap deal with Hamas. Hamas captured an Israeli soldier called Gilad Shalit in 2006. They held the soldier in Gaza for over 5 years. Israel failed to rescue him, so they agreed to the prisoner swap. Israel released 1,027 prisoners in exchange for 1 soldier. And one of those released prisoners was Yahya Sinwar. And this is Sinwar after he was released.
It's really an indescribable feeling. There is no doubt that this is a nationalistic event par excellence. It is one of the big strategic events in the history of our people's cause in the past years. So we are living a moment of unusual joy.
As soon as Sinwar was free, he was elevated to the position of senior Hamas leader, something like the group's defense minister. In 2017, Yahya Sinwar became the leader of Hamas in Gaza, and he used his position to plan and execute the October 7th attack. In August, Sinwar rose even higher this August. He was made Hamas's political chief, the group's top leader. He succeeded Ismail Haniyeh, who was assassinated in Iran. So for the last 2 months, Yahya Sinwar has been Hamas's paramount leader, or was Hamas's paramount leader, and now Israel has finally killed him. His death will mark a new phase in the Gaza war, that much is certain. But will Israel start wrapping things up now? Will they halt their offensive in Lebanon? Will peace finally return to West Asia? Probably not. Even though Sinwar is dead, Hamas still has Israeli hostages, and we've seen how fateful hostage negotiations can be. Meanwhile, Israel is on the war path with Hezbollah. It also attacked Syria today and has promised to strike Iran in the near future. So Sinwar's death probably won't usher in an era of peace, but Israel will celebrate his demise nonetheless. So Yahya Sinwar is dead, Israel is celebrating, but that's not all that's happening in West Asia. You also have the United States. They're stepping up their actions in the region, and they have taken aim at one of Israel's enemies, the Houthi rebel group in Yemen. The Houthis are backed by Iran. They are part of Iran's axis of resistance, or as Israel calls it, the axis of evil. The Houthis aren't really a major player in the West Asian conflict. They're more of a support faction. They mostly target international trade, the ships sailing through the Red Sea.
The Yemeni Houthi armed forces carried out 2 military operations. The first targeted the American oil tanker Olympic Spirit. The ship was targeted in the Red Sea with 11 ballistic missiles and 2 drones, and it was directly and severely hit by the grace of Allah.
That was the Houthi spokesperson. He announced their latest attack. It took place last week, and this is what the Houthis are most famous for: attacking ships. They've been doing it since last November, but yesterday it seemed that the US had finally had enough. They brought out the big guns, the B-2 Spirit, America's heavy strategic stealth bomber. The B-2 is almost undetectable. It has never been shot at. Enemies usually do not spot it until it's too late. The B-2 is one of the aces up America's sleeve, and they brought it out against the Houthis yesterday. The US then released a statement. They targeted 5 Houthi weapon depots. The depots weren't exactly special. They were fortified and located underground. But they did not contain any special munitions. So then why did the US bring out the B-2s? Why unleash such a powerful weapon? Well, this is a statement from the US Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. Look at this part. It says, this was a unique demonstration of the United States' ability to target facilities that our adversaries seek to keep out of reach, no matter how deeply buried underground, hardened, or fortified. He's saying it loud and clear. It was a demonstration of America's ability to penetrate any military installation, no matter how deep underground. Each B-2 can enter enemy territory undetected and drop dozens of bombs all over the place, including this monster, the Massive Ordnance Air Blast, or MOAB, colloquially known as the mother of all bombs, MOAB. The MOAB has the destructive force of 18,000 pounds of TNT. It's the US military's most powerful non-nuclear bomb, and it's usually delivered by B-2 stealth bombers. That is the message that America is sending. This demonstration was not really for the Houthis, it was for their backers, the Iranians. Iran has been quite vocal lately. It fired about 200 missiles at Israel on the 1st of October, and after that, it has kept threatening the Israelis, warning them to not launch a retaliatory attack.
I am warning Israel and Israeli officials that the true promise, too, was only a warning. It was the smallest scale of action that we could carry out with the smallest portion of our power. Learn your lesson. We say it now, and you are aware that when we say it, we take action. Be careful not to make a mistake again. If you do, and target us in any way, whether in the region or in Iran, we will strike you in a painful manner again.
That was the latest threat issued by the commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Hossein Salami. Every Iranian official has been repeating the same line. They keep warning Israel to not attack. But Israel is planning an attack anyway. The US has been trying to get Israel to tone down its response. Israel has agreed to only target military sites of Iran, instead of going after Iran's nuclear or oil facilities. This is probably the best deal that Joe Biden is going to get from Netanyahu. So the next step is stopping a retaliation from Iran. If Iran responds to an Israeli attack, there's no telling what will happen. So the US will want Iran to stay down. That is probably why they unleashed the B-2s. It is the ultimate intimidation tactic.
It was primarily intelligence, not hard evidentiary proof. India was itself hosting G20. We had the opportunity of making it a very uncomfortable summit for India. The Indian government made a horrific mistake.
It was intelligence, not evidence. Justin Trudeau has admitted it, that his government gave no proof to India. And with this statement, he stands exposed. Trudeau destroyed India's relationship with Canada without having any evidence. We have it from the horse's mouth. Listen to this again.
And at that point, it was primarily intelligence, not hard evidentiary proof. So we said, well, let's work together and look into your security services, and maybe we can get that done.
Trudeau was at a public inquiry yesterday. He was testifying about foreign interference in Canada and his government's response to it. More specifically, this inquiry is looking into Trudeau's own shortcomings. So the spotlight was directly on him, and that's what he's trying to deflect by shifting the blame to India. But he's only made the situation worse for himself. In his testimony, Justin Trudeau referred to an incident from last year. It happened at the G20 summit. Remember, India had played host to that summit last year. Trudeau had flown to New Delhi to attend the summit. He claims to have confronted India on that visit.
We knew that they were involved and expressed a real concern around it. He responded with the usual response from him, which is that we have people who are outspoken against the Indian government living in Canada that he would like to see arrested.
Trudeau is referring to the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Both leaders had a meeting on the sidelines of the G20 summit, and Trudeau claims that he discussed the Nijjar case with Prime Minister Modi, the case that triggered this current standoff. Canada is blaming India for the death of a man called Hardeep Singh Nijjar. He was shot dead in Canada last year. Nijjar was a Khalistani campaigning to break up the state of Punjab from India. He had been designated as a terrorist by the government of India. India wanted him arrested. Trudeau conveniently skips that fact in his statements, but he only ended up embarrassing himself. Listen to this now.
India to cooperate with us. Their asks of us was, well, how much do you know? Give us the evidence you have on this. And our response was, well, it's within your security agencies. You should be looking into how much they know. You should be engaging. It's, oh, no, tell us what you know. Show us the evidence.
Trudeau says India asked his government to show the evidence. And how did Canada respond? By telling India that you should look into this. In other words, Canada had no concrete evidence to support their claims, and they expected India to find the evidence just on the basis of Justin Trudeau's words. Like we said yesterday, he's in the trust me bro phase. And this whole spat with India is a result of that. Needless to say, it couldn't have been more bizarre. It shows how Trudeau handled, or rather mishandled, the whole situation. He blamed India in the Canadian Parliament. He sabotaged an important bilateral relationship just on the basis of what he calls preliminary intelligence. And this happened 1 year ago. So Trudeau had enough time to make amends, to fix the damage, or to provide the evidence to back up his claims. He did neither. Canada still hasn't given any evidence to India.
Since September of 2023, the Canadian government has not shared any shred of information with us. As regards the allegations, PM Trudeau's own admission yesterday would indicate the value of these allegations. As regards our stance, we will naturally reject false imputations against our diplomats.
New Delhi says Canada has not shared any shred of information. But 3 days ago, the Canadians upped the ante. They accused 6 Indian diplomats of serious crimes like murder and extortion. This fiasco is backfiring on Trudeau. It has severely undermined whatever was left of his credibility. It is becoming increasingly difficult to take him seriously now, especially after yesterday's testimony. Only intelligence but no hard proof, he says. This admission will haunt Trudeau. No mature country would give much weight to such claims. Intelligence by its very nature needs substantial corroboration to be credible. Otherwise, you end up with disasters like the Iraq War, where the West attacked the Saddam regime without any concrete proof of the weapons of mass destruction. Trudeau is walking the same path. His statements on India got all the attention yesterday, but he took aim at the opposition too, the Canadian opposition. He said the Conservatives have been compromised. That's the opposition party, the Conservatives. He said that their MPs are involved in foreign interference campaigns. Again, Justin Trudeau claims that he has specific intelligence and that he can name the compromised lawmakers, but he did not name them. As expected, the Conservatives have issued a sharp reaction. Their leader is a man called Pierre Poilievre. He's also the leader of opposition in Canada. Poilievre has dared Trudeau to release the names of these compromised lawmakers. And he did not mince his words. He said Justin Trudeau is lying and that China helped him win the last 2 elections. In fact, Trudeau was grilled on that too, on Chinese interference, Chinese meddling. Unlike India, there is plenty of evidence to suggest that China is meddling in Canada, that it meddled in the Canadian elections to help Trudeau win. They even caught a compromised lawmaker last year. His name is Hang Dong. Dong lobbied a Chinese diplomat to keep 2 Canadians inside a jail in Canada. So it is quite a serious affair with hard proof. But what did Trudeau have to say about Chinese meddling? Precious little. He was asked specifically about the activities of Chinese diplomats in Canada, and he tried to downplay the concerns. He said, and I'm quoting, "It is fairly obvious and a part of what diplomats do in all countries in all parts of the world." So it seems Trudeau doesn't see an issue with Chinese meddling, even when there is proof. But do the people of his country agree? Last year, a poll was conducted. It revealed that the majority of Canadians viewed China as a threat, but they held a favorable opinion of India. Justin Trudeau is bent on ruining that. He blames India and offers no proof. He blames the opposition and offers no proof. But he shields China where there is ample proof. The people of Canada should ask why. Say what you want about Justin Trudeau, but you cannot deny one thing. He believes in freedoms, like the freedom of expression or freedom of press, unless, of course, you're Indian press, in which case you're branded fake news. Let me show you a report by the Canadian government. It was published last month. It accuses Indian media of meddling in Canadian politics. Now, the data appears to be from last year, from 2023. That's after Trudeau accused India of killing Niger. It lists out a number of instances and quotes, all of them involving Indian media channels and commentators. And Firstpost has also been named in this report by the Canadian government. We've been accused of peddling fake narratives, of spreading disinformation about Canada. We'll get to the details in a bit. But first, listen to this part of the report. This is what it says. Some Indian outlets have more than 10 million YouTube subscribers. Canada's low subscriber numbers in comparison suggest a distinct advantage for Indian media. Is that a compliment or a complaint? Canada says Indian media outlets have more followers. As a result, we have an advantage. Well, congratulations, I guess. You have figured out maths and technology. But let's take a closer look at these so-called narratives. Apparently, Indian coverage portrayed Canadian diplomats in an unsavory light. Well, how unfortunate for them. God forbid someone threatens diplomats or shoots bullets at their posters or calls them terrorists. Does any of this sound familiar to you? This is exactly what happened to Indian diplomats in Canada. Trudeau did not seem to mind that, but he opposes unsavory depictions of his own diplomats. Let's move to complaint number 2. Indian media showed Niger as an unsavory individual. Well, first of all, someone get these guys a thesaurus. And secondly, unsavory is charitable. We have called him a terrorist and a separatist. So get your facts right. In fact, let me quote further from that report. These narratives seek to portray Niger as an individual who led a double life and discredit his role as a community leader in Surrey. A double life. Now, why would someone get that idea? Is it because Niger went to Canada on a fake passport? Or because his asylum bid was rejected? Or because Interpol issued a notice against him? Or because of the dozens of cases here in India against him? Maybe all of them. Which community leader has such a rap sheet? I'm hoping no one. Which brings us to the third complaint. Targeting of new Democrat leader Jagmeet Singh. Let me quote again. Many Indian media posts claim Jagmeet Singh is pro-Khalistani and is culpable of terrorism himself. These narratives present Singh as the reason for Prime Minister Trudeau's ruination. Again, just to be clear, we are not claiming Jagmeet Singh is a Khalistani. He is a Khalistani. I know Trudeau doesn't trust Indian media, so here's a Canadian report from 2018. It says Jagmeet Singh attended Khalistani rallies where violence against India was celebrated. That same year, he gave an interview. Jagmeet Singh was asked whether he supported Khalistan referendums. Listen to his answer.
As a leader of a federal party in Canada, it's not up to me, nor should I provide any input on whether people advocate for it or not. That is a decision by the people who are impacted.
Canada does not recognize these votes, nor does the government of India, but Jagmeet Singh refuses to take that position. He says it's not up to him. In another interview, he was asked about the Kanishk bombing of 1985, specifically about the mastermind, Talvinder Singh Parmar, but Jagmeet Singh refused to condemn him. He did make a U-turn many years later, but it tells you what he stood for. And now to the fourth complaint. Indian media says Trudeau invented this incident to score political points, basically vote bank politics. Fine, you don't listen to us. Listen to a former advisor of Justin Trudeau.
By taking goodwill measures, it would have at least been possible to keep talking and find workable policy solutions. The only problem was, Mr. Trudeau did not want to lose the Sikh vote to Jagmeet Singh, so he dug in our heels.
This was published in the Globe and Mail. Last we checked, it's a Canadian newspaper. Are they also spreading fake narratives? If so, why aren't they on this list? The fact is, Justin Trudeau is shooting the messenger. Maybe some random influencers are pushing fake narratives, but the overwhelming perception is not wrong. Trudeau and his government allowed Khalistani radicals to flourish, and Hardeep Singh Nijjar was one of them. You can name-call the Indian media all you want to, but it does not change the facts. Also, just some advice for your staff. Maybe stop counting our views and subscribers on YouTube. Instead, try finding that promised evidence. That is, of course, if it even exists. Sikhs for Justice. It's a name you may have heard many times on this show. India has banned this organization. It's been declared a terrorist group. But for Canada, SFJ or Sikhs for Justice is an activist agency. One that has ties to the Prime Minister's office. And we are not the ones saying it. Their leader, Gurpatwant Singh Pannu, admitted it.
Sikhs for Justice have been communicating with the Prime Minister's office for the last 2 to 3 years, detailing all the spy network.
So Pannu and Trudeau have been in talks, that too for nearly 3 years. But what is the true face of this so-called advocacy group? Why doesn't Canada ban it? First, let's take a closer look at their laws. How does Canada list terrorist groups? Based on 2 criteria. 1, carrying out, attempting to carry out, or facilitating terrorist activity. And 2, knowingly acting on behalf of or helping a terrorist group. It's pretty broad criteria. Canada has used it to ban 78 groups so far. But the question is, does Sikhs for Justice fit the bill? In India, it certainly did. Just look at some of their cases. In 2018, 2 radicals put liquor shops on fire in Punjab. They turned out to be SFJ operatives, radicalized and trained by the likes of Pannu. The same year, 2 more operatives were arrested. They had pasted Khalistan referendum posters in Amritsar. What's more, they had procured weapons. In 2019, 3 more SFJ henchmen were arrested. 2 guns were recovered from them. Their aim was to kill political leaders. Now, these are the cases in India. The government has also compiled instances abroad. In 2018, a Sikh leader from Delhi visited the US. There, he was attacked by SFJ operatives. 2 of them were later detained by American agencies. Now, these are examples of direct violence. We also have glorification. Take a look at this SFJ poster from 2019. It promoted the so-called Khalistan referendum. And who do you see in that picture? Talvinder Singh Parmar, the mastermind of the 1985 Air India bombing, the worst terror attack on Canadian soil, the worst in Canadian history. Look at how SFJ describes the man who plotted it as Shaheed or martyr. Even the SFJ campaign headquarters was named after Parmar. Does this sound like an advocacy group to you? Or does it sound like a terrorist group? The fact is, violence is a big part of SFJ's campaigns. They have openly threatened Canadian lawmakers, that too of Trudeau's own party. One of them is Chandra Arya. He had condemned the vandalism at Canadian Hindu temples. Look at how Pannu reacted to him.
The likes of Arya and his supporters, you have no place in Canada because you are working against the Canadian values, you are working against the Charter of Rights, and you are promoting the interest of your masters, India. You all must abandon your citizenship and move back to your motherland, India.
Imagine the audacity. He's asking an elected Canadian lawmaker to leave the country to go back to India, yet Justin Trudeau does nothing. Instead of cracking down, he stays in contact with Pannu. This is the same Trudeau who talks about protecting ordinary citizens of Canada. But he can't defend his MP. Now we get the logistical issue here. Pannu is based in the United States, so is most of the SFJ leadership and volunteers. So why should Canada ban it? To answer that, we must look at the other groups that Canada has listed as terror groups, like the Russian Imperial Movement. It's a neo-Nazi group based in Russia. There is no history of them attacking Canada, but it has been listed as a terror group by the Canadian government. Another example is Sami Duon. It's a Palestinian group. Their main goal is to release jailed Palestinians from Israel, but Canada says these prisoners are linked to terrorists. That's the official reason, but the ban came a week after this group organized Gaza protests in Canada. Their supporters burned the Canadian flag, so Trudeau decided to ban them. A third example is the Proud Boys, a neo-Nazi group based in the US. Canada banned them in 2021 after the US Capitol riots. Now, don't get us wrong, all these groups deserve to be banned, but Canada's reasons were quite flimsy. So if these groups can be banned, why not Sikhs for Justice? In fact, they had plenty of premise to do so. In 2018, Canada's government released a threat report. For the first time, they mentioned Sikh extremism. Guess who stepped in? Gurpatwant Singh Pannu. He accused Justin Trudeau of labeling Sikhs as terrorists, of using them as vote banks. And what did Prime Minister Trudeau do? He published an updated report in 2019, and this one, of course, did not mention Sikh extremism or Khalistan at all. So my point is quite simple. Canadian laws do allow for Trudeau to ban SFJ. According to the laws, the group does qualify as a terrorist group, but what comes in the way is Trudeau's politics. Now we have confirmation that Pannu was in contact with Trudeau. Who knows, maybe this is just the tip of the iceberg. Maybe the links run a lot deeper. So India's relationship with Canada has hit rock bottom. The standoff may be diplomatic, but it will have wider consequences. I'll give you an example. Leading Canadian pension funds have invested in India. They have holdings worth billions of dollars in the Indian stock market. Will these funds have to pull out their money? And what about people-to-people ties? Reports say India is planning for all kinds of scenarios, including a potential shutdown of consulates and visa delays. Our next report explores these challenges.
India and Justin Trudeau are on a warpath. The Canadian Prime Minister insists he wasn't trying to pick a fight.
As I've said a number of times, we are not looking to provoke or create a fight with India.
His foreign minister Melanie Joly too wants engagement.
To be clear, we're not seeking diplomatic confrontation with India.
But with India downgrading ties, any hope for a dialogue now seems like a long shot. How will this impact the India-Canada relationship? Some signs of strain were already visible. Last year, when Trudeau triggered the bitter fight with India, it had an immediate fallout on the trade relationship. India and Canada were discussing a free trade pact. The negotiations were immediately put on hold. Needless to say, it's now off the table. More significantly, Canadian investors may start rethinking their investments in India. Canadian investment funds are among them. Canada's pension funds and private investors have poured in at least $21 billion into India in the last 5 years. This includes names like Brookfield Asset Management and Fairfax Financial. For the moment, they seem to be sitting tight. There is no significant change in their Indian holdings so far. But with Canadian politicians suggesting economic sanctions on India, these investors wouldn't rest easy. A bigger worry are the visas. India has downgraded its ties with Canada and expelled 6 Canadian diplomats. Already, the Canadian mission in India was operating with reduced staff. Last year, New Delhi had demanded a reduction in staff from Ottawa. It led to the departure of over 40 Canadian diplomats from India, effectively reducing Canada's presence by 2/3. Will the processing of visas take a hit? So far, Canada hasn't indicated so. Reports say Ottawa wants to keep its consulates open in India, but New Delhi is preparing for a complete and total shutdown. Canada wouldn't like that because it would end up hurting one of its biggest source of incomes, the Indian students, those who want to study in Canada. Over 400 Indian students currently study in Canada, and they contribute millions to the Canadian economy. Experts are already warning about a shift. Reports say Canada could see a 20% fall in student interest from India. There is still a chance for Ottawa to avoid these outcomes, but with Trudeau on a warpath against India, it seems things will only go downhill from here.
We told you about the SCO summit yesterday. The meetings are done and dusted. The leaders are back home. But one picture from the summit is now going viral. Let me pull it up for you. It's a picture of India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. Sitting beside him is Ishaq Dar, Pakistan's foreign minister. Both leaders were together during lunch. They seem to enjoy each other's company as well. So naturally, questions are being asked. Some Indian media reports fueled the speculation. They claimed that there was a brief interaction around 5 or 7 minutes long. They also said that Pakistan's cricket chief joined Jaishankar and Dar, apparently with a suggestion to use cricket to break the ice between India and Pakistan. Now, the timing is perfect. Pakistan is hosting the Champions Trophy next year, but India has not committed to going. So, Islamabad would love for cricketing ties to resume. Just one problem, though. India says none of this happened. Only pleasantries were exchanged.
You would have seen the only bilateral meeting that our External Affairs Minister had was with Mongolia. Other than that, there were some pleasantries which were exchanged on the sidelines of the meeting, especially during lunch and dinner. Whether any conversation regarding cricket happened or not, I would say nothing of that sort happened.
Pakistani media tells a different story. They say the whole thing was choreographed. Why? So that Jaishankar and Ishaq Dar could be seated together at lunch, so they could talk informally. But frankly, it's not a question of logistics. It's a question of political will. Do India and Pakistan want a reset? Well, Islamabad certainly does. Former Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif has been quite vocal about it. He says India and Pakistan have wasted 75 years fighting. Another 75 years should not be wasted. So Pakistan, he says, is game, which is why they did not raise their favorite issue, that of Kashmir. Just think back to 2023. India was hosting the SCO Foreign Ministers meet in 2023. Bilawal Bhutto Zardari was the Pakistani Foreign Minister then, and he had come to India. And while here, he talked about Kashmir. He blamed India for removing Article 370, the law that gave Kashmir special status. Of course, New Delhi hit back. Jaishankar called Bhutto the spokesperson of terrorism. So the 2023 meeting was a heated one. Compared to that, this one went well. No heated exchanges, no blame games, not that we know of. In fact, Jaishankar thanked Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif before heading back. Even at the SCO, he did not take names, only a veiled dig at Pakistan. So the temperature was clearly lower this time. But will that translate to gains? Well, that depends on India. You see, New Delhi is well placed right now, both financially and politically. Gone are the days when Pakistan would dominate India's policy. Today, the focus is elsewhere, on China, on Europe, and recently Canada. So we gain nothing by investing in a reset. But Pakistan's case is different. Their economy is stalled, Chinese investments are slowing down, and they're running out of foreign exchange. So Islamabad would like a reset, which puts the focus on India's Pakistan policy. Will India play ball? The official policy is that terror and talks cannot go hand in hand, meaning Pakistan must stop backing terrorism first, only then will ties improve. That is India's stated position. Minister Jaishankar was asked about this in August. He said India's policy is not passive, that India will react to positive developments.
The issue today is what kind of relationship can we possibly contemplate with Pakistan. What I do want to say is we are not passive, and whether events take a positive or a negative direction, either way we will react to it.
That's the key here, positive developments. Pakistan must show that it has changed its ways. There must be tangible evidence for that. If not, history may repeat itself. Think back to all the resets that we've had with the Pakistanis. The latest one was last decade. Prime Minister Modi invited Nawaz Sharif to his swearing-in ceremony. He flew to Lahore and surprised him on his birthday. And what did India get in return? More terrorist attacks, more betrayals. So India's policy must be unwavering. It's easy for Nawaz Sharif to demand a reset, to ask India to forget the past, but the past has never stopped India from moving on. It is the future that worries India. A future where Pakistan keeps supporting terrorism. Unless that changes, the ties will not improve. In the US election, campaigning is on in full swing. Both candidates are on a media blitz. Yesterday, Kamala Harris gave an interview to Fox News. The conversation was short, but it was very combative. Harris talked about everything from immigration to gender affirmation surgery. What stood out, however, was how she distanced herself from Joe Biden's legacy. On the other side, Donald Trump was also on Fox News, this time for a town hall. He was trying to woo women voters. He bagged his support for IVF, in vitro fertilization. But he did it in a Trumpian fashion by calling himself the father of IVF. Our next report brings you all the details.
Two presidential candidates, two conversations, and one TV network at the center of it all. Looks like Fox News is the favorite this election season. There's less than 3 weeks to go for the polls, and both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are on Fox, making their final pitches to the voters. Yesterday, Kamala Harris sat down with Fox News anchor Bret Baier. The conversation wasn't very long, just around 25 minutes. It was her first interview with the network since she became the Democratic presidential nominee, and it was combative.
The first bill, practically within hours of taking the oath, was a bill to fix our immigration system.
Yes, ma'am. It was called the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021.
Exactly.
It was essentially a pathway to citizenship for the...
Yes, ma'am. May I finish responding, please? But you have to let me finish,
You had the White House and the House and the Senate,
and they didn't bring up that bill. I'm in the middle of responding to the point you're raising, and I'd like to finish.
Yes, ma'am.
So there was a lot of back and forth, but the interview had three main takeaways. The first is immigration. It's a key issue in this presidential election. Kamala Harris was asked about her stance and her many flip-flops.
I do not believe in decriminalizing border crossings, and I've not done that as vice president. I will not do that as president.
Another issue of contention was taxpayer-funded gender reassignment surgery for prisoners. Kamala Harris had supported it in the past. The Trump campaign has slammed her on the basis of this. So she was questioned about it. and Harris had only one thing to say. She said she would follow the law, but stressed that it was the same law that even Trump followed. In fact, the federal law has been in effect since February 2018. Which brings us to the third issue, Harris's predecessor, Joe Biden. Biden dropped out of the race in July. He endorsed Harris.
I've served with her. I know her. I trust her.
She got the nomination and his funds. Until now, she's embraced his policies. But recently, the vice president seems to have done a U-turn. She's keen to distance herself from the Biden administration, the same administration that she was a part of.
My presidency will not be a continuation of Joe Biden's presidency. And like every new president that comes into office, I will bring my life experiences, my professional experiences, and fresh and new ideas. I represent a new generation of leadership.
So, combative and brief. That was Harris's stint at Fox News. And what did Trump's interview look like? Well, more of the usual. Donald Trump is no stranger to Fox News. He even dials in for morning shows, and the network has backed him throughout. So he chose to use Fox News to connect with an unlikely voter base, the women of America. And he tried to woo them in true Trump fashion.
I'm the father,
you don't hear that every day.
I'm the father of IVF, so I want to hear this question.
This was a Fox News town hall. Trump was connecting with women voters. We don't know how much being the father of IVF will woo them, but there's a clear strategy here. Harris's interview was in Pennsylvania, Trump's town hall in Georgia. These are swing states. Whoever wins them wins the presidency. So the candidates are on a media blitz. We don't know who will come out on top, but Fox News seems to be making the most of it.
Now let's talk about big tech. It's going nuclear. And before you wonder, no, they're not building bombs. Silicon Valley is instead courting nuclear energy to power its pet project, artificial intelligence. You see, AI generation requires a lot of energy. Even one prompt consumes a lot of power. And that is proving to be unsustainable for these companies. They're already abandoning their climate commitments. So they have turned to the next best solution, and that is nuclear energy. This way they can go green, but also power AI. Microsoft, Google, and now Amazon have embraced this strategy. But could it backfire? Is nuclear power the solution for big tech's energy needs? Our next report tells you.
For years, nuclear power has been synonymous with catastrophe. It brings to mind meltdowns, radioactive fallout, and gripping dramas. Humanity has seen the worst of it. So many argued we should leave it where it belongs, in the history books. But Silicon Valley has some other ideas. We live in a world where technology is growing at a record speed. Artificial intelligence is already engulfing our lives. So big tech is bringing back nuclear power, this time to fuel the engines of AI. Recently, Microsoft made it to the headlines. The reason was this nuclear reactor. It's located on the notorious 3 Mile Island. This was the site of America's most infamous nuclear accident. Now Microsoft is reviving it. It's giving the reactor a second life, this time to keep the servers of the future running at peak efficiency. And Microsoft isn't alone. Google too is tapping into nuclear energy, but it's using small modular nuclear reactors. These are smaller and promise to be safer than the colossal reactors of the past. Amazon has joined the nuclear race as well. It has signed a deal with Dominion Energy to build a new reactor in Virginia. The purpose? To supply Amazon Web Services with enough power to sustain its colossal data centers.
SMR, small modular reactors, are a huge piece of how we're going to solve this puzzle of getting to 100% clean electricity by 2035 while responding to all of the demand that will be created as a result of the data centers and the new factories, et cetera, that are coming online.
Now, these data centers are the heart of Silicon Valley's AI revolution. You can ask ChatGPT silly questions, but remember, each question is consuming a lot of power. For example, a year of using ChatGPT can power New Zealand for 3 months. Nigeria can run on that power for 4 months. So data centers are guzzlers of energy. Currently, they consume around 4% of all electricity in the United States. By 2030, that number could rise to 9%. So AI is extremely power hungry, and this is a problem for big tech. They promise to go green, yet the technology they are investing in is pushing them away from that goal. Both Google and Microsoft pledge to be carbon-free by 2030, yet their emissions have only increased since 2020. Microsoft's emissions are up by 40%, Google's by 48%. So big tech is turning nuclear, because that's the only answer that aligns with their climate commitments. How? Nuclear plants can operate at over 90% capacity. That means they provide a steady stream of power without the downtime that solar or wind energy need. But the road is anything but smooth. In the last 10 years, the US has decommissioned 7 nuclear reactors. Only 2 were turned on. Plus, the challenge is not the science, it's the regulations and public perception. People don't mind solar farms or wind turbines, but a nuclear reactor in their backyard, that's a different story. Despite growing support in surveys, nuclear power battles an image problem. There are concerns about safety and radiation. So as Silicon Valley races towards an AI-dominated future, it finds itself at a crossroads. Will nuclear power be the savior they need, or will regulations and stigma push them back? We don't know yet. But one thing's for sure. The energy landscape is changing. As AI grows smarter, how we use it will power our future.
Immortality. It has long been seen as science fiction until recently, until the tech millionaires got involved with their brilliant minds and their large wallets. They have embarked on the quest for eternal life. And their flag bearer is this man, Brian Johnson. You may not have heard of him, but you have most likely seen him online, sometimes holding vials of blood, sometimes with bags of golden liquids, but always wrinkle-free. Johnson is the viral king of supposed age reversal. He's a tech mogul. Some years ago, he made a massive fortune after selling his company to eBay, the e-commerce company. He made $800 million from the deal. Now, if you were in his place with $800 million from a deal, what would you have done with that money? Traveled the world? Bought a private island? Well, Johnson went another way. He started chasing immortality, and he claims to have made some progress. The millionaire is 47 years old. That's his real chronological age, 47 years. But his biological age, meaning how old his body seems, is 31. How did he manage to do this? Johnson takes more than 100 supplements a day, 100 supplements a day. He doesn't eat after 11 a.m. And when he does eat, it's exclusively pureed vegetables, or what mere mortals call baby food. He submits himself to constant medical checks. He goes to bed at 8:30 p.m. and he undergoes a bizarre array of treatments, from shockwave therapy to blood plasma exchange. Plasma is a yellowish component of blood. It contains protein. Last year, Johnson swapped blood with his teenage son, whom he fondly calls Blood Boy. Later, Johnson removed 1 liter of his plasma and transferred it to his father, who is 71 years old. Now, Johnson claims that this has reduced his father's age by 25 years, this plasma transfusion, 25 years. So the big question is this: is the Johnson family tree actually benefiting from one man's anti-aging fanatics? Scientists are skeptical. They say markers of health like good blood quality or lung capacity are not markers of de-aging. So people can get healthier, but their age cannot be reversed. Yet, the tech mogul remains undeterred. Now he has removed all of his plasma and replaced it with albumin, which is another type of protein. And he claims that this will reduce his age. It reduces it further. But as absurd and expensive as his agenda is, Johnson is hardly alone. This is Peter Diamandis, a US entrepreneur. He regularly undergoes blood plasma exchange. Then you have Dave Asprey, another tech entrepreneur. He is on an anti-aging, brain-boosting diet which costs $16,000. Those who aren't changing their own biology are investing hundreds of millions of dollars in companies that are trying to do it, like Amazon founder Jeff Bezos and PayPal founder Peter Thiel. So this is the bold ambition of rich white men. They want to stop time. But at what cost? And this question is not about finances. This is a bigger, more existential question, if you will. Why do some people dread getting older? Why has this always been the case? Because age reversal may sound like a futuristic concept, but historically, humans have always sought cures for aging. In 1642, Louis VIII was ruling France. He exchanged his blood with a lamb's blood. Of course, he died. Before him, in 1492, the then Pope did something similar, but worse. He drained the blood of 3 young boys and had it put in his body. All 4 people died soon after. In many ways, the so-called future of anti-aging is like its past, bizarre, morbid, but often a source of entertainment too. It is a spectacle of people with huge resources spending money, time and effort on a joyless pursuit that is most likely bound to fail. And even if it works, even if these tech moguls manage to reverse aging, what is the point of this long life that they're chasing with baby food and lamb blood? You know those flag quiz games on the internet? The game shows you a flag, you must guess which country it belongs to. A lot of people say it's nerdy and boring. Well, maybe not anymore, because let me tell you what happened in New Jersey. A woman was out on a walk this Tuesday. She passed a restaurant with a lot of flags, and in a fit of rage, she started tearing them down. Do you know why? Because she thought that they were Israeli flags. And this woman was a Palestine supporter, so she tore them down. But here's the problem. They were not Israeli flags. They were Greek flags. I guess the colors threw her off. Or maybe modern-day activism does not pay much attention to geography. Either way, the internet had a field day.
Yeah, shit. And I'm about to come back and put Free Palestine, too. The Free Palestine, bitch. Look, what you looking at? You know damn well there's a genocide. You know there's a genocide. Now stop it. I'm taking this shit down. I believe this one. Take this one down right here. What are they gonna do? They can't do nothing. I don't stand for it. I don't stand for this. I don't stand for this. There's genocide, and I don't stand for Zionism. And Montclair, I don't support it. There's a genocide. You know that, right? They're killing children. What's the purpose? Be proud of your heritage. Y'all understand there's a genocide, right? You understand, right? There's nothing against people who are Jewish, but this is not okay.
This is Greek.
Who's this?
This is Greek.
What? Really?
Greek.
Yeah. Oh, I thought it was Israel. My bad. Really?
Yeah.
Oh shit, my bad. Look, it looked like Israel. It's really not.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Fans hold overnight vigils and sing songs outside the hotel where One Direction star Liam Payne died. The biggest supermoon of the year illuminates the Hong Kong skyline, and the world's most talented Lego builders show off their unique creations in Denmark. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1973, oil cartel OPEC announced an embargo on oil exports. It cut exports to the US and other countries that were giving military aid to Israel during the Yom Kippur War. This led to oil prices soaring to unprecedented levels. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We will see you tomorrow.
From the stars of the time you will stay, light awake, only hope, and they're okay.
Cuando se trata
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. Hello, everyone, and thanks for joining us today. I'm Eric Ham, and we're coming to you live from Washington, D.C. A busy day with lots to cover from the United States and around the world, but first, a look at the latest headlines. Republican Vice Presidential candidate J.D. Vance says Donald Trump did not lose the 2020 election. This as Donald Trump continues to falsely claim that the 2020 election outcome was the result of extensive voter fraud. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin confirms the United States conducted precision strikes on Iran-backed Houthis in Yemen. The U.S. Air Force deployed B-2 stealth bombers to destroy a Houthi weapons storage facility. Australia announces a weapons package worth $245 million for Ukraine. The military aid includes 49 American-made Abrams tanks and ammunition. Niger's military junta renamed streets and monuments bearing French names to honor local heroes instead. Niger's military ruler says it's the first step to cutting links with the country's colonial past. And Guyana sees the fastest growth in GDP per capita in the world over the past decade. The Latin American nation's oil production grew 425% from 2020 to 2023, making it the biggest contributor to the country's growing economy. We begin with the race for the White House, where former President Donald Trump declared himself the father of IVF during an all-women town hall on Wednesday. Speaking to an audience in Georgia, Donald Trump said he supports the fertility treatment even as Democrats claim he put IVF under threat. The former president said, quote, "We really are the party of IVF. We want fertilization, and it's all the way, and the Democrats tried to attack us on it, and we're out there on IVF even more than them." IVF, or in vitro fertilization, is a fertility treatment that involves combining a woman's eggs with a man's sperm in a laboratory to create embryos that are then transferred to the woman's uterus. However, it became a hot-button issue this year when Alabama Supreme Court ruled that frozen embryos are in fact children and destroying them would be considered a wrongful death. The ruling made reproductive health advocates furious and ultimately forced Alabama's Republican lawmakers to pass a bill giving protection to healthcare providers and patients. At the time, Donald Trump quickly distanced himself from the controversy to ensure the trust of women's supporters.
For IVF, and I've been looking at it, and what we're going to do is for people that are using IVF, which is fertilization, the government is going to pay for it, or we're going to get or mandate your insurance company to pay for it, which is going to be great. We're going to do that.
However, Vice President Kamala Harris suggests her Republican rival would support conservative policies pertaining to reproductive rights if he's reelected to office. On Wednesday, the Democratic presidential nominee said Donald Trump's comments were bizarre and the reality of his actions would be harmful to the women of America.
So, Donald Trump, I found it to be quite bizarre. Actually, called himself the father of IVF. And if what he meant is taking responsibility, well, then yeah, he should take responsibility for the fact that 1 in 3 women in America lives in a Trump abortion ban state. What he should take responsibility for is that couples who are praying and hoping and working toward growing a family have been so disappointed and harmed by the fact that IVF treatments have now been put at risk. What he should take responsibility for is what we have been seeing across the country since he hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court and they undid the protections of Roe v. Wade.
During Wednesday's town hall, Donald Trump also criticized some states for placing tough restrictions on abortion and called for those laws to be amended. Now, it's worth noting that the ex-president himself appointed 3 Supreme Court judges who were instrumental in overturning Roe v. Wade, arguing that the issue should be left to the states to handle. In recent weeks, Donald Trump has backed exceptions on abortion bans such as incest, sexual assault, or danger to the mother's life. However, almost every poll shows that American women prefer Kamala Harris over Donald Trump on abortion, which is one of the top issues in the upcoming election. And staying with the race for the White House, Vice President Kamala Harris sat down for an interview with conservative-leaning Fox News for the first time on Wednesday. The interaction was mostly heated as the vice president and Fox News anchor Bret Baier clashed over immigration, gender transition, Joe Biden's presidency, and former President Donald Trump. Kamala Harris showed sympathy for American women murdered by undocumented migrants and remained diplomatic on gender-affirming care for inmates. The vice president expanded on comments she made last week when she said she would not have done anything different from President Biden during his 4 years in office. The Democratic presidential nominee clarified that she would in fact bring fresh ideas to the table as she represents a new generation of leadership. While the host talked over her answers repeatedly, Kamala Harris slammed her rival Donald Trump's threat of using the military against his political adversaries. After the interview, Donald Trump took to social media to call Kamala Harris totally incompetent. Now, just before the interview, Kamala Harris spoke at a rally in Pennsylvania where she appealed to Republican voters who are not satisfied with Donald Trump's campaign.
And now, the baton is in our hands. So I am joined today by over 100 Republican leaders from across Pennsylvania and across our country who are supporting my candidacy for President of the United States. And I am deeply honored to have their support.
The vice president called Donald Trump's behavior anti-democratic and said it goes against the American Constitution.
Now, I say all that to make an obvious point. In a typical election year, you all being here with me might be a bit surprising, dare I say unusual. But not in this election. Not in this election. Because at stake in this race are the democratic ideals that our founders and generations of Americans before us have fought for. At stake in this election is the Constitution of the United States, its very self. We are here today because we share a core belief that we must put country before party.
Poll averages by the New York Times show a neck-and-neck battle between the two presidential hopefuls, with Kamala Harris leading Donald Trump in 5 out of the 7 swing states. Meanwhile, a YouGov poll suggests Kamala Harris holds a 4-point percentage lead over Donald Trump nationally. And both candidates are trying to energize their respective bases with just 19 days to go as the race for the White House turns into a nail-biter. And now to Europe, where Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has unveiled his highly anticipated victory plan aimed at ending the war with Russia. Addressing the parliament in Kyiv, President Zelensky outlined 5 key points that he believes could bring the conflict to an end as soon as next year.
We, Ukrainians, together with our partners, must change the circumstances so that the war ends regardless of what Putin wants. We must all change the circumstances so that Russia is forced to peace.
Now, central to the plan is Ukraine's formal invitation to join NATO, alongside the lifting of restrictions of using Western-supplied long-range weapons to strike deep inside Russian territory. President Zelensky emphasized Ukraine's refusal to cede any territory or sovereignty and stressed the need to maintain military operations within Russia's western regions to prevent future threats. The plan also calls for a strategic deterrent package on Ukrainian soil, as well as joint protection of Ukraine's natural resources by the United States and the European Union. After outlining the plan, President Zelensky also criticized Russia's allies, China, Iran, and North Korea, calling them a coalition of criminals.
In the coalition of criminals alongside Putin, North Korea is now involved. The Kim family, which keeps more than 20 million Koreans enslaved. Our intelligence is recording not only the transfer of weapons from North Korea to Russia, but also the transfer of people. This marks the participation of a second state in the war against Ukraine on Russia's side. Everyone can see the Iranian regime's support for Putin, as well as China's cooperation with Russia.
Now, after Zelensky announced the proposal, the Kremlin swiftly dismissed the plan. Moscow accused the Ukrainian leader of pushing NATO toward a direct conflict with Russia.
This is not a Zelensky victory plan. This is a plan for the misfortune of Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. All this is aimed at another extortion of money and the presentation of their terrorist capabilities. The so-called plan contains 5 points. Another hysteria about inviting Ukraine to NATO, which from Zelensky's point of view should become, as he said, evidence of determination, and will show how partners see Ukraine in the security architecture.
Now, despite Russian objections, President Zelensky remains confident in his proposal and will present the plan at the upcoming EU summit in Brussels. In fact, he's already shared the plan with President Joe Biden and key European leaders, receiving positive feedback from various allies.
The two leaders also will discuss the leader-level Ukraine Defense Contact Group, which will be held next month, to continue to get Ukraine the support it needs to prevail in this conflict.
On the victory plan, this is clearly Ukraine's victory plan, which we, of course, take note of. We will discuss. There are many items on that agenda which we will have to really deepen out, understand what is behind it. This is something which will take place behind closed doors, also with allies. So I will not comment on every element in the plan, but it is of course a strong signal from Zelensky and his team that they designed this plan, that they are now taking it forward.
Meanwhile, the White House has announced a new $425 million military aid package for Ukraine, which includes air defense systems and long-range weapons. While President Zelensky hopes his plan will secure lasting peace, concerns remain in Washington about its lack of a comprehensive strategy and the potential for escalating tensions with Russia as the 2024 presidential election approaches. And now moving to Australia, where Prime Minister Anthony Albanese is making waves, not with policy, but with property. As the country grapples with a housing crisis and skyrocketing living costs, Albanese has splurged on a clifftop mansion worth a cool $2.9 million. While millions of Aussies are struggling to find affordable homes, their leader kicks back with panoramic views on the Central Coast. Critics say it's a move that's out of touch and tone deaf, but Albanese insists he knows what it's like to struggle. Here's more on the story.
Australia is facing a housing crisis. Property prices are through the roof, and affordable rentals are becoming as rare as gold dust. But guess who's feeling pretty comfy? Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. While millions of Aussies are struggling to make ends meet, Albanese has just splurged on a clifftop mansion worth a whopping $2.9 million. Yes, you heard that right. A 4-bedroom luxury pad with jaw-dropping views of the Central Coast. The timing of the purchase also couldn't be worse, just months out from an election where housing and cost of living issues are set to dominate. Now, let's be clear. Everyone has a right to own property. But the outrage isn't just about the house, it's the fact that Albanese, the leader of a country battling a housing affordability nightmare, thinks now is a good time to buy a multi-million-dollar mansion. It's a move that his opponents say has left Australians gobsmacked.
People have had 12 interest rate increases under this government, and interest rates should come back as they're doing in the United Kingdom, the United States, Canada and New Zealand. But because of Mr Albanese's bad economic management, we're seeing inflation remain higher here, and therefore interest rates remain higher as well.
The Prime Minister, though, is standing his ground. In response to the backlash, he reminded Australians that he knows what it's like to struggle. He shared a heartwarming anecdote about growing up in public housing, stating that he wants to help all Australians get into homes.
Well, Jodie and I are getting married, as is known, and I'm pleased about that. And Jodie's a coastie. She's a proud coastie. She's as proud of being a coastie as Jim is here of being a Logan, lifelong resident. There are 3 generations of Haydens on the coast there, and when your relationship changes, your life changes and you make decisions. But what I'm focused on is making sure that everyone can get a roof over their head. I'm focused on increased public housing and social housing investment.
Touching story, right? But here's the kicker. This is the same guy buying a nearly $3 million dream home while his policies on housing reform struggle to gain traction. The Labour government has created a $10 billion fund for social and affordable housing, but so far it's hit a brick wall, largely due to opposition from the Greens and Independents who believe the government's policies are overambitious. Greens MP Max Chandler-Mather didn't miss his chance to land a blow, pointing out the irony. He said this purchase underscores the need for housing reform and renter protections. Meanwhile, Liberal Senator Jane Hume took a swing at the timing, calling it tone-deaf. But even with his opponents throwing shade, Albanese seems to be leaning back and enjoying those panoramic views.
I have, of course, I am much better off. As a Prime Minister, I earn a good income. I understand that. I understand that I've been fortunate. But I also know what it's like to struggle. My mum lived in the one public housing that she was born in for all of her 65 years. And I know what it's like, which is why I want to help all Australians into a home, whether it be public homes or private rentals or home ownership.
The cherry on top? Data shows that most politicians in Australia aren't exactly feeling the housing crunch. About 95% of federal MPs own at least 2 properties, and a third of them own 3 or more. So, while the average Aussie is struggling to scrape together a deposit, politicians seem to be playing a different game. Albanese's cliff-top house is just the latest and the most glaring example. For a Prime Minister who claims he's one of us, this purchase feels like a PR disaster. A beautiful luxury abode that might just cost him more than he bargained for politically.
And our final story is about how former One Direction star Liam Payne's unexpected death brought a moment of unity to Argentina. Tensions in Buenos Aires were high amid ongoing protests against President Javier Milei's budget cuts. However, the singer's tragic death united competing groups as tributes poured in for the 31-year-old English singer. Here's the latest.
Ya no se van a juntar más y él no hizo más tour y no lo vamos a ver más y es la única forma en la que teníamos para vivir eso. Y ya no va a estar más y ahora qué hacemos, Dios santo. Ay, no puede.
The world was left reeling from the unexpected and heartbreaking loss of singer Liam Payne. A former member of the iconic band One Direction, Payne was found dead outside a hotel in Buenos Aires, Argentina. His body lay lifeless beneath the third-floor balcony of his hotel room, where authorities later confirmed he had tragically fallen from.
911, ¿es emergencia?
Hola, buenos días. Recién llamé que se me acordó. Llamo del Hotel Casa Sur Palermo, Costa Rica 6032.
¿Qué sucede en el lugar, señor?
Bueno, tenemos un huésped que está sobrepasado de droga y alcohol y cuando está consciente está rompiendo toda la habitación y bueno, necesitamos que manden a alguien, por favor. Y necesitamos que nos envíen a alguien urgente porque, bueno, yo no sé si corre riesgo la vida del huésped. Está en una habitación que tiene balcón y, bueno, estamos un poco con temor de que haga algo.
The streets of Buenos Aires bore witness to an eerie and unexpected scene. As the news of Payne's death spread like wildfire, in the midst of protests against President Javier Milei's veto of crucial funding for public universities, the city's pulse changed.
Significó mucho para mí porque una etapa donde tratás de ser parte de algo y One Direction y ser Directioner era eso en ese entonces para mí. Así que mismo cuando vinieron a Argentina, bueno, mi familia hizo mucho esfuerzo para que yo lo pudiera ver, tipo, no éramos personas muy pudientes y yo decidí tipo no ir, tipo renunciar a eso y tipo ahora este aplauso es la única vez que lo pude aplaudir, así que fue un aplauso a eso.
Early in the day, Buenos Aires witnessed impassioned demonstrations, which soon turned into an outpouring of grief as fans gathered outside the hotel to honor the fallen star. With tears streaming down their faces, they softly sang Infinity, one of One Direction's most heart-wrenching ballads. Candles flickered in the night, casting shadows over his photographs, as fans prayed for his soul to find peace. The crowd also observed a moment of silence.
Yo arranqué a escuchar a One Direction desde que tenía 11 años. Nunca los pude escuchar en vivo. Se separaron. Siempre se jodía con la vuelta, el reencuentro. Al menos simbólico, pero ya no va a poder pasar.
Não sei explicar, mas é sentimento tão ruim, porque de certa forma ele fez parte da minha infância. Tipo assim, a banda tem significado muito grande pra mim. E aí foi baque quando eu soube.
As Payne's body was removed by the Argentine Fire Brigade, fans lined the streets, their eyes never leaving the vehicle carrying away the remains of their beloved star. It was a haunting farewell, one that left the streets of Buenos Aires heavy with sorrow. The air was thick with the loss of a man who had brought so much light to so many, only to be extinguished far too soon.
Destrozada completamente. Todo esto es parte de mi infancia para mí. Yo crecí con esto, yo crecí con su música, yo crecí con la banda.
con mi mejor amiga. Yo pasé muchas cosas cuando era chica y estos momentos con mi mejor amiga era escuchar su música. Hace poco iba a ir a su concierto cuando vino acá y se canceló y me quedé destrozada de que no pude verlo. Todo lo que puedo pensar es en los recuerdos de cuando yo era chica y toda la felicidad que me dio. A mí me destroza completamente toda esta situación, pero yo necesitaba estar acá.
The grief extended beyond Argentina. Celebrities, musicians, and fans from all corners of the globe took to social media to express their disbelief and sorrow. Platforms like Spotify and Billboard paid their tributes, while industry giants like rapper Flavor Flav, Juicy J, Quavo, Charlie Puth, and music producer Zedd mourned Payne's passing publicly. Liam Payne's rise to fame was nothing short of meteoric. As a teenager, he auditioned for the X Factor UK, where fate brought him together with 4 other boys to form One Direction in 2010. The members were Niall Horan, Harry Styles, Louis Tomlinson, and Zayn Malik. A band that redefined pop music for a generation. They disbanded in 2016. In his final act, Payne unknowingly brought a fractured city together. The protests may have gone quiet, but his voice will forever resonate, not only in the songs he left behind, but in the hearts of those who loved him. Liam Payne was more than a star. He was a beacon of hope for a generation, a man whose light will never truly fade, even as the world says goodbye.
That does it for us today. Thanks so much for tuning in. We'll see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks everyone again for watching. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired!
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Let's take a look at the top story. Are African countries becoming Europe's hubs to return migrants? A controversial plan by the United Kingdom to deport migrants to Rwanda met an ill fate. It was described as inhumane, shocking, and unlawful by human rights observers. It was also criticized by European Union leaders, many of whom questioned the morality of such a plan. But that didn't stop other European nations from copying the strategy. In the latest, the Netherlands is considering deporting migrants to Uganda. It is looking at the possibility to deport the migrants if their request for asylum was rejected and then send them to the East African country. Dutch Foreign Trade and Development Cooperation Minister visited Uganda this week. She talked to Ugandan ministers about the plan and has reportedly hinted that the African nation is willing to cooperate. However, it is still in the early stages. But this proposal by the Netherlands comes as EU leaders are gathering in Brussels for a summit. Immigration is said to be a top agenda. After right-wing parties gained ground in EU Parliament elections this year, migration has taken a centre stage in the discussions. Ahead of today's Leaders' Summit, EU's Home Affairs ministers met in Luxembourg last week. Now, they talked about some innovative ways to increase deportations of irregular migrants and rejected asylum seekers. These include controversial plans to set up dedicated return centres outside the bloc. The talks come only a few months after the European Union adopted a sweeping reform of its asylum policies. These reforms will be enforced in June of 2026 and will harden border procedures and requires countries to take in asylum seekers from frontline states or to provide money and resources. But many EU nations think these reforms are not enough. They want the bloc to think outside the box, or rather, outside the border. Many EU nations have demanded the creation of centres outside the EU where rejected asylum seekers could be sent. There are no detailed plans of how return hubs could work in practice, but some countries have already begun doing it. Italy has become the first European nation to have deported migrants outside its borders. It has gone ahead with its plan to deport rejected migrants to Albania. So EU nations are carrying on with their plans to send migrants to third nations. Netherlands is now considering to send asylum seekers to Uganda. The UK was earlier planning to send migrants to Rwanda. However, sending migrants to third countries has faced ethical and legal questions. Now, the UK's Rwanda plan went through a tumultuous journey before it was finally passed in April of this year, during the tenure of Conservative government led by Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. But after the change of government in July, the new Labour government, headed by Prime Minister Keir Starmer, scrapped the law due to concerns. But UK Rwanda's plan has been studied by others. The latest country to work towards a migrant deportation policy is the Netherlands. But why would countries like Albania and Uganda accept migrants? The answer is money. The UK had promised to pay $272 million to Rwanda to relocate refugees. Uganda and Albania seem to be eyeing similar cash prizes. It's not just individual countries, but the European Commission has also signed agreements with North African nations like Egypt, Tunisia and Libya that provide them hefty funds to prevent migrant departures. But critics say that throwing money at African regimes should not be the EU's go-to migrant policy. Many have also raised concerns about the safety of the host countries, labeling them unsafe for the deported migrants who are looking for a better life. But will more European countries look to deport migrants to Africa? And what impact would it have on the continent? Now, for more on this, we have with us Dr. John Sunday Ojo. He is a research fellow at NATO Veteran Initiative. He is joining us live from Rotterdam in the Netherlands. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
What are the legal and ethical implications of transferring asylum seekers who have exhausted legal options from the Netherlands to Uganda?
Thank you. The step taken by the Netherlands government to transfer asylum seekers who are unsuccessful in their application might fall within the broader legal framework of the EU migration policy that states asylum seekers who do not require protection must return to their country of origin or a safe third country. First, I think we need to look at the repatriation of failed applicants, which can solely depend on the agreement with the countries of origin, which are often non-EU countries. And this policy does not really deal with migration in a generic sense, but I think the policy is subjected to the court approval.
And what potential challenges or risks could arise from implementing such agreements, both for the asylum seekers and for diplomatic relations between the Netherlands, Uganda, and the European Union?
Yeah, I think the matter needs to be determined by the European court, because we have seen similar case in the UK where the government proposed a policy to transfer asylum seekers who are not successful in their applications to Rwanda. So it's subjected. It will still subjected to the court's approval, as I said earlier, and considering the diplomatic relations between the two countries, I think this policy can also strengthen the diplomatic relations between Netherlands and Uganda.
And how does Uganda's infrastructure and legal framework support the integration and the humane treatment of asylum seekers, given its current refugee policies?
A country like Uganda, with a poor human rights record, cannot be considered a safe return hub for unsuccessful asylum seekers. Looking at the recent acts put forward by the Uganda government, including anti-lesbian, gay, anti-transgender, and anti-bisexual policy, which become law. So I think based on the country's record, the policy may further endanger asylum seekers' fundamental human rights. Those that fall within these categories, I think it will further jeopardize their human rights condition.
Doctor, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa and for your valued insights on this latest story.
Thank you.
Shifting focus to Nigeria now, which is reeling from a tragic accident. Over 150 people have been killed in northern Nigeria due to a fuel tank explosion in one of Nigeria's worst accidents in recent times. A fuel tanker overturned on Tuesday after the driver lost control of the vehicle. The explosion was caused after the crash resulted in the spilling of petrol that it was carrying. Over 140 people are also injured in the tragedy, with some in very critical condition.
Truly what happened, I was there when the whole thing started. I scooped oil and went home to drop it, and I picked up my bike to come back, but it developed a fault. While fixing it, I then heard the loud explosion.
The incident occurred in Nigeria's northern state of Jigawa. The driver lost control of the tanker on the Jigawa State Expressway at about 530 kilometers north of the capital, Abuja. But the tragedy worsened when several residents crowded around the vehicle to collect fuel that had spilled onto the road and in drains. Soon, a massive explosion tore through crowds of people who had rushed to the scene to try and scoop up the fuel, but ultimately became victims of the ill-fated accident.
Thinking that it's an AUF. They didn't know, little did they know that it is a cause of death. So some of them that engaged in fetching this fuel were caught up with the fire. In the process of taking, there is a flash of light and the place caught fire.
The incident highlights two grave concerns Nigeria faces. First, it is the fuel crisis. People are desperate for fuel amid scarcity and rising cost of living. Despite being a major oil producer, Nigeria imports most of its fuel needs. This is because it has very little working refining capacity. The fuel scarcities have been more frequent since President Bola Tinubu removed the costly fuel subsidies in 2023. Since then, the fuel crisis has tripled in some of the states. Last week, the state oil company hiked prices for the second time in just over a month. Due to the frequent fuel shortages, Nigeria witnesses long queues at petrol stations, causing traffic and other disruptions. The second biggest concern in Nigeria are the dangerous roads. Fuel tanker explosions and accidents are common in Nigeria, often caused by the poor state of roads and badly maintained vehicles. As per a World Health Organization report last year, annual road accident deaths in Nigeria to be closer to 40,000. Nigeria's Federal Road Safety Commission recorded over 1,500 accidents involving fuel tankers that caused 535 deaths. Just last month, at least 59 people died when a fuel tanker collided with a truck carrying passengers and cattle in northwestern Niger State. Now, these incidents come at a time when Nigerians are increasingly frustrated over the country's economic woes and bad governance. Hundreds of Nigerians have taken to the streets demanding solutions from the Tinubu government. However, such a growing frequency of tragic incidents highlights that there has been very little progress. It looks like Godzilla has finally come out of a world of fiction and attacked the United States for real. Yes, you heard it right. However, it is not a giant monster that has attacked like in the movies. It is a software tool. And that malicious software tool has attacked critical public and private infrastructure, not only in the United States, but across the globe over the past 1 year. But why are we talking about it now? The United States has charged 2 Sudanese brothers with running a small cyber attack group called Anonymous Sudan that orchestrated over 35,000 denial-of-service attacks in a single year, which also included cyber attacks on the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Now, the 2 brothers, Ahmed Salah Yusuf Omer and Allah Salah Yusuf Omer, are charged with conspiracy of impairing protected computers, and their convictions could lead to potential life sentences. But what exactly is Anonymous Sudan? Who have they attacked? And why are they being charged with cybercrimes? Let's understand. As per media reports, Anonymous Sudan has been active since January of 2023. It is a group of cybercriminals known for operating a robust hacking-for-hire business. This could be individuals or groups that sell unlawful access to computer systems or networks for money. Now, some reports suggest that they undertook ideologically motivated cyber attacks, which were pro-Russia and pro-Hamas. Now, Anonymous Sudan has often used specific software to conduct over 35,000 cyber attacks over the past year. The Sudanese hacking group used other tools as well, like Godzilla Botnet, Skynet, or Infra Shutdown. Now, these tools and sophisticated techniques rely upon large numbers of proxy devices, which relay cyber attacks from Anonymous Sudan's command and control server to the victims' computers. And the hacking group managed to penetrate some of the most protected firewalls in the world. According to the indictment filed by the U.S. Department of Justice, several countries, including the United States, Sweden, the United Kingdom, Germany, France, Australia, Israel, India, Egypt, Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, and Armenia have been affected by the Sudanese group's attacks. And the cyber attacks have gone after multiple sectors and government entities. The cyber attacks have been on government entities, hospitals and healthcare organizations, law enforcement agencies, the aviation sector, financial and investment institutions, and several other critical infrastructure. Now, Anonymous Sudan have also targeted prominent companies including Microsoft, OpenAI, PayPal, social media platform X, Netflix, Hulu, the Associated Press, Reddit, and CNN, among many others. The attacks by Anonymous Sudan Group have caused over $10 million in damages to the United States alone. Damages to other countries still remains unknown. Now, the indictment filed in the US also stated that in 2023, the 2 Sudanese brothers had also posted a message on Telegram saying that they were declaring a cyber war on the United States, which is their primary target. Now, according to media reports, it is also alleged that Anonymous Sudan was involved during last year's attack by Hamas on Israel in October. It's alleged that the group had handicapped Israel's red alert system that is used for warning citizens about incoming rocket fire on the 7th of October. And this was done in solidarity with Palestine, the group said on Telegram. While reports claim that both the brothers are highly educated and have been arrested outside of the United States, there are no further details available on how the US government will take this case forward and how it would implicate the two Sudanese brothers. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Now, amidst the worsening drought in northwest Tunisia, one local farmer's persistence has transformed her village. After years of effort and a partnership with the European Union, Saida Zouawi has built a small dam that now provides vital irrigation to nearby farms. What seemed like an impossible dream is now a reality, helping farmers thrive again. This is the story of how one woman's vision brought back hope to a struggling community.
In a small village in northwest Tunisia, where the landscape is a patchwork of parched fields and green plots, a quiet revolution is underway. For years, farmers in the village of Ghardimau have watched their crops wither under the harsh sun, their lands thirsty for water. A 6-year drought had taken its toll and hope was fading fast. But amid this struggle, a local woman farmer decided to take action. Saida Zoui had grown up in this village, watching her father and grandfather try and fail to create a simple reservoir using sandbags. They lacked the infrastructure and funds to make it work, but the idea never left her mind. As the years went on, the situation worsened. Traditional dikes that once watered 48 hectares of land in the 1970s and 80s could now barely irrigate 12 hectares. Many younger people left for the cities, tired of trying to make a living from the dry soil. Those who stayed behind reduced the size of their farms and stopped growing crops that needed too much water.
With climate change and water shortages, farmers have begun to lose faith in agriculture. Many have migrated to the city, while others have abandoned the profession altogether, as it no longer provides a stable source of income.
But this farmer had a dream. She envisioned building a small dam that could turn the tide for her village. She proposed the idea to the authorities, but they said it wasn't feasible. Tunisia was struggling with debt and there were more pressing concerns. But she kept pushing, convinced that this lifetime project would not only revive her farm, but bring back life to the entire area.
As our ancestors began in this profession, we must continue, and my children and the children of farmers will also continue in this way. However, we have to face up to the reality and adapt to climate change.
And finally, in 2019, after years of effort, her vision began to take shape. Thanks to foreign support, the European Union covered 90% of funds needed to build the dam. Local farmers pitched in the remaining 10%, offering their labor and resources to make it happen.
Our reality has changed radically. Today, we sell our produce. We sell peppers, tomatoes, cucumbers, squash, and many other vegetables. Yes, our situation has changed, and I'm no longer looking for another job, as this is now my profession.
The dam wasn't huge, about the size of 1.5 Olympic pools and 3 meters deep. But its impact was immediate. It now irrigates 45 small farms, each about 1 to 2 hectares in size, with a free rotation system for water access. For the farmers, it was nothing short of a miracle.
This dam has helped us to get back to farming at 70%. We no longer have to dig canals, or use trucks or shovels to irrigate our land. Today, everything works perfectly well, but our major problem remains climate change and water scarcity. Despite this, thanks to this dam, we give thanks to God.
The project has brought hope back to Gardimao. Water now flows through the village's canals, helping the community survive Tunisia's worsening droughts. As the local woman farmer clears debris from the dam, she smiles and says,
"We see this change as a catastrophe, but we have to face it with our means, manage its risks, and not lose hope. We won't give up."
And the village pins its hopes on Saida Zoui.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma.
While this is not the end of the war in Gaza, it's the beginning of the end.
Do you feel more hesitant about a ceasefire?
It's a big victory for Israel. The year-long manhunt has finally ended, and that too successfully. Because Yahya Sinwar has been killed, the chief of Hamas and the mastermind of October 7th. He had evaded Israel for months, pulled off many escapes, but finally Israel hunted him down. They've released a video of his final moments. Take a look at this first. This video has divided the world. Palestinian supporters say it's a defiant last stand, especially him throwing that stick. But Israel and its allies disagree. They say, what a pathetic end, dying alone and caked in dust. We'll get to the Israeli operation later. First, we're looking at the fallout. For Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, this is a big boost. Because Yahya Sinwar was enemy number one. Killing him was the ultimate revenge. So his death is being celebrated by Israelis. Even the Prime Minister joined in. He shared a drink with his advisors to mark the day. Such moments are rare in war. It tells you how important Yahya Sinwar was. Israel had already taken out multiple Hamas leaders, so Sinwar was among the last few left, in fact. His death leaves Hamas rudderless. The question is, how will Israel use this moment, this victorious moment? A lot of countries would probably quit after this. After all, this is a great exit ramp. You've demonstrated your power, you've taken out the top leader, or leaders if you count the previous Hamas chief Ismail Haniyeh and Hezbollah chief Hassan Nasrallah. So this is the perfect chance to negotiate a ceasefire, to get the hostages back and to stop the fighting. That's what most countries would do, but Israel is not most countries. Netanyahu says the war will go on. He won't stop until all the hostages are back.
While this is not the end of the war in Gaza, it's the beginning of the end. To the people of Gaza, I have a simple message. This war can end tomorrow. It can end if Hamas lays down its arms and returns our hostages.
There are 101 hostages in Gaza and their fate hangs in the balance. Netanyahu has put the ball in Hamas's court. He says surrender and the war ends. But Hamas remains defiant. They say Sinwar's death will not weaken their movement. Instead, it will make Hamas stronger and that Sinwar will become an icon. And they are right about that. People in Gaza and West Bank are mourning him. They're calling Yahya Sinwar a martyr.
It will not affect the interest of the country. After the leader, 1,000 of leaders will come, and after the man, 1,000 men will come.
Sinwar is like any martyr. There will be somebody that comes after him. The Prophet Muhammad, after he died, there were people to speak about his religion.
We've seen it during previous assassinations as well, whether it was Qasem Soleimani in 2019 or Ismail Haniyeh in June this year or Hassan Nasrallah in September this year. Their deaths did not de-escalate the conflict. They had the opposite effect. So strategically, this is a very tense period. Israel could use it to continue their assault. Hamas could use it to plot revenge. Basically, anything could happen, which is why Israel's Western allies are worried. All of them celebrated Sinwar's death, but they also had advice for Netanyahu. Now's the time to wind up.
Good day for the world. I'm so pleased here now to congratulate him getting Sinwar, and I told him that we were really pleased with his actions, and further that now's the time to move on toward a ceasefire in Gaza.
Today is marked by the death of Yahya Sinwar, and this day is both a turning point and a military success for Israel. This occasion must be seized so that all the hostages can be freed and the war finally stopped.
So the West senses an opportunity here, a chance to push Netanyahu towards a ceasefire. Meanwhile, on the ground, the fighting continues. Israel launched 150 strikes on Thursday. That's Gaza plus Lebanon. In Lebanon, the fighting is intense. We're talking about door-to-door combat. Israel lost 5 soldiers on Thursday. 2 of their tanks were also destroyed this week. So clearly the cost is mounting. Reports say 55 Israeli soldiers have been killed in Lebanon. Nearly 500 have been injured. The Israeli military has released footage of their operations. It sums up the nature of this war. Risky and close quarters. Netanyahu will have to be mindful of that. Families of the hostages are already unhappy with him. The last thing he needs is military casualties. And Hezbollah knows this. They have announced a new phase of fighting, apparently a more aggressive phase. It's not really clear what that means, but Hezbollah has hinted at using new kinds of weapons. Over in Gaza, it's the same story. Israel is sending more soldiers to northern Gaza, specifically to the Jabalia camp. Reports say Hamas fighters are regrouping there. So Israel is looking to crack down. It won't be easy though, because as long as Sinwar was alive, Netanyahu had a target. Something with a face and location to hunt. But now that's gone. His next goal is arguably more difficult than this one: to eliminate Hamas, an enemy with no face or location. The Prime Minister of Israel is running out of excuses to extend this war. Let's see what his next move will be. So how did Israel find Yahya Sinwar? Was it a pager bomb or some cutting-edge satellite imagery? What Mossad magic ended this hunt? Well, as it turned out, it was sheer luck. Yahya Sinwar was killed in a chance encounter, not a targeted operation. Let me tell you how it unfolded. Israel has been tracking Sinwar since October last year. It's been a ruthless manhunt, one that has razed Gaza to the ground, also left 42,000 people dead. Yet they could not pinpoint Sinwar's location. All they knew was this, that Yahya Sinwar was somewhere in the southern city of Rafah. Now, Rafah is pretty big. The total size is more than 64 square kilometers. It's also home to 1 million people. So finding Sinwar in Rafah was never going to be easy. Which brings us to Wednesday. This Wednesday, an Israeli team was patrolling a part of Rafah, an area called Tal al-Sultan. Suddenly, the team encountered 3 adversaries. Naturally, they engaged them. And during this gunfight, the 3 opponents split up. One of them ran into an abandoned building. That's when Israel switched to drones. You just saw that video. The drone found a man slumped in a chair. His head was covered and he was surrounded by debris. At that point, Israel did not know that this man was Yahya Sinwar. They thought it was a random Hamas fighter. Soon, Israeli tanks were called in. They fired rounds and razed the building, and that's how Yahya Sinwar was finally killed. Again, Israel did not know immediately. They thought the building or the body may have been strapped with bombs, so they left the site after the encounter. Then on Thursday morning, they returned to inspect the bodies. And that's when they spotted Sinwar. Of course, you can't go by looks alone. You must forensically confirm it. So a part of Sinwar's finger was removed. It was sent to Israel for testing. And when the results came, it was confirmed Israel's #1 enemy was dead. Later that day, his body was taken to Israel. It's not clear what happened after that or what they did to the body, but a lot of interesting facts do stand out here. For starters, how did they confirm Yahya Sinwar's DNA? Well, Sinwar spent nearly 30 years in Israeli jails from the 1980s to 2011. During that time, he developed a brain tumor. He even had a surgery done in Israel. And because of this, they had a lot of his medical records, like his DNA and his dental reports. And that is how Israel identified Yahya Sinwar. They also found money on him, by the way. They found money on his body. Nearly 40,000 shekels, which is around 10,000 US dollars. He also had a vest and a pistol with him. But why was Sinwar out in the open? Why wasn't he in the tunnels? You can give Israel credit for that. They were hunting relentlessly in Rafah, so Sinwar was trying to flee, to move further north.
The fact is that Sinwar probably stayed in that area, in the same underground area in the complex. We found his DNA a couple of 100 meters away from the tunnel where our 6 hostages were staying. He stayed in that area. Our forces closed the area for a long period of time, and I guess that he was on the run for a long period of time, moving from underground space to houses, and was trying to flee north to safer areas.
What about the hostages? Sinwar was said to be surrounded by human shields. Where did they go? Well, he may have abandoned them to move quicker, or maybe he lost them in the chaos. Either way, no hostages were found with Sinwar. His security detail was also light, like we said, just 2 men and him. Perhaps he thought that a small team could move quicker. But frankly, his fate was sealed. Not yesterday, not last week, but on October 7, 2023, when he ordered his men to massacre Israeli civilians. We all know what happened next. An intense cat-and-mouse game in Gaza. Yahya Sinwar had been preparing years for this attack. He knew the Israelis pretty well. He even spoke fluent Hebrew. And that is how he thwarted every Israeli attempt to track him. No gadgets, no public appearances, no direct contacts. Yahya Sinwar always lived in the shadows. He seemed one step ahead of the Israelis, but in the end, they tracked him down. You must admire Israel's ruthless dedication, but you must also question the cost. 42,000 civilians were collateral damage in this hunt. Nearly everything in Gaza is destroyed. Was the October 7th attack worth this carnage? Was killing Sinwar worth this carnage? It's a question that Israeli and Hamas leadership must ponder. A new Sinwar may emerge soon, but those Israeli and Palestinian families will never be whole again. So Israel's war is entering a new phase. Sinwar's death has created ripples, especially in the international market for gold. Gold prices are breaking records everywhere. International gold prices have crossed $2,700. That's for 1 ounce of gold. 1 ounce is around 28 grams. So $2,700 for 1 ounce. It's a lifetime high. Here in India, gold prices are on fire. 10 grams of pure gold costs almost 80,000 Indian rupees. That's about $951 for 10 grams. This is the most expensive gold has ever been. The question is why? Why are prices so high? What is driving this surge? Mostly it is fear. Investors around the world are afraid. They have three big fears, three big concerns right now. First, the conflicts in Ukraine and West Asia. Second, the state of major economies. They're showing signs of weakness. Their growth numbers have been tepid. And third, the US presidential election. It is playing on the minds of investors. It's a tight race between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. The election could swing either way, and the result will have implications for the whole world. So 2 wars, slowing economies, and the US election. On all these fronts, there's unpredictability. The final outcomes are hard to gauge. The risks are high, so investors want some insurance. They want to build a safety net around their investments, and gold can provide them that safety net. It is a time-tested hedge, which is why whenever there's a crisis, gold prices skyrocket. It happened in 2007 when the US triggered a global financial meltdown. The gold markets had collapsed, but gold prices, global markets rather, had collapsed, but gold prices shot up. From 2007 to 2011, gold prices effectively doubled. And then it happened again in 2020 during the Wuhan virus pandemic. Gold prices hit new records and touched new highs. It seems like 2024 is seeing a repeat. And it's not just investors. Central banks are also boosting their gold reserves. In the last 2 years, they have bought large amounts of gold, more than 2,000 tons to be exact. Which central banks are these that are accumulating gold? China, Brazil, Turkey, and Poland. They've all indulged in heavy buying of gold, and India's central bank is also part of this list. Since 2018, India's gold reserves have surged by more than 200%. India's central bank is called the RBI, the Reserve Bank of India. Do you know how much gold the RBI has? It's worth more than $65 billion, which is quite significant. Now, we all know why investors buy gold. Usually for capital protection, to balance potential losses in their portfolio. But why do central banks want more gold in their reserves? The World Gold Council released an assessment this year. They looked into this trend of central banks buying gold. And this is what they came up with. I'm quoting, "Extraordinary market pressure, unprecedented economic uncertainty, and political upheavals around the world have kept gold front of mind for central banks." So market pressure, economic uncertainty, and political upheavals, the same 3 fears that we just talked about. They're plaguing central banks too. And that is why the yellow metal is in demand. But in India, the high prices are dampening the festive spirit, the festive mood. Gold sellers say that there are few customers now. Some have even started offering discounts. They're cutting prices by $8 for 28 grams. Usually, it's the other way around. Festive season is when businesses expect their highest sales. And in India, Diwali is approaching. It's one of India's biggest festivals. Buying gold during this time is considered auspicious. But the sellers say the surging prices are driving customers away. So how long will the gold rally continue? Have the prices peaked, or is there still momentum? Honestly, it's hard to say. Developments over the next few weeks hold the answers.
Bonjour tout le monde. Thank you all for being here. recognize this individual was a terrible mistake?
Will he take personal responsibility for this shame and
Now let's talk about Justin Trudeau. This week, his feud with India dominated the headlines, but in the past 2 days, a new scandal has surfaced, or should we say resurfaced, and Trudeau himself is at the center of it. He's been Canada's Prime Minister since the year 2015. He's serving his third term in office, which is an impressive record for any politician. But did Justin Trudeau win these elections with China's help? Canada's main opposition leader believes that is the case. His name is Pierre Poilievre. He's the leader of the Conservative Party in Canada. He has made some serious charges. 2 days back, he wrote a letter. It is on your screen. Let me quote a part of it, the part where Poilievre talks about the last 2 elections in Canada, where China apparently had a role to play. And this is what he wrote. Justin Trudeau, and I'm quoting, Justin Trudeau is lying to distract from a liberal caucus revolt against his leadership and revelations he knowingly allowed Beijing to interfere and help him win 2 elections. So Poilievre says that China interfered in Canada's elections, Justin Trudeau looked the other way. In other words, Trudeau was complicit. That's the allegation from Pierre Poilievre, and it's not a new one. Leaders before Poilievre have made similar charges. It's a ghost from the past that keeps coming back to haunt Trudeau, but this time he's having trouble shaking it off. You see, Canada has been investigating this, the allegations of Chinese meddling. This investigation has been on for months. Unlike the case with India, where Trudeau launched a diplomatic war without proof, there is substantial proof of Chinese meddling in Canada. It was a wide-ranging operation. China tapped every available resource at its disposal. Chinese proxies in Canada, state entities, Chinese officials in Canada, the Chinese diaspora, even Chinese mouthpieces, all of them were mobilized for this mission. And Beijing had a clear goal: get friendly politicians elected to the Canadian Parliament, politicians who can push China's agenda or at the very least not stand in Beijing's way. And China had a clear preference here: Justin Trudeau and his Liberal Party. Beijing wanted them to win, so they tried to influence voters against the Conservatives. The Conservatives were viewed as anti-China, so they became targets of Chinese meddling. And this happened in the last 2 elections, in 2019 and then in the snap election in 2021. And don't take our word on this. This is what Canada's own intelligence agencies say, that there was Chinese meddling in the last 2 elections. In fact, I have some quotes from their assessment. It says, China clandestinely and deceptively interfered in Canadian elections. China is, and I'm quoting again, the most significant source of foreign interference in Canada, and Beijing acted in a sophisticated, pervasive and persistent manner. China targeted Canadian politicians at all levels. And how many voters did they manage to sway? On this front, the assessment by Canadian agencies is inconclusive, but the Conservatives hold a different view. They believe that Chinese meddling definitely hurt them, and it cost the party at least 9 seats. That's according to Erin O'Toole. He led the Conservative Party until 2022. He says China's meddling hurt his political career. Again, I have a quote from him. This is what he says: the small number of seats would not have impacted the minority government that Canada has right now, but the difference of 2, 3, 5 seats may have allowed me more of a moral justification to remain as leader. So Erin O'Toole lost his post. And even after all of this, Justin Trudeau's Liberals ended up with a minority in the Canadian Parliament, but somehow he is still the Prime Minister. Then last year, another shocking revelation came out. It centered around a man called Han Dong. He's a sitting parliamentarian in Canada, of course. Dong has been accused of interfering on China's behalf. In 2021, he met a Chinese diplomat. He tried to block the release of 2 Canadians from a Chinese jail. Dong has denied these allegations, but guess which party gave him a ticket to contest? Trudeau's Liberal Party. Last year, when the story broke, Dong left the Liberal Party. But he holds his seat in Parliament as an independent. Imagine that. Canada has a sitting member of Parliament accused of foreign interference still in Parliament, but all Trudeau cares about is India. When the fact is that the threat from China is still high. Again, this is from their own defense minister, who says China has not stopped its interference.
I actually raised that concern of foreign interference and all the manifestations that it might take, including interference in our institutions, including our elections, but also actions of coercion against Chinese diaspora in Canada. They're our citizens.
That was Trudeau's Defence Minister Bill Blair. He made that statement earlier this year. The meddling allegations date back to the year 2019. It's been 5 years. In all these years, Canada has witnessed 2 elections and multiple reports corroborating the Chinese meddling. What has Justin Trudeau done to address the threat? He keeps underplaying it. So is he complicit? Is he benefiting from Chinese meddling in Canada? As Trudeau would put it, we don't have hard proof of his complicity. Perhaps the Canadians will investigate. So Trudeau has some difficult questions to answer. Meanwhile, China is struggling with its own challenges. Chinese economy has slipped into a deep slump. Beijing is trying to revive it. It has announced a series of measures in recent weeks, but nothing seems to be working. Fresh economic data came out today. From July to September, China grew by just 0.9%. I'll repeat that. July to September, Chinese growth 0.9%. This puts China's annual growth rate at just 3.6%.
Looking at the quarters, the GDP grew by 5.3% year-on-year in the first quarter, 4.7% in the second quarter, and 4.6% in the third quarter. On a quarter-on-quarter basis, the GDP grew by 0.9% in the third quarter.
China has reported its lowest growth rate in 18 months. It is far below their target. This year, China wanted to grow at the rate of 5%, but at this pace, they will most likely miss the target. This week, Morgan Stanley released an assessment. Morgan Stanley, as you would know, is an American bank. It says the Chinese economy is going through a deflationary spiral. Here's what it means. Imagine you work at a Chinese factory. This factory churns out goods for export. And this is like a dream job for you. Your salary is tied to the factory's output. The more the factory produces, the more that it exports, the higher your cut. So when the factory does well, you earn more money. Now, for decades, China has been the world's manufacturing hub. So your factory has obviously thrived. And by extension, you have earned massive amounts of money. But in recent years, business has been tough. The Wuhan virus shut down your factory for several months, and now with a global slowdown, your factory has started losing business. As a result, you have started losing your earnings. Plus, there's an overall slowdown in the Chinese economy. Now, typically, when growth falls, things become cheaper. Prices of goods go down when growth falls. But here, your earnings have also fallen, so you can't even afford the cheaper products. This is what experts call a deflation, when prices of goods reduce, but consumers still cannot buy them because their earnings have also taken a hit. The situation is called deflation, and Morgan Stanley is concerned about the deflation in China, particularly in the real estate sector, which makes up a big chunk of the Chinese economy. In this country, property prices are falling. At the same time, the burden of debt is rising. So you have big payments to make, big EMIs to pay, but the property you bought is losing value. This is proving to be a major challenge. In order to address it, Beijing has pumped money into the property sector. Fresh announcements were made this week. China is giving out over $500 billion for housing projects. And this is in the form of loans.
By year-end, we will expand the scale of credit loans for the whitelist of housing projects to $562 billion. The coordination mechanism of urban real estate financing seeks to include all eligible housing projects in the whitelist.
But it may not be enough because the problems with the Chinese money run much deeper. Mere tinkering or just band-aids won't do. What they need is surgery. Beijing needs to roll out structural reforms. That's the view of the IMF, the International Monetary Fund. It believes that China's growth will remain below 4% if it continues on the same path.
I've been arguing that
China is at the fork on the road. If they continue with their current model, which is export-led growth, there would be trouble. Why? Because the Chinese economy has grown to a point when China's export is no more a minor factor in global trade. And don't rely on some miracle that would retain an export-led model in this large economy as a viable vehicle.
She said it. The stimulus measures are inadequate to bring its economy back on track. China needs to look beyond exports. And there is another risk on this front. Chinese products are increasingly facing Western scrutiny. First, it was the Chinese EVs, electric vehicles, which have been slapped with tariffs in the West. Now the US is coming after Chinese drone makers. It has sanctioned 2 Chinese companies. They apparently made drones for the Russian military. So the writing is on the wall. The future of Chinese exports looks bleak, riddled with tariffs and sanctions. The market for Chinese products is steadily shrinking. So internationally, this market is shrinking, and at home, incomes are drying up. Millions of Chinese workers are jobless and possibly under the burden of debt. Stimulus packages alone won't fix all of this. Unfortunately for China, though, their leader is busy shooting the messengers and picking fights with the world. Now to the United States. Yesterday we told you about the battle of Fox interviews. Today we have a winner. It's Kamala Harris. Her first interview on the network drew more than 7 million viewers. Donald Trump's was around 3 million, so Harris clearly won this round, at least in the ratings. But it's a completely different story on the betting market. Americans are hedging their bets on the presidential election, and Donald Trump is in the lead there. I guess the question is, does any of it translate into real votes? Our next report tells you.
It was the battle of Fox interviews, Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. Both appeared on the network on the same day. Both tried to woo voters. And who came out on top? Well, the ratings say it was Kamala Harris. She sat down with Brett Breyer, the chief political anchor for Fox. The conversation was short, yet there was a lot of back and forth. The interview drew an audience of 7.1 million viewers. That's how many people tuned in to watch it. It's an impressive number, especially when you compare to other Fox programs. In fact, Brett himself attracts an audience of 2.3 million people on an average every day. So this was nearly triple of that. The Harris campaign sees this as a major win. She went on Fox to appeal to the conservative voters, and this seems like a job well done. But guess first time's the charm. This was the Democratic presidential nominee's first appearance on Fox News.
What is happening right now?
So of course, viewers were curious. At least that's how the Republicans are trying to frame it. And how did their own candidate do? Well, Trump is no stranger to Fox News. He's given multiple interviews to the network. The day's town hall, however, wasn't a crowd puller. It got around 3 million viewers. So looks like Harris won the battle of ratings. But when it comes to betting, Donald Trump seems to have the edge.
And I like that. I like that. I like that.
America is betting on the presidential elections, and they're spending big money on it, over $2 billion. There are 3 main platforms: Kalshi, Predictit, and Polymarket. On Polymarket, Trump has a 60% chance of winning. Kamala Harris is at 39%. On Kalshi, Trump is leading with 57% compared to Harris's 43%. Predictit too shows Trump in the lead. So the market sentiment is clear. Donald Trump is in the lead. And many believe these rating markets are a better indicator than opinion polls. That's because of 2 reasons. 1, it updates in real time. And 2, it involves a lot of money. Elon Musk also agrees. He has time and again highlighted how Trump is leading in the betting markets. But critics say betting markets like these are hardly accurate. In fact, they are quite volatile and easily manipulated by anything from a triumphant post to a random comment. National polls show both candidates neck and neck. According to an average of national polls, Kamala Harris is slightly ahead in the race with 48.5%, while Trump has 46.1%. Now, this is within the margin of error, which is 2 to 3%. And right now, campaigning is in the final stretch. Billionaires have also joined the political fight. As the race for the White House heats up, will we get a second Trump term, or will Kamala Harris become America's first female president? We'll find out in less than a month.
Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, that's America's choice. But it's a choice that could decide the fate of a country some 9,000 kilometers away. I'm talking about Ukraine. It's fighting a war with Russia. The war began in 2022. It's been more than 2 years, and it shows no signs of ending. Russia continues with its strikes. Ukraine struggles to hold on to territory. The front lines remain unchanged, and all of this is making one man quite nervous. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. On Wednesday, he presented what he calls a victory plan. It's his plan to win this war. He arrived in Brussels, pitching it to European leaders and allies.
If we start now and follow the victory plan, we can end this war no later than next year. Dear friends, I presented the victory plan to our parliament, our people, and I have their support. And I think it's so important to have unity in our country. The goal of the plan is that it strengthens not only Ukraine, but also our entire community.
You can call it wishful thinking, but Zelensky believes that he can end this war by 2025. How? By following this grand victory plan. It has 5 broad points. Number 1, invite Ukraine to join the NATO. Zelensky wants his country to become a part of the NATO military alliance ASAP. Number 2, Ukraine's defenses should be beefed up, which includes a lot of things, but Kiev really wants, what it really wants is the permission to hit Russia with Western weapons. Number 3, a non-nuclear strategic deterrent package. Ukraine wants it deployed on its soil. Zelensky believes it will keep Moscow away. Number 4, continuing the Kursk offensive. Ukraine thinks that this incursion was a big win. It wants to hold on to Kursk and use it as a bargaining chip. And finally, number 5, protection of Ukraine's natural resources. Kiev wants the US and the EU to do all of it. So those are the 5 broad points. There are 3 more which have been kept secret. Ukraine has shared them only with its partners. So with this grand plan in hand, Zelensky is on a mission. He wants the West to embrace it. First, he met the European leaders, then he headed to the NATO headquarters.
Dear Volodymyr, it is great to have you here at NATO headquarters. I look forward to the day that Ukraine is here as a member of this alliance. And until then, we will continue to do all that we can to ensure Ukraine prevails. This is vital for our shared security.
Some supportive words there from the new NATO chief, but words are all that Zelensky got. He wanted a NATO membership, he wanted a formal endorsement of his plan, he got neither. Obviously, that would make anyone feel snubbed, but it won't be the first for the Ukrainian president. So he promptly changed tack. He went from pitching a victory plan to issuing an ultimatum.
What is the way out? Either Ukraine will have nuclear weapons, and then this is defense for us, or we should have some kind of an alliance. Today, we do not know any effective alliances other than NATO.
Nukes or NATO? Zelensky says those are his 2 options. He is not getting a NATO membership, that much is quite clear. So will he go nuclear now? Well, this is what Zelensky said.
Which one of these big nuclear countries suffered? All of them? No, just Ukraine. Who gave away nuclear weapons? All of them? No, just Ukraine. Who is fighting today? Just Ukraine.
Quick primer here. Ukraine became independent in the year 1991. It inherited thousands of Soviet nuclear weapons. In 1994, Ukraine gave up those weapons. It transferred all of those weapons to Russia. And this was in exchange of security. And Ukraine blames the West for this. Its security guarantees are gone, so Kiev wants the nukes again. But it's easier said than done. You can't just ask for nuclear weapons and have them. I'm sure Zelensky knows that too. So why is he pulling off this stunt? Because he is grasping at straws. America goes to polls on November 5th. If Kamala Harris wins, it will be business as usual, more aid, more support. But if Donald Trump wins, Ukraine could be in trouble. Zelensky knows that. Trump has not been his biggest fan. He does not like the idea of American aid to Ukraine, and he blames Zelensky for this war.
I think Zelensky is one of the greatest salesmen I've ever seen. Every time he comes in, we give him $100 billion. Who else got that kind of money in history? There's never been. And that doesn't mean I don't want to help him, because I feel very badly for those people. But he should never have let that war start. That war is a loser.
That was Donald Trump at a podcast. He called Zelensky the greatest salesman. Sounds like a backhanded compliment. It has rattled the Ukrainian president for sure. And it's not just him. US President Joe Biden has barely 3 months left in the White House. And right now he's in Berlin for a swan song trip. A visit to assure allies and discuss the war in Ukraine.
America and Germany are the two largest supporters of Ukraine in its fight for survival as a free and independent nation. As Ukraine faces a tough winter, we must sustain our resolve, our effort, and our support.
Now, Joe Biden can offer assurances, allies can pledge support, Zelensky can give ultimatums, but the fact of the matter is the world is moving on. As of today, Zelensky's biggest challenge is not really Russia. It's the waning support of the West. And in a war of attrition, that can be deadly. The Ukraine war once inspired global unity, but now it's more like yesterday's news. So Zelensky is battling both Russia and a fading spotlight. Speaking of fading spotlight, King Charles is in Australia. He landed in Sydney today along with his wife, Queen Camilla. Charles has paused his cancer treatment for this 6-day visit, which comes at an interesting juncture when relations between Australia and the monarchy are fraught. Australia has 6 state governments. All their leaders have boycotted the visit of Charles. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has repeatedly urged the ouster of the monarchy. Amid protests and little public interest, could Charles be the last monarch to visit Australia? Here's a report.
All hail the King. At least in Australia, where an absentee head of state is finally paying a visit. We are talking about King Charles III. Today, he landed in a wet and windy Sydney, along with his wife, Queen Camilla. They were greeted by Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister, and other dignitaries. The Sydney Opera House was illuminated with a montage of their images. This visit has been touted to be a historic one, as this is Charles' first trip to Australia. He has become the first reigning king of Australia to visit the country. His mother, Queen Elizabeth II, was the first reigning monarch to ever visit Australia. Trip marks Charles' first visit to one of the 15 realms where he remains the head of state, which includes Jamaica, Canada, and New Zealand. But it nearly didn't happen. In February, the Buckingham Palace announced that the king had cancer and all his public-facing duties were stopped. So a trip to Australia seemed nearly impossible. With a 24-hour-long flight, a huge time difference and days of royal engagements. But Charles has paused his cancer treatment to visit the land down under. And the tour has been curtailed with no evening engagements, no state dinners, and no trips late in the day. A visit to New Zealand has been dropped from the itinerary. The Australia visit has been slimmed down to a 6-day affair where Charles and Camilla will attend a reception hosted by Albanese, visit the Royal Australian Navy, and sit down with Indigenous representatives, among other engagements. Next, he will travel to Canberra, Australia's capital, followed by Samoa, an island country in Polynesia, to attend the Commonwealth meeting. So Australia is like a long, brutal layover for Charles, which is inviting both little public interest and an opportunity for protests. All 6 Australian premiers or leaders of the state governments have boycotted Charles' visit, citing work commitments and cabinet meetings. Monarchists have called it insulting because the tour is a crucial opportunity for both Republicans and monarchists. This royal visit comes at a royally complex time for Australia. the momentum for an Australian republic has slowed down. Albanese has been vocal about the fact that he wants the country to become a republic. In 2022, they appointed a minister to oversee the possible transition, but later, the minister was given a different brief. Plus, if Australia wants to oust the monarchy, they will have to hold a referendum and it will cost about $200 million. So there is little political or public desire to spend that money, thanks to the cost of living crisis. Australia last held such a referendum in 1999 when 54.9% people voted against replacing the Queen with an Australian head of state, like a president. And last year, 46% people said they would vote no in a republic referendum. So for Republicans, this is progress, but it is not progress enough with only 54% Australians willing to say yes. The prospect of ousting the monarchy seems distant at best. But the last thing Australia needs, amid its cost of living crisis, is a red carpet rolled out for a pointless crown, which serves no purpose in the real world.
Every day we look for stories from Africa, and every day we see the same stuff. Corruption trials, attempted coups, terror attacks, and so on. It makes you wonder, does nothing good happen in Africa? Or is it always just bad news? Well, turns out it's not an Africa problem, it's a media problem. Just like anywhere in the world, Africa has good and bad news, but global media tends to focus on the bad. It's always poverty or security crises. And this stereotype has a financial cost, $4.2 billion. That's how much negative coverage is costing Africa. Let me explain how. This report was prepared by two agencies, a consultant group named Africa Practice and an advocacy group named Africa No Filter. Their methodology is quite interesting. First, they picked 4 African nations, Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, and Egypt. Then they picked countries with similar social and economic conditions outside Africa. Malaysia is similar to Kenya and Nigeria. Denmark is similar to South Africa, according to them, and Thailand to Egypt. And finally, they compared election coverage in these countries. Guess what they found? In African polls, the coverage was mostly negative, things like violence and rigging. And elsewhere, just your normal stuff, things like top candidates and issues. Consider Kenya and Malaysia. 88% of articles about Kenya's election were negative. In Malaysia, it was just 48%. Do you see the bias? This bias can affect your finances, especially your loans. Most lenders are charging risk premiums in Africa, basically more interest than normal. They say Africa is a risky bet, our money may or may not be safe there, so we will charge you more. If you correct this narrative, if you cancel this risk premium, Africa's interest rates could reduce by 1%, which translates to $4.2 billion. Do you see how powerful narratives are then? They can make or break economies. Just think back to the early 2010s. Every global outlet was talking about the same thing, Grexit, the looming exit of Greece from the European Union. Spoiler alert, it did not happen. But the paranoia did not help. It shook investor confidence further. The Western media does a lot of this, by the way. They define countries in set terms. Mexico is always drug cartels and gang violence. Japan is advanced but meek. Russia is still dreaming about the Soviet Union. South Asia is poor brown people and West Asia is rich brown people plus terrorism. It's not just the news media. Movies also spread such narratives. You may remember Slumdog Millionaire. It romanticized slums and poverty in India. The fact is, only 5% of Indians live in slums. I could say the same about some of these global indices like ease of doing business or passport power rankings or travel safety rankings. They have a direct impact on a country's economy. Yet the methodology is not always perfect, which is why narratives have become strategic. Some countries have clearly weaponized them. For example, there's something called the CNN effect. It's named after the US news channel, but it applies to media in general. How media coverage can influence domestic and foreign policy. Al Jazeera is doing it right now. They're funded by the Qatar government. And they're building consensus against Israel and Gaza. How? By constantly publishing stories against Israel and by ignoring what the other side did. So every country basically has two options. Either shape your own narrative or let others shape it for you. China is doing the first. They have spent billions expanding their media footprint. They also share content with foreign agencies, of course, only the favorable type. Africa is stuck with the second option. Their media landscape is not as developed, so others are shaping their narrative for them. It's a challenge for India too. Some of these Western outlets have decades of head start. So now's the time to catch up, because our world runs on power and narratives can be deadlier than missiles. Apparently, one sip is all it takes to either levitate with glee or cringe with disgust. There is no in between. In case you haven't guessed it yet, I'm talking about Grammy-winning singer Dua Lipa and her viral recipe that is splitting the internet. Diet Coke with jalapenos and pickle. But if there's a hall of fame of bizarre food combinations, it has a long list. Nutella and mayonnaise, cereal in orange juice, and pasta with dal makhni. Here's a report.
This is Grammy Award-winning pop star Dua Lipa. And this is her latest creation. It isn't a catchy song or a quirky dance move, it's a bizarre recipe. Dua Lipa has gone viral for taking Diet Coke, mixing it with pickles and jalapenos, and drinking the deadly concoction. She shared this video on TikTok, the holy grail of all things strange. She received around 10 million views and mixed reactions. Agreement, curiosity, disgust, and blind faith. Now that's some radical optimism. But despite the roller coaster of comments on social media, people across the globe are trying the drink, including celebrity chef Gordon Ramsay. He made it, he tried one sip, and he clearly wasn't levitating. So Dua Lipa has split the internet. But time and again, people unite in their taste for weird food combinations. The latest one is mayonnaise and Nutella, a savory condiment paired with a sweet treat. Now, one may call this an assault on Italy's beloved hero, but alas. Though if you're on the side of those who want to pursue this curious culinary journey, we suggest you start with breakfast. Apparently, milk is out, and orange juice is the new fan favorite. No matter the food pairing. Be it Oreos or cereal, orange juice is everywhere, even when it doesn't make sense. Speaking of which, there are some new favorites for snack time as well, like pickles with cheddar cheese and fries with sugar powder. The classics are making a comeback as well, like French fries with milkshakes. As disgusting as it may sound to some, there are people who've loved this combination for generations. Of course, there are cultural differences. But the real crazy lies in cultural unity. Take, for instance, Indian and Italian cuisine, and voila, you get pasta in dal makhni sauce. What about Japan and India? There's butter chicken sushi burrito. After all, here in India, bizarre food combos seem to be out of this world, and not in a good way. Let's introduce you to Fanta omelette and Maggi milkshake. And if you have a sweet tooth, there's Oreo pakoda, ice cream roti, and samosa ice cream. Now, we aren't saying this in poor taste, but most of the bizarre food combinations on social media are designed to be that way. It's designed to provoke, to invite reactions. And this is a sign of our times. So, culinary chameleon or not, feel free to take a sip of pickle coke or cereal juice. At best, you'll like it. At worst, you'll have a story to tell.
We usually make fun of Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, but yesterday they did it to themselves. A full-on roast session. Ahead of voting, the Americans have a dinner tradition. Catholic charities get together in New York and they host a dinner for both candidates. It's called the Al Smith Dinner. Now, the mood is pretty light. Even the candidates are expected to mock each other. But let's just say some of the jokes were pretty rough. Not exactly friendly banter. Trump attended the dinner in person while Kamala Harris sent a recorded video performance. The former president did reasonably well, but the vice president bombed spectacularly. Listen to this.
And these days
Really a pleasure. Anywhere in New York without a subpoena for my appearance. Anytime I don't get a subpoena, I'm very happy. Tradition holds that I'm supposed to tell a few self-deprecating jokes this evening. So here it goes. Nope, I've got nothing. We're called White Dudes for Harris. Have you seen this? White Dudes for Harris. Anybody know? Are some of you here? White Dudes for Harris doesn't sound like it. But I'm not worried about them at all because their wives and their wives' lovers are all voting for me. The only piece of advice I would have for her in the event that she wins would be not to let her husband, Doug, anywhere near the nannies. Just keep them away. That's a nasty one. That's nasty.
Is there anything that you think that maybe I shouldn't bring up tonight?
Well, don't lie. Thou shalt not bear false witness to thy neighbor.
Indeed, especially thy neighbor's election results.
Just so you know, there will be a fact checker there tonight.
Oh, that's great. Who?
Jesus.
We are 19 days until the election and likely a civil war. And, you know, I'm nervous. You know what I mean? It's like, this is my first civil war, guys.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Italy's auto workers marched through the streets of Rome demanding more work. Tons of rubbish wash into Bosnia's main river after flash floods in the country, and Mexico gears up for the Day of the Dead with a giant skeleton exhibit. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1867, the United States took possession of Alaska. America bought Alaska from Russia for $7.2 million. That's around 2 cents per acre. Moscow wanted to sell it because it was too far away and difficult to defend. Alaska became a U.S. state almost a century after the purchase. Today, it is the largest state in the country with vast natural resources. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us today. We're live in Washington, D.C. And today we're spending most of our day here in the United States as the race for the White House is now down to the last 17 days. We'll take you through it all, but first, a look at the latest headlines. President Joe Biden congratulates Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu after Israeli troops kill October 7th mastermind and Hamas chief Yahya Sinwar. President Biden calls it a good day for Israel and the United States. Former President Bill Clinton campaigns with Democratic vice presidential candidate Tim Walz in North Carolina. President Clinton calls the vice president the better candidate. South Korean spy agency says at least 12,000 North Korean soldiers are in Russia to support Vladimir Putin's war against Ukraine. Seoul says Pyongyang has sent a large number of special forces units to fight on behalf of Russia. Venezuela's military arrests 3 American nationals and accuses them of carrying out alleged terror activities against the country's leader, Nicolas Maduro. Caracas has now arrested at least 10 U.S. citizens this year. And a suicide bomber kills at least 7 and injures 10 more in Somalia's capital, Mogadishu. Al-Qaeda-linked Islamist group Al-Shabaab takes responsibility for the terror attack. It's now less than 20 days until the U.S. picks a new U.S. president, and that's where we begin today. After Arizona and Georgia, early voting began in the battleground state of North Carolina on Thursday. According to the State Board of Elections, North Carolina saw strong voter turnout even after the state was battered by one of the deadliest hurricanes in 20 years. North Carolina turned more crucial this month after Hurricane Helene killed over 90 people and left nearly 100 missing all across the state. Both former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris have tried to capitalize on the disaster, which raises questions on how it might affect voter turnout.
But if Lion Kamala gets in, if she gets, can you imagine another 4 years like we've lived the last one? Think of it. People are dying in North Carolina. They're dying all over those 5, 6 states. They're dying, and they're getting no help from our federal government because they have no money, because their money's been spent on people that should not be in our country. If Lion Kamala gets 4 more years instead of a golden age, America will instead be plunged into a dark age. Your family finances will be permanently destroyed. Your borders will be gone forever. They already are when you think of it, right? We don't have any borders.
Moments of crisis, I believe, do have a way of revealing the heroes among us, the angels among us, and of showing us all the best of who we are. And these hurricanes have revealed heroes around all of us. Heroes who do not ask the injured or stranded, whether they are a Republican or a Democrat, but who simply ask, are you okay? Who ask, what can I do to help?
Donald Trump narrowly won North Carolina over President Joe Biden back in 2020, and the Republican also defeated Democrat Hillary Clinton in the Tar Heel state back in 2016. In fact, Barack Obama was the last Democrat to win the state back in 2008. However, this time, early voting indicates that the state could swing either way.
I voted straight across the board Republican, voted for Donald Trump. Immigration, the economy, America first. You know, I feel that we should put the money where our mouths are here first instead of taking care of other nations. We need to take care of us first, and then we can go out and help somebody else.
So we voted for Kamala Harris for president. You know, we really care a lot about, you know, women's rights to choose. We really care about our children and making sure that they get a good and honest education. You know, yeah, and our, you know, keeping everybody having the availability to be able to vote, that is able to vote.
A recent poll shows a fierce contest in North Carolina with Donald Trump ahead of Kamala Harris by just half a point. That said, the Democratic presidential nominee is leading her Republican rival by a thin margin in almost every national poll. With just 17 days to go in the election, early in-person voting will continue through November 2nd, and both sides will continue to scour every possible vote, every possible advantage, until the last ballot is in fact cast. And staying with the race for the White House, Vice President Kamala Harris continues to lead over former President Donald Trump among black voters in key swing states. Now, this is according to a new survey which shows 84% of likely black voters in Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Nevada support Kamala Harris. Meanwhile, just 8% of black voters say they would vote for Donald Trump for president in November. In September, the same poll showed higher support for the ex-president. However, since then, the Harris campaign has stepped up its efforts to improve those numbers. The vice president unveiled an economic plan specifically tailored to black men and dispatched former President Barack Obama to the most crucial battleground state of Pennsylvania to rally voters last week.
What I cannot understand is why anybody would think that Donald Trump will shake things up in a way that is good for you, Pennsylvania. I don't understand that. Because there is absolutely no evidence that this man thinks about anybody but himself. I've said it before. Donald Trump is a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago.
Now, despite facing criticism for admonishing black men for supporting Trump, former President Barack Obama is due to campaign for Kamala Harris in Michigan and Wisconsin next week. Meanwhile, it looks like the special economic plan for black men has swayed sentiment away from Donald Trump. The plan includes forgivable business loans, more apprenticeships, and health initiatives.
One of the big issues facing black entrepreneurs and black small businesses is access to capital. Because unlike my opponent, who got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, don't forget that, calls himself a businessman, not everybody has access to the capital, but we know in the community we do not lack for ambition, aspirations, dreams, hard work ethic.
The economic agenda for black men also talks about decriminalizing marijuana and protecting cryptocurrency assets.
As vice president, have been a champion for bringing marijuana down on the schedule. So instead of it being ranked up there with heroin, we bring it down. And my pledge is, as president, I will work on decriminalizing it because I know exactly how those laws have been used to disproportionately impact certain populations and specifically black men.
Meanwhile, black women maintain their strong support for Kamala Harris as they cite abortion as the top electoral issue, followed by democracy and the economy. Now it remains to be seen if the overwhelming support from the black community turns into actual votes for Kamala Harris this election season. One of the many reasons why this race is appearing to go down to the wire in just 17 days. The 2024 election is shaping up to be more than just a battle between political parties. It's also turned into a showdown between 2 billionaires. On one side is Elon Musk, the tech visionary who is backing Donald Trump and warning of a Mad Max future if Kamala Harris wins. And on the other is Mark Cuban, the outspoken Shark Tank star who is taking digs at Donald Trump's economic policies, calling them disastrous for Americans. It's a billionaire face-off like no other, with both men using their fortunes and influence to shape the future of the country. Our report dives in this high-stakes clash.
The U.S. is just over 2 weeks away from one of the most fiercely contested elections in modern history. And in an unusual twist, 2 billionaires are locked in a political face-off. On one side, Elon Musk, the maverick CEO of Tesla and SpaceX, is throwing his weight behind Donald Trump. And on the other side is Mark Cuban. The outspoken angel investor on the business reality show Shark Tank is rallying for Kamala Harris. The stakes, nothing less than the future of America.
And this election, I think, is going to decide the fate of America, and along with the fate of America, the fate of Western civilization.
The way he's been thinking about tariffs and trade now, something's a little bit lost. And now his trade policies, particularly with tariffs, are basically just gibberish.
Musk, who has pumped $75 million into his pro-Trump super PAC, has been campaigning hard in the crucial swing state of Pennsylvania. At a recent rally, Musk shifted away from his dark MAGA avatar. This time, he donned a shiny gold Make America Great Again hat. Musk went all in, borrowing Trump's apocalyptic rhetoric.
Yeah, we obviously want secure borders. We want safe cities. Sensible spending so that we don't have crazy inflation. We want freedom of speech. We want the Constitution to be upheld. And I'm being told at times that these are like right-wing values. I'm like, are you insane? There's literally the fundamental values that made America what it is today.
Musk's message was dark and dramatic. He called the election a global turning point and even cast doubts on the security of voting systems, fueling Trump's unsubstantiated claims of election fraud. His solution? The tech mogul urged voters to embrace paper ballots exclusively.
This election decided in Pennsylvania by, it could be 10,000 votes, it could be 1,000 votes, it could be 10 votes. It could be some very tiny number. So every incremental person is a huge difference. I haven't been politically active before. I'm politically active now because I think the future of America and the future of civilization is at stake.
But not everyone is buying into Musk's vision of a Mad Max-like future. Mark Cuban is hitting the campaign trail for Vice President Kamala Harris,
Feeling much better.
slamming Trump's economic policies, particularly his obsession with tariffs. Rallying in a different swing state, Cuban didn't hold back at all in Wisconsin. He ridiculed the former president's plan to slap steep tariffs on up to 60% of goods from China, calling it a crazy notion that would make Americans foot the bill.
Now, he has this crazy notion that putting a tariff of 60% on every single product imported from China is a good idea. Let me just tell you, this man has so little understanding of tariffs, he thinks that China pays for them. This is the same guy who also thought that Mexico would pay for the wall, so there's no
The two billionaires represent a stark contrast, not just in who they support, but also in their approach.
Vote, vote, vote.
Musk has embraced Trump's flair for hyperbole and doom, painting a grim picture of what's to come if Harris wins. And Cuban, in his typically brash style, mocks Trump's economic ideas as out of touch, reminding voters of the real-world costs of tariffs and trade wars. As the days tick down, both billionaires are taking shots at each other, turning the presidential election into a mudslinging fest. Musk has called Cuban a lesbian, drawing a comeback from the shark. With just 17 days left till D-Day, Musk is set to host more events in Pennsylvania, a state that could decide the entire election. Cuban, meanwhile, is heading to more swing states, particularly Arizona and Michigan, trying to fire up voters for Harris. With billions on the line and egos even bigger, these two billionaires are fighting for what they believe is the future of the nation. But in a race this close, one question remains: whose vision will America buy into?
And staying with the race for the White House, as the 2024 election heats up, apart from clashing billionaires, the stakes surrounding U.S. policy on Ukraine have also intensified. In a recent interview on the PBD podcast, Donald Trump made waves by claiming that Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is in fact responsible for the Russian invasion in 2022. The former president called President Zelensky, quote, the greatest salesman he'd ever seen, end quote, pointing to the billions of dollars Washington has sent to Kyiv since the war began. Donald Trump even criticized President Joe Biden, accusing him of instigating the war and spending taxpayer money recklessly without seeking peace. Donald Trump's comments have hinted that he might dramatically cut U.S. aid to Ukraine if, in fact, he wins the presidency on November 5th. He's even indicated at multiple times that Ukraine may have to cede some territory to Russia to achieve peace. Now, since the war began, President Biden has provided tens of billions in military aid to Ukraine, portraying it as vital to U.S. interest. Donald Trump, however, sees it differently, suggesting that the money has been misused as he questioned President Zelensky for not seeking peace more aggressively.
It has to end at some point. It has to end. He's gone through hell, and his country has gone through hell like few countries have ever, like it's happened anywhere. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. It's a terrible situation.
Talking to Donald Trump, I told him what is the way out. Either Ukraine will have nuclear weapons, and then this is defense for us, or we should have some kind of an alliance. Today we do not know any effective alliances other than NATO. And I said my arguments, and he said that yes, he agreed with my arguments.
As the election fast approaches, Vice President Kamala Harris has doubled down on her commitment to Ukraine, framing it as essential to democracy.
The United States cannot and should not isolate ourselves from the rest of the world. Isolation is not insulation. So then, the United States supports Ukraine not out of charity, but because it is in our strategic interest. We will continue to provide the security assistance Ukraine needs to succeed on the battlefield.
Donald Trump, on the other hand, promises to end the war quickly without providing or detailing how he intends to do so. The future of U.S. involvement in Ukraine hangs in the balance, but more than that, the tone and trajectory of the war does as well, depending on the outcome of the U.S. presidential election. And our final story today takes a break from U.S. politics. In fact, it's for all of you fitness buffs out there, particularly those who advocate for standing desk and label sitting desk as the silent killer in offices, because the so-called standing desk may be just as dangerous. New research reveals that being on your feet for too long increases the risk of swollen veins causing deadly blood clots. So if you think you're doing your heart a favor by ditching the chair, think again. Our final report dives into the alarming truth behind standing desk and why they may be doing more harm than good.
In today's fast-paced world, many of us spend the bulk of our working lives seated behind a desk, staring at a screen. To counter the hazards of prolonged sitting, standing desks have become a workplace trend. These desks have been marketed as a miracle solution, promising to improve our health simply by keeping us on our feet. But is standing really the antidote we've been hoping for? A major new study says no, and it's an eye-opener for anyone who thought they were doing their heart and body a favor by standing instead of sitting. Research from the University of Sydney surveyed more than 80,000 adults in the UK and found that standing for long periods might not just be ineffective. In fact, standing for more than 2 hours a day may increase the risk of circulatory problems like deep vein thrombosis and varicose veins. The numbers are startling. For every extra 30 minutes spent standing beyond 2 hours, the risk of developing circulation issues rises by 11%. Dr. Matthew Ahmadi, the lead researcher, explained that standing doesn't reduce the likelihood of heart conditions like stroke, heart failure or coronary heart disease as previously thought. Instead, it could be contributing to new health risks, particularly in the legs. Interestingly, the study also found that sitting for more than 10 hours a day increased the risk of circulation problems by 26%. The risk of heart conditions similarly spiked by 13% per hour after 12 hours of sitting. So what's the solution? According to the experts, standing desks aren't the answer. Instead, the key is regular movement. Walk around the office, take the stairs, or squeeze in a lunchtime walk. The message is clear. Whether you sit or stand, the key to long-term health lies in staying active throughout the day. Standing desks aren't the silver bullet many hoped for, and relying on them could actually be putting your health at greater risk. So if you spend most of your day at the office, don't just stand up, get moving.
That's all we have time for today. We so much have enjoyed having you with us all week. Have a great weekend, everyone, and we hope to see you right back here next week. Thanks for watching. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired!
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Our top story is from Kenya, where in a historic move, President William Ruto's deputy has been ousted by the parliament. For the very first time, a sitting deputy president has been impeached in Kenya. The move comes at a sensitive time in Kenyan politics when people are already frustrated with the government, which is seemingly having its own troubles within. Kenyan Senate, which is the upper house of parliament, voted to dismiss Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua from office on Thursday. 54 out of 67 senators voted to impeach Gachagua, which is more than the two-thirds majority required. Now, last week, the lower house also voted to impeach the deputy president, and this effectively removes Rigathi Gachagua from the second highest post in Kenya.
The deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. Accordingly, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, ceases to hold office.
The Senate was voting on 11 charges leveled against the deputy president. Now, these include corruption, insubordination, money laundering, undermining the government, practicing ethnically divisive politics, bullying public officers, threatening a judge, and being involved in recent anti-government protests. The Senate only had to find him guilty of one charge to remove him from office, but the lawmakers found him guilty on 5 charges. Gachagua had pleaded not guilty to all of the charges, but when he got the chance to defend himself in the Senate, he backed out last minute due to an abrupt illness. His lawyer said that Gachagua had been hospitalized due to severe chest pains and urged the Senate to delay the proceedings. But that did not convince the lawmakers, who carried on with the impeachment proceedings. These developments unfolded in high drama in the Kenyan Senate, with Gachagua's lawyers walking out in protest. They argued that he had a constitutional right to testify in his defense.
It's unfortunate that our client is unwell, and we wish the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya a quick recovery. You heard you have witnessed what has transpired in Parliament today. The Senate has decided to sit in the absentia of our client.
While Gachagua failed to fight in Parliament, he is doing it in the courts. He challenged his removal in a high court that has responded in his favor. The court has suspended his impeachment by the Senate. The court judge has issued a conservatory order, noting that the case raises serious constitutional issues. The order mandates that the process to fill the deputy president position must be halted until the 24th of October. Now, this comes after President William Ruto had already picked his new deputy. He had nominated the Interior Minister, Kithure Kindiki, as his deputy. Throughout the impeachment proceedings, Ruto had maintained his silence, but it was visible that the ex-deputy president was sidelined. He had been missing from state events and from accompanying the President Ruto at key functions. A rift between President Ruto and Gachagua had been out in the open. Now popularly known as Riggy G, Gachagua is a 59-year-old former businessman and multi-millionaire. He belongs to the Mount Kenya region. Ahead of the 2022 polls, he decided to side with William Ruto, who was then Kenya's deputy president. In a similar development, the then deputy, Ruto, also had a falling out with his president. Gachagua was facing legal troubles when he lent support to President Ruto. He had also been arrested multiple times on corruption charges. But navigating those troubles, he then continued his campaign for Ruto, amassed a big chunk of votes for him, which helped him to win the 2022 presidential elections. Now, the charges against him were also dropped after that. So what turned relations between the two sour? Now, reports suggest that everything is rooted in Kenya's recent anti-tax protests, which turned into a mass campaign against Ruto and his government. At least 50 people died in the protests, and Gachagua has been accused of having a role in the protests. Things also worsened for him after Ruto joined hands with the opposition members in a bid to appease the protesters and formed a broad-based government. So members of the camp, which once Gachagua ditched to rally for Ruto, became a part of the government. And since then, Gachagua has complained of being sidelined. Ruto was reportedly already delegating some of the deputy president's tasks to the interior minister, who has now been chosen to replace him. Incidentally, the interior minister, Kithure Kindiki, also belongs to Mount Kenya. Now, while Kenya goes through this complex political period, many in the country see this as a way for the government to distract the public from issues surrounding economy and governance. How will this historic impeachment have consequences for the nation, which is seen as one of the stable democracies in the continent? Now, for more on this, we have with us Mark Bichachi, a political strategist who is joining us live from Nairobi, Kenya. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Let's start with, what are the constitutional and legal grounds for impeaching the deputy president, and how do they compare to these other high-profile impeachments in the region?
Well, first and foremost, the deputy president was accused of financial impropriety, undermining the presidency, undermining devolution, bullying of the state officials, as well as the judiciary, among very many other charges. But at the core of this impeachment process was a political rift between himself and the president, between his ideas of how Kenya should be run and versus what the president was doing. And this is not something new in terms of how Kenya usually operates. It's something that even happened between the current president and his former boss. Unfortunately, for Rigathi Gachagua, the patience was thin, especially given what the president had gone through with the Gen Z protests that had happened. So what was happening now is a president who really needed to make sure that his inner circle is loyal, and therefore this impeachment was orchestrated to be able to ensure that his cabinet and his leadership is secure, given the kind of tensions that have been there in the country.
Right. And what political dynamics or alliances within Parliament are influencing the impeachment process? And how do they reflect the current state of Kenyan politics?
Well, you ask a critical question because as we sit here today, the main opposition party, ODM, was totally voting together with the ruling party. They already have members within the cabinet, and therefore it seems as if there is an unofficial alliance between the party that was previously led by Raila Odinga and the president. And this is how they were easily able to get 2/3 of the votes in both houses. So what happens now is the president, William Ruto, has put together one of the largest political coalitions, giving him quite large influence and control over both houses of parliament. The opposition is struggling to find its own footing, but Raila Odinga, who is cooperating with the president, is still the head of the coalition called Azimio. So it's an interesting time for Kenya, but the chips seem to be falling in favor of the president, William Ruto.
And just quickly, how might the deputy president's hospitalization with his severe chest pains, preventing him from testifying in his own defense, influence the impeachment proceedings?
Well, it's actually quite an interesting thing. So if you take it that he was really ill, we do wish him well, but many pundits, and I'm inclined to believe this, that this was a tactic to either achieve a number of things. One, to achieve a delay in his hearing, which would have made the constitutional timeline of 10 days lapse, creating a constitutional issue which he could use in court. Two was to create a situation where the Senate, as it happened, did not get to hear his testimony, and that then becomes a ground for him to go to court. But it must be clear that in as much as the courts have now spoken and suspended his impeachment and suspended his replacement, really there is very little that he can achieve within the next 3 years, because if he wins any of the cases, then the government and legislature will appeal, and then it will be a long drawn process. So for all intents and purposes, the court action that he's taking is going to be more of his political survival than it is going to succeed in actually reversing his impeachment.
Right. Mark, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa, and we will continue to monitor how this impeachment will impact Kenya's governance.
Thank you for having me.
Staying on with East Africa, where Somalia continues to face terror attacks linked to al-Shabaab. In the latest, at least 7 people have died and nearly 10 injured in a suicide bombing in the capital, Mogadishu. The attack was targeted on a police academy in the capital. The suicide bomber detonated an unidentified device at a cafe outside the academy. The incident took place while people had gathered to enjoy tea at the cafe, and the explosion killed police officers and civilians. A renowned Somali poet is also believed to be among the victims.
There were people who suspected the suicide bomber as he carried something, questioning what the man, whom we didn't know, was doing. After hearing their concerns, he immediately blew himself up, resulting in deaths and injuries, as you can imagine.
The al-Qaeda-linked al-Shabaab Islamist group has claimed responsibility for the bombing. Somali forces have been fighting the terror group for years, which has carried out numerous attacks in Mogadishu and other parts of the country. The Islamist group was formed in 2006 as a youth militia to fight Ethiopian invasion and occupation of Somalia. However, the group has now morphed into a full-fledged insurgency seeking control of Somalian territory. It publicly pledged loyalty to al-Qaeda in 2012 and is now working to overthrow the Somali federal government. The group says it wants to establish a fundamentalist Islamic state. The group maintains a stronghold in southern Somalia and has carried out attacks that have killed thousands so far. In August this year, at least 37 people were killed in an Al-Shabaab attack on a busy beach in the capital. An Al-Shabaab suicide bomber accompanied with gunmen attacked the popular Lido Beach in Mogadishu, resulting in one of the deadliest terror attacks in the East African country in recent months. In the aftermath, several Somalis, including senior government officials, staged demonstrations in the capital in a strong condemnation of the attack.
What had happened here was mass killing, and it is a national disaster, and someone needs to be accountable for it. I advise all Somali youth to be alert to what is going on in Mogadishu. We must defend our country from such enemies, and we must protect our people from such actions which keep recurring.
Now, the Somali government has heavily relied on the support from foreign troops to stay in power. The government is currently assessing a possible takeover of the security responsibility from the African Union Transition Mission in Somalia to its forces in December. Now, Somalia also appointed a new police chief last month in an attempt to launch a new strategy to fight Islamic extremism. However, continued attacks highlight that Somalia continues to remain in the grip of terrorism. Now, it seems that faster and newer generation fighter jets might soon take to the skies of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Reports say the DRC has been in talks with India to potentially acquire the Tejas Mark I multi-role combat aircraft. In August this year, there was a high-level delegation that visited India. The DRC's Air Force, or the FAC, engaged in discussions with the Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, or HAL. It is believed that the discussions were centered around the performance and capabilities of the Tejas Mark I aircraft, including its ability to undertake air-to-air combat, ground attack and reconnaissance missions. The Tejas is a 4.5 generation combat aircraft, which is currently manufactured by India and has been operated by the Indian Air Force since 2015. But why is the DRC interested in acquiring new fighter jets? The Congolese Air Force is among many air powers in Africa which still operates old Soviet-era fighter jets. Maintaining and upgrading them is a difficult task due to lack of spare parts and expertise. The FAC has only 2 sets of combat aircrafts in its inventory. They are the MiG-23 aircraft and the Sukhoi 25 jets. Put together, their total is just about 7 combat aircrafts, and that is in contrast to the 32 combat helicopters which the FAC is currently operating. And now the FAC's 6 Su-25 aircraft have been in service for decades, and the aircraft has also been showing signs of wear and tear. To bolster their capabilities in a challenging security environment, the FAC has been exploring options for acquiring multi-role fighter aircrafts. But how much has the DRC's government been spending on the military, and why does it want to modernize its air force now? Now, in 2023, the DRC recorded the biggest percentage increase in military spending in the world. Spending more than doubled to reach $794 million. In 2022, the government had only spent $371 million. But what is the reason for this? Growing tensions with Rwanda is one of them. DRC has accused its eastern neighbor of backing the armed M23 rebels with sophisticated arms and weapons. A surge in clashes with the armed M23 rebels has seen a rise in the DRC's military expenditure. And finally, the government wants to strengthen the defense forces after it demanded the early withdrawal of the United Nations peacekeeping mission from the country. In this given security environment, it seems like the DRC is looking to trust India with modern weapons. The reasons for this are not difficult to guess. Firstly, India offers affordable weapons, allowing DRC to have superior air power at cheaper prices. Secondly, India is ready to provide maintenance and support for the jets, which further enhances the reliability. Third is the growing anti-West sentiment in Africa. Western military equipment is way too expensive and often offered with political conditions, which the African nations do not want currently. Fourth, many African countries might not want to opt for China's JF-17 Thunder aircraft that is co-manufacturing with Pakistan. However, the co-produced jet struggles with technical malfunctions, as reported by Myanmar. Nigeria also has the JF-17 jets, but they are not willing to order more than 3. And a fifth reason could be that the African countries are not wanting to reach out to Russia, as the ongoing war with Ukraine has constrained Moscow's production capabilities. Still, this leaves one question unanswered. Has India ever supplied weapons to the DRC? The answer is no. Yet, India has been among the top contributors to the UN peacekeeping missions in the DRC. New Delhi has gained the trust of the African nation. Now, the DRC is not the only African country interested in the Tejas fighter aircraft. Reports suggest that Nigeria, Egypt and Botswana have also shown interest in acquiring the aircraft. While the security landscape around the DRC continues to evolve, it is yet to be seen whether the DRC would place an order for the Indian jets to fulfill its security needs. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Our final story today is from Nigeria. The quiet town of Igboora in southwestern Nigeria, known for its exceptionally high twin birth rate, comes alive each year with the vibrant Twins Festival. The 5-day celebration honors the unique bond between twins, a phenomenon deeply rooted in local culture. While some locals credit the town's high twin birth rate to a special diet, medical experts believe that genetics plays a larger role. Our Twin Tale gets you all the details.
In a world where identical faces often blur together, the quiet town of Igboora in southwest Nigeria transforms each year into a vibrant celebration of uniqueness at the annual Twins Festival. This 5-day event is not just a local gathering, but a tribute to the extraordinary bond shared by twins, a phenomenon that runs deep in the culture and history of the Yoruba people. The festival is a sight to behold. Twins of all ages, dressed in matching outfits, are paraded through the town as pairs, accompanied by drummers, dancers, and an outpouring of joy. The streets of Igboora come alive with laughter, music, and colourful displays, all dedicated to the remarkable tradition of twin births that has earned this town global recognition. One of the festival's attendees, Opayemi Daniel, is no stranger to the magic of twins. Growing up as the only single-born child among 5 sets of twins in her family, she has long been fascinated by their connection. Now, as a mother of twin girls, Opayemi celebrates their special bond with pride.
I had a special interest for twins when we were young. I am the only one that is not a twin among my mother's children. My mother had twins 5 times. I used to be happy when I saw them. So I hoped that when I also have twins, I will endow them with the same clothes and same shoes. So I wanted twins, and I have them now.
Twins are more than just common in this region. They are an integral part of the Yoruba identity. According to a 1970 study by a British gynecologist, the southwest region of Nigeria, dominated by the Yoruba ethnic group, has one of the highest twin birth rates in the world, with around 50 sets of twins born out of every 1,000 births. Igboora's king, Jimo Olajide Titilayo, takes pride in his town's distinction.
All the household here, or each house, each compound, has twins in their midst. And this is something unique that if you call Kande, you see so many Kande looking at your direction. The same thing happens to Taiwan too.
Some locals attribute the high rate of twin births to a special diet, including okra leaves and amala, a popular dish made from yam and cassava flour. However, medical experts suggest that genetics are more likely responsible for this unique phenomenon. Scientists have long studied Igbo aura to understand the prevalence of twins, and genetics appears to be the primary factor. Igbo aura may be a small town, but its impact through the sheer number of twins and the strength of its cultural heritage resonates far beyond Nigeria's borders. In a world where sameness can often overshadow individuality, this festival reminds us that even in similarity, there is something uniquely powerful worth celebrating.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again at the same time on Monday. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend and goodbye.